Chapter 491. The massive arachnid monster falls into the ravine with its two severed limbs by its side. Both Abby and Eri follow it downward with their weapons poised to kill. The tendrils of purple soul energy still violently pierce through Abby's vital points, but they phase through her heart, head, and stomach as if nothing is hitting her at all. The bright light green glow of her, form of the immortal healer, ensures her physical body cannot take any damage at all. Everything the spider throws at her feels like nothing but a passing breeze as Abby gets closer and closer, with her glowing green spear of manifested rock raised above her head. She is in the perfect striking range, but hasn't released any attacks just yet. Behind her, less than 20 meters away, Eri charges up another one of his golden arrows. This is the attack that severed two of its limbs before and left a large gaping hole in the monster's side. He yells out as all three of them fall into the darkness of the ravine and approach the depths of the desert floor deep below. I have another attack ready. Abby, give me some room to let it fly. She continues taking hits from the spider and forcing it to retreat downward. The monster is only moving away to avoid being stabbed through with the enormous glowing spear. However, Abby yells back with an unexpected reply. Shoot it now if you have the shot! Right through me! Eri's eyes widen at these words, but he doesn't hesitate to release the tension of the shimmering string holding the golden arrow. The only thing between Eri and the spider's main body is the 6 soul energy threads and Abby. The shimmering arrow rips through the air, then makes a direct hit with Abby's back, just as she asked. Like all of the soul energy attacks from the monster, this too phases through her without shifting her form at all. The golden arrow comes out of Abby's green, glowing chest and shatters all of the purple tendrils that attack her without even breaking the golden outer shell. It rockets down toward the spider's main body, and it reacts by directing its remaining limbs and energy threads to block just as it did before. Abby takes this moment free from the arachnid's merciless attacks to jump to the opposite side of its body, and her bright green energy form begins to flicker and pulse. She deactivates the form of the immortal healer and throws the stone spear covered in her offensive soul energy directly at the other side of the spider's body. The golden arrow's outer shell begins to melt away and tear through 2 more of the creature's remaining arms before leaving another enormous hole in its side. The creature begins to screech and cry while blood gushes out from it, then is speared all the way through with a green, glowing weapon. Another 2 of its remaining limbs are sliced away in this attack, leaving only 1 limb remaining on each side. It directs one of its last purple threads of soul energy at the woman who floats right above her head, pulling enchanted daggers from her sides. As Abby releases 2 slashes of pure soul energy directed at the spider's head, a final 2 threads of purple energy with all of the 3rd ranked Dark Guard's remaining strength are thrust forward. One is aimed at her chest. It breaks through the soul energy shielding and creates an explosion of energy that pushes the spider down further into the ravine and Abby back up into the air. The other purple thread aims for Eri, but it is further away, so he has time to react, sending spirit and demonic arrows its way to slow it down. The collision of Abby's 2 full-powered soul energy slashes makes contact with the creature's head and slices its brain into 4 even pieces in an X pattern, then rips through its main body as well, melting through its organs and piercing its heart. The moment this attack makes contact and finishes slicing through, Abby reactivates her form of the immortal healer buff, and her body glows bright green again. Unable to be injured by the aftereffects of the purple tendril of soul energy thread following her upward through the sky, Eri, on the other hand, has shot over 3 of each of his arrows at the last remaining thread, yet it hasn't even shrunk to half of its size. He fends it off as much as he can, but at the rate of its upward momentum, it is aimed to hit his heart before he'll be able to fully take it out. A loud echoing thud can be heard at the bottom of the ravine. At the same time, Eri manages to release a partially formed golden arrow that shifts the trajectory of the final thread. It shifts away from his heart and pierces through his stomach instead. He coughs up blood while level-up notifications ring in Abby's inner ear. The purple soul energy thread begins to fade entirely as the life of the 3rd ranked Dark Guard fades away. At the same time, Abby activates her first ranked-up buff, Area of Total Restoration, to spread a green aura around her over 100 m in diameter, engulfing Eri inside it, as they're both blasted upward by the violent explosion of purple energy from the bottom of the ravine. The calming, warm veil of Abby's healing magic washes over him, as the hole in his stomach is restored almost instantaneously, and a wave of satisfaction washes over him. He smiles and looks above to see Abby's bright green form. "We did it," she replies as the upward momentum begins to slow. "We did." That was quite the impressive shot. I wouldn't have had the opening to take it out so easily without the help of those golden arrows. I can't use any offensive attacks while in this immortal form. That went perfectly. Eri nods, then lets out a sigh and closes his eyes, allowing the green healing magic to completely take over his body. The enormous arm manifestations, carrying the 3 bows on his back, shrink back into his core, and he lets her heal the rest of his fatigue as they continue to fly upward out of the dark ravine. Underscore above the mountain range on the other side of the battlefield. Another deadly exchange is taking place. Monk is surrounded in a pure white chi energy form, while his master has turned almost entirely orange. Every exchange that they throw back and forth destroys more of the desert landscape and releases more and more of each other's power. The shock waves they send off after each collision are enough to send cracks through the desert ground for over a kilometer away from each of their strikes. Not to mention, when one of them lands a solid attack, the other is sent flying into the rock ground to create craters over 200 meters wide and nearly 30 to 50 meters deep. The scale of their battle is only growing by the second. Both of them are breathing heavily and have landed over 10 solid hits each. It is clear they're both at their limit, and any new blow the other throws could be their last. They are truly evenly matched. Monk speaks up as the last remaining visible essence of white chi energy is sucked away and taken over by the orange borrowed soul energy of the Lich King. Again, I am honored. I have had the chance to show you my true strength that I have gained from your teachings, Master. It is a shame I could not get to fight you when you are using your true power as well. He clasps his hands together, and the white aura around him glows far brighter. 2 enormous white hands manifest in front of him. They seem to be over 20 times the size of the energy form they are both using to fight. With blinding speed, the 2 hands, each larger than entire buildings, come together and clasp around the orange form of the soul energy infected Chi Master. It creates an ear-shattering crack that sends a shockwave so powerful through the air that it ripples through everyone floating in the sky and spreads out over 5 kilometers in every direction. All of the remaining mountains are leveled in an instant, and it seems near impossible for anything to survive a devastating blow like that. On impact, the white hands hold steady for a few seconds, then begin to fade away. The body of an old man falls through the sky. An unnoticeable gentle smile forms across his face while he falls into the rubble below, trailing a weak aura of orange soul energy and remnants of white chi behind it. A single tear falls down Monk's cheek as he bows in the air and returns to his base form, underscore after the death of the 3rd ranked Dark Guard, and the desert-shifting crack that followed Monk's final attack. The remaining members of the 1st Dark Guard begin to step up their game. The guard with laser artifacts built into its arms turns to its side, watching the bright glowing form of their boss transform, then yells out to the one-armed club wielder. The boss is already using his final form, and we just lost the Spider Queen. It is time to step things up. We cannot disappoint the Dark One any more than we already have. It shoots more high-powered laser beams down to distract Maria, making her dodge them all in the air, unable to attack precisely at these high speeds. The club user grunts and replies, "Fine. I wanted to at least have some fun with this battle, but if you want me to finish things now, I'll do it. Cover me." The club user's body starts to glow just like the boss. Its muscles shift and grow, and even the spiked club in its hand starts to vibrate and expand. Maria sees this happening, but has no way to stop it as she is fully absorbed in dodging the barrage of lasers coming her way. This spike club holder grows at a far faster rate than their boss, expanding over 5 times in size in less than 5 seconds. The white glow ceases, and it towers over everything, still floating in the sky, but now over 15 meters tall. Its arm is still missing, but the dark gray soul energy that covered its body before is now manifesting the image of an arm in its place, so it can easily hold its club with both of its hands. The enormous muscular humanoid Cyclops lets out a murderous roar and charges toward the action. The laser wielder lets out a laugh and retreats. That is it. Let her have it. Show this girl how strong the first-ranked guard really is. If you can kill her before I level up to my final attack form, I'll even give you some of my mass to make up for losing that damn arm of yours. Come on, you brute. Let me see what you can do. It roars again, not letting out any understandable words, but its speed and agility seem to have improved drastically as it zips through the air toward Maria. It swings its spiked club like a bat, and Maria has no time at all to dodge. She activates her ranked-up buff Ice Age and swings her soul energy-imbued sword back to block the deadly incoming strike. But to her utter surprise, the massive structure of ice is shattered in an instant. The upgraded mental strength and immense dark gray soul energy that has been released in this final form is on a level far higher than it was moments ago. The ice attack Maria threw could have easily taken off its other arm if it was launched just a few seconds earlier. However, now it is shattered and destroyed in an instant. Maria's reaction time, agility, and speed were her primary advantage moments ago too, but now they are hardly even equal. This brute's speed outranks hers by almost twice as much as it lunges forward and swings its heavy club. Her physical strength does not even stand a chance against impeding either. It was already at a lower state than this guard before it upped itself to its final form, as Maria is hit by an unstoppable brick wall of force and rocketed backward over a full kilometer in the sky. She realizes she is going to need to bring her full power to the table as well, to take on this mutated monster. She coughs up blood while catching herself in the air and holding her sword steady, still looking 100% confident even after taking that brutal attack head-on. As the club user speeds forward through the air, she whispers the name of her second ranked-up buff, awakened form of the ice goddess. The instant these words leave her lips, the entire battlefield shifts in temperature. The troops far below on the battlefield shiver, and the entire sky looks as if it has been tinted in a veil of dark royal blue light. Enormous amounts of swirling blue soul energy manifest from deep within Maria and begin to erupt outward to form the manifestation of a goddess holding a long blue sword. The manifestation of her goddess, like form, grows just over 20 meters tall, towering above the approaching dark guard. Her aura erupts outward like a semi-transparent blue sphere and collides with the aura of the approaching club user that roars in fury. It swings its club at her, letting more of its dark aura seep from its body to strengthen the blow, while letting more orange soul energy cover the weapon itself to harden the metal. Maria calmly stares forward with a cool, icy gaze and swings her sword forward in a striking motion too. As they collide, another shockwave multiple times stronger than the hands clasping of Monk's attack ripples through the sky. This travels tens of kilometers in every direction as the blue and gray soul energies show their incredible power. However, this even clash does not last for long. The cracking sound of metal breaking follows the shockwave, and the crackling sound of ice forming seeps its way down the club and onto the dark guard's body. Not only is the creature's flesh frozen this time, but even the soul energy that swirls around it is frozen in place. The enormous blue sword of the ice goddess's form breaks through the frozen club and shatters it to pieces while stabbing the monster in the chest, freezing its heart in an instant. Blue ice takes over its entire body, moving quickly and freezing all of the soul energy left along with any flesh that dares to move. The massive green eye with a 1 labeled in its center turns to pure blue ice. Maria twists her blade inside the monster's chest, and its entire body shatters into shimmering icy glitter that falls down onto the desert battle below. The sound of ringing level-up notifications echoes in her inner ear as she turns to face the other glowing and expanding creature to her side. It is manifesting a far more intelligent and dangerous aura than the club user she just killed in a single blow. Chapter 492. Just over 200 kilometers away, back underneath the town, the dark red energy that seeps out from the final isolation pod begins to flow out at a much faster rate. It is equal parts chi and mana, and they are so finely intertwined they have almost become soul energy. But there is still a vital catalyst or energy level that is yet to be reached before the two combine. However, this blood red energy does not just seep out of the pod and dissolve into the air and through the mana shielding in the room. It stays surrounding the isolation pod and slowly swirls around it in a circle as more energy seeps out to add to its mass. Every second that passes, almost a full minute goes by inside. Yet my main body is manipulating the energy that has seeped out of the pod, and portions of it are coming back into the small cracks. It is happening very slowly, but the released chi and mana that is slipping out from the pod is being circulated back inside, high in the sky above the battlefield. Maria turns to see the dark guard with silver laser fixtures on his arms grow many times in size. Its muscles bulge and ripple beneath the veil of white light that surrounds it. The armor on its chest and circular metallic cannons on its wrists glow bright orange and expand in size as well to match its new form. The massive eye on its forehead grows to be the size of a normal human being, and its height reaches nearly 20 meters tall. It stops glowing white, and its true form is revealed. It is thinner and far more agile looking than its old form, and as it kicks off the air and zips around Maria in circles, it is clear that its speed and agility have received a major boost. The heavy silver cannons on its wrists are vibrating and glowing bright orange. It yells out at the same time. Both of them shoot out bright lasers of immensely strong soul energy, in straight lines, directly at the ice goddess's form. I am the fastest of all of the first-ranked guards' forms. On top of that, my firepower is the greatest when I concentrate it in a single beam. Your advantages are gone. You may have killed my ally, but it is only a matter of time before I get my revenge and receive another gift from the Dark One after killing a specimen like you. He lets out a manic laugh while the energy beams collide with Maria's long royal blue manifested sword. Her awakened form pulses with soul energy being channeled through it, and the majority of its concentration focuses on her blade to block these incoming beams. This lessens her defenses everywhere else, but releases a magnificent wave of blue and orange energy as she blocks the incoming attacks. The beams are dispersed and flood out to the sides of her blade like hot lava as shockwaves ripple through the air. The Dark Guard takes this opportunity to shift its position and send in two more fully charged beams at her opposite side. Maria's awakened form shifts its body and uses the same sword motions to block the two new attacks coming in as well with everything she has got. Another two attacks come from above the moment she blocks these two. A game of endurance ensues. The laser user witnessed Maria's raw power when it killed the club user with a single blow. It is far too intelligent and agile to be caught up in a trap like that after seeing the aftermath of its first victim. However, their soul energy strength when concentrated into a single point seems to be nearly even. After just over a dozen separate attacks from a safe distance away, every single one of them is reflected away by Maria's blade, and her icy gaze doesn't leave the Dark Guard for a moment. She hasn't had a chance to attack back herself yet, but is waiting for the perfect time to strike. The laser user is waiting in just the same manner. Her deflections and guarding tactics are flawless. The only way for it to possibly get a more powerful shot off now would be to charge up for longer or get in closer. Both options would give Maria enough time to send the attack off when she wants to. They are both very aware of this, but neither wants to test the waters and get hit by the other's attack. That is, until a metallic roar fills the air and sends impossibly strong waves of intimidation rippling through the sky. Out of the corner of Maria's eye, she spots the bright white light starting to fade away from the other remaining Dark Guard with its long silver sword facing Ember in the distance. It has almost reached its final form as well. This completely changes the mood of the battle. The laser user even speaks up full of confidence while sending its last attack. I may be the fastest, and I may have the most precise pinpoint accuracy with my energy attacks. But I assure you, my raw strength and battle intelligence are unmatched by the boss. Once I am done with you, I'll pick up the scraps of whatever is left of your friend. Maria's blue sword clashes with these energy attacks. But this time, because of the guard's overconfidence taking a moment to speak, she has enough time to move her awakened form out of the way from one of the beams of energy. It buzzes loudly while it barely misses her left leg, and her blade blocks the remaining attack. However, she has enough energy remaining after only blocking one beam to send a crescent of her own soul energy flying back this time. The monster's eye widens as it doesn't have enough time to charge its own lasers back up to full power or dodge completely. The icy blue crescent collides with its right foot, crystallizing it and the gray soul energy around it instantly. The blue aura starts to creep up its leg until a bright blast of orange lasers fill the sky. It lunges forward, pointing one cannon at its leg, and other pointed at the open portion of Maria's side below, where her sword just swung. Two lower-powered laser beams, shot on short notice, are fired off. One blows off the Dark Guard's own leg, preventing the icy soul energy from spreading, while the other cuts a semicircle hole in the side of Maria's goddess's lower stomach. Her main body controlling the energy manifestation is damaged, and a chunk of flesh is ripped from her side while she coughs up blood. However, her opponent just moved in far too close for comfort, panicking, and left itself wide open, not to mention crippling itself by slowing down its only advantage. Blowing off its leg to save it from the spreading ice may have saved its life in the short term, but now it can't run away quite as fast. Maria brings her sword down to create another slashing motion. While the Dark Guard tries to backpedal, it manifests a gray soul energy leg to replace its lost flesh. But during this process, it has to charge up its orange energy cannons to attempt blocking one of Maria's incoming slashes. In a fraction of a second mishap, she has turned this entire battle around, putting this Dark Guard on the defensive and takes control. It uses the full power of its beams to disperse the incoming wave of energy, but isn't prepared for the second crescent coming from its blind spot. It fires off two more hopeless attacks, aimed at the blurry blue figure that has guaranteed its demise. One of the final lasers hits the goddess's leg, making a small semicircle hole in Maria's flesh again, while the other beam goes flying off into the open air. She doesn't even bat an eye, because the crescent that is rocketing at the Dark Guard now cannot be stopped, blocked, or avoided. She whispers, "It is over." The creature with the most precise attacks and greatest speed in the entire Dark One's army has lost. It has never had to run. It has never had to defend from attacks it cannot perceive. It has never met anyone or anything other than the Dark One itself with enough power to overcome its overwhelming battle strategies. A single mistake, and I lost. I was not perfect. Number, I was not strong enough. I guess that is what it takes to win. Undeniable strength, or perfection. The second blade hits it from behind, and the icy darkness takes over. The energy in its laser ceases to charge as its arms become stiff. Its heart stops beating as the blood in its veins becomes as hard as rock. Its vision fades to blue, then to black as its eye freezes over. All of the soul energy in its being fights to stop the freeze, but it feels like bringing a candle into a raging blizzard. No matter how much it tries to melt away, the depthless icy force of nature takes over and plunges this Dark Guard into the abyss of death. The soul energy slash cuts right through its armor and body, turning it completely to ice and shattering into glitter on the spot. Blood gushes from Maria's leg and side where she was hit with the monster's beams, but a smile stays on her face as the level up notifications ring in her inner ear. She covers the wounds with dense soul energy to stop the bleeding and turns to the final battle that is about to take place far away in the sky. The final Dark Guard that carries a long silver sword continues to grow in size beneath the white glow. It hits 10 meters in height, but doesn't stop there, even reaching 20 meters. This is when the white glow fades away, and the creature beneath it lets out a roar. However, this isn't where the monster stops growing. It reaches over 30 meters in height, towering high in the sky, covered in a dense layer of gray soul energy so dark, it almost looks black. The silver sword it carried before has expanded in size to fit its new form that is over 10 times as large as the original. An aura of orange soul energy vibrates around this sword so dense and strong. It feels as if the entire blade is wrapped in the laser beams that erupted from the guard that was just killed moments ago. It finally stops growing and points its sword down at Ember, who calmly watches it take its final form. He stands with the same emotionless expression and has even put his red energy sword down by his side. But the soul energy coming from his being has doubled in density since the battle started, almost like the faucet of power is opening inside him. An echoing voice comes from the monstrous first-ranked guard's mouth as it declares battle against Ember below him. Do you dare to defy the orders of the up-and-coming Demon Lord's strongest subordinate? Whatever you are, you cannot match my final form in battle. Show me your true form, dragon. I want to show the Dark One that even creatures of legend can fall to my sword. Ember crosses his arms and looks up at the orange-coated silver blade. That is over 10 times his human form size. You want to see my true form? He pauses for a moment, then shrugs, putting his red energy sword up in the air to match the giant Cyclops. Number, I don't think I will. A mere servant of the Lich King isn't worthy of seeing my final battle form. His aura pulses dark red, letting even more soul energy flow out from an invisible core. Then he speaks in a nonchalant manner while his body starts to grow. However, you aren't too weak. I'll give you props for the power you've managed to gain on your own. I'll use a new battle form I've been meaning to test out. You'll be a good punching bag. The final Dark Guard yells in rage, making the dark soul energy around him twist and swirl. The orange light on the silver sword looks almost as bright as a sun, and the monster pulls the blade back to ready a swing. You dare mock me? You are arrogant enough to face me without using your full dragon form. How dare you even try? Energy surges off the enormous giant in the sky as it lunges forward with speed that doesn't seem physically possible in such an enormous frame. Its silver blade leaves a dense trail of soul energy behind as it rockets down toward Ember. Once it makes contact, there is a bright white glow and an eruption of red and orange that collide. The sound of energy colliding this time sounds like space itself is tearing apart with their clash. The bright white light fades away, and Ember holds his bright red energy manifested sword against the silver and orange blade coming down on him. However, he looks very different. Ember has grown almost 3 times in size. Part of his body is covered in black glossy scales, while other portions are shielded in blood-red manifested soul energy armor. A long pointed tail comes from his back, and so do a set of dark wings proportional to his larger body. It is a human-dragon hybrid form, and the energy being released from his soul energy core has grown magnitudes in power. He still has arms, legs, a human body, and a human face, but many features have shifted to be dragonoid in nature. I wasn't aware of this form at all. It must be a perk he has kept hidden from one of his rank-ups, or had been capable of doing all along. Every time he has been in his dragon form in the past, anyone that has seen it has been killed on the spot. If this is a step down from his true dragon form, I am incredibly curious to see what he looks like now that he has ranked up a second time. Ember has awakened a tier of energy level beyond anything I've ever seen. In a fraction of a second, he transformed and stopped the enormous monster's incoming blade with nothing but a soul energy manifested sword of his own. Ember shows a toothy grin, flaps his wings, then swings his sword upward to release a bright red slash of soul energy that sends the silver sword upward and pushes the dark guard back with a look of fear in its eyes. Ember flies forward without hesitating at all, swinging his manifested blade across his body and letting it clash over and over with the enormous silver sword. The dark guard is pushed back over and over, and it looks like Ember is just toying with it. Every slash he throws seems to be pulling from a deeper pool of power. It is impossible to tell if Ember has been holding back this whole time, or if this is a direct cause of my main body absorbing energy and having an awakening while Ember fights. The guard yells out while being pushed back further away from the battlefield. Impossible. How are you getting stronger? I can see one's true strength with a single gaze. At the start of our battle, I was guaranteed to win. Yet this power, where is it coming from? Who are you? Really? Ember continues to mercilessly attack the giant, pushing him far off into a desolate portion of the desert. while staring through its soul with his crimson eyes, then finally responds. I thought you were the strongest in the Dark Continent. Mr. Number One, you are going to kill us all? The Lich King will save you, won't he? Ember swings his blade with another surge of new power, this time as it collides with the silver sword. The metal cracks and shatters into pieces, sending the Dark Guard flying back again, this time rocketing toward the empty desert floor. Ember dives down to follow the guard's descent. His crimson blade grows larger and larger, glowing so bright red that it fills the sky. The Dark Guard fights back with everything he has, creating an orange blade in one hand to replace the shattered silver sword. Then, a dark gray blade in the other made from its own soul energy. Then, Ember speaks up in a low tone that only they can hear. You were pretty strong. It is a shame you had to work for the Lich King. You would have been a great labyrinth guardian. Ember pauses, staring the monster in the eyes. You want to know who I really am? You are going to die right now, so I might as well humor myself and see if anyone still remembers. Ember whispers a few words to the creature, and its pupil shrinks to the size of a pea in an instant. It shudders, and all of the soul energy surrounding its body vanishes as it loses the will to fight. Ember swings his blade across his body and slices the defenseless monster in half right down the middle, splitting its head and heart in one shot. The red crescent follows through and hits the desert floor, making an enormous slit in the ground, followed by the earth-shaking thuds of the monster's corpse. This is followed by level-up notifications ringing in Ember's inner ear as he floats back toward the battlefield and whispers to himself. I guess he did remember. Ember arrives above the endless army of ghouls that continues to fight with the Flame Emperor's elites down below, then looks out into the empty desert facing Sector 1. I know you are watching. You have been this whole time. When will you show your face, Lich King? Back underground in the bunker below the town, the red swirling energy around the final isolation pod swirls much faster, and the bright light coming from inside the pod only grows more as the level up notifications ring inside my main body's inner ear. Level up X177. There is another pulse of light from inside the pod as my main body opens up its status and upgrades a single skill. The dense red energy that comes out from the pod begins to change its consistency. More and more of it flows out, and the rate at which it spins around the humming and vibrating machine increases. It gets to a point where wind is blowing through the room because of the energy's rotational speed. Then, once it seems to have hit a dangerous level to the point where it could damage the shielding of the bunker, the red energy starts to shrink. It all comes back into the pod and disappears inside in a matter of seconds. The room goes silent, and even the humming and buzzing of the isolation pod halts. There are hours left on the timer above it. However, it appears there isn't any chi or mana remaining in the pod. The door clicks open, and the first thing to touch the white floor is a boot covered in a dark red, almost black, soul energy aura. Chapter 493. A deep voice echoes back to Ember's challenge as the desert ground behind the marching ghouls turns pitch black. It seems I haven't hidden myself enough to get past the eyes of a fellow divine beast. An enormous black shadow has been cast across the sand, and it begins to ripple and vibrate while something emerges from within. The top of a dark cloak becomes visible, surrounded by a dark black aura. It comes out of the ground to reveal a massive skull beneath the cloak. My doubles inspect and appraisal skill picks up a reading that doesn't even seem real at first glance. Underscore, 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 LV. 3,642 active items. Lich King's Scythe. T5, 19% strength. 44% mental strength. Hidden ability Lich King's Cloak. 604% agility. 399% speed. Hidden ability Dark Attribute. Ring of the Divine. Hidden ability Archdemon's Core. 100% all stats 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 active skills. Combat magic. Superior dark summoning buffs. Curse of the Lich King. 1,733 divided by 2,500. greater form of the dark god underscore, 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 underscore. Its eyes glow dark orange, and it resembles the wraiths that were in the arena and on the battlefield earlier. However, comparing those weak monsters to the sheer size and power of the creature that emerges from the abyss below is nearly impossible. The monster's head is almost 5 or 6 meters tall alone, and the soul energy that radiates from its eyes is the source of the power that allows every one of the thousands of moving creatures on this battlefield to continue fighting. If all of them were put together and had their power stripped away, it wouldn't even be close to what this being contains. As it continues to emerge from the ground, a long silver scythe follows it upward. Being held in its right bony hand, jet black energy surrounds its weapon just like its wavering cloak. It towers over its troops, 20 meters high in the air, and it hasn't even managed to come out of the ground more than halfway yet. Ember replies by letting his bright red aura cover his whole body while still in his upgraded second form, and float down to talk to the being at eye level with a tone as if they're old friends. Looks like someone got stronger since the war. The Lich King's glowing orange eyes shift upward to see Ember floating down, then replies. A lot happened while you were asleep for 50 years. I've begun to build my army to finally take control of this world. I have become unstoppable while the strong kill each other, and those that remain become weaker. Very few remember the strength of those that ruled the old world. You know that better than anyone. Ember and the Lich King stare at each other as it continues to rise from the darkness. It makes sense that you were behind all of this. I must say, the appearance of so many soul energy users at once was surprising. Especially that flame user. Where is he? It scans the battlefield, but only lands its gaze on my body doubles. It doesn't even stop on either, knowing they aren't a threat. That one's growth was fascinating, but it seems as though my second-ranked guard took care of him as instructed. He surely would have been on the battlefield today if that wasn't the case. Ember inwardly grins, but doesn't show any expression. Listening to the Lich King continue to speak, I could not place my finger on how they were all advancing so fast, but seeing you in the flesh makes everything clear. Plus, to find you in such a feeble state makes my victory even more satisfying. At least you brought me an early congratulatory gift. A new lineup of dark guards will suit me well. I am sure you are aware. The seat for a new demon lord is making itself known. The Lich fully emerges from the ground, standing over 40 meters tall, floating just over the ground with a bottomless black pit of shadows below it. It points its gaze off in the direction of Sector 2, but shifted slightly. Aimed at the abyss filled with demonic energy, Ember nods and responds. I am fully aware. That is one of the reasons we've come to stop you. The Lich King pauses. We? Who is we? Since when do you work with humans, then? It lets out a long and slow laugh. Anyway, your army is mine. This is the natural order of the world. The weak will die, and the strong will live on forever. Come back in another 50 years and try again. It looks down at its army, and the bright orange gaze pinpoints every human below it that hasn't been taken by its curse. It lifts its bony hand in the air out from its cloak, holding the silver curved blade that is even longer than its wielder. The dark, black, dreadful energy around it pulses and starts to send eerie waves out at a constant rate. Ember responds by manifesting 2 long red blades in his hands. And flying forward, the enormous silver scythe comes rocketing downward as Ember swings both of his blades upward. And there is a shockwave of soul energy that vibrates throughout the desert so far, even 20 kilometers plus away. The sand vibrates and rolling golden dunes collapse. Hundreds of troops from the Lich King's army are blown backward by the blast, and even some of the elite mana wielders are caught up in the blast over 2 kilometers away, despite both Lydia and Fisher putting up walls of chi and denser mana from their ranked-up buffs to block the mental attacks. Monk, Maria, Aerie, and Abby all feel the vibrations of that blow ripple through their bodies as well, even though they're scattered throughout the outskirts of the battlefield. They all immediately start to move from their positions and gravitate toward the epicenter of the blast to help. Ember and the Lich King are at a standstill with energy radiating from their attack, but neither of them let up. The black energy around the Lich grows darker, and the orange in its eyes pulse. The scythe begins to move downward, pushing through the red barrier of energy that Ember's blades are making. More and more dark red energy comes out from Ember's invisible core, and his blades become stronger as well. He begins to push the enormous mountain-sized blade up again, and vibrations of energy fill the desert. There is a reaction between the two energies, and both Ember and the black-cloaked skeleton are pushed back from the blast. The Lich King stays floating just a few meters above the desert, and Ember is rocketed backward through the hordes of Ghouls, killing another 100 of them just from his aura touching them as he flies backward. Nearby, Monk, Maria, Aerie, and Abby come to Ember's aid. And even my double high in the sky helps by opening a telepathy link between them all. However, the only voice heard in it is Ember's voice yelling at everyone. "Run, now! This battle is about to get serious. You've done your duty. The Dark Guards are defeated. The Dark Army is crippled, and you have given Jay enough time to finally awaken. The Lich King is a monster far out of your league. The stakes of mortals losing to it are far too high. Worse than death. I will hold it off alone." In a flash of bright red light, Ember takes off toward the Lich King again, growing in size and releasing exponentially more soul energy by the second. Black waves of energy come off of the Lich King's body as well. Its aura grows in power as it raises its scythe high above its head again, channeling darkness into its blade while placing its other bony hand on the desert floor that is covered in its shadow magic. Then, its eyes pulse from orange to jet black for a fraction of a second, and another figure emerges from the mysterious abyss below the Lich King. A figure that looks exactly like an oversized dark guard emerges. However, it looks like it is made of the black energy that it was born from. There are rippling dark energy swirls all around it, and as it walks forward, it looks just like a walking shadow. My body double catches a glimpse of the Shadow Soldier's status, and it reads LV 3002. An enormous glowing orange 0 is visible on its chest, and the knight walks forward out from the shadows while holding a bright orange gem the size of its head. Then starts to speed up its footsteps, turning its strides into a run. It looks just like the gems that were used to turn the people in the surrounding towns into ghouls with the power of the curse of the Lich King. Ember sees this, and mid-transformation, aims his next attack directly at this newly formed creature. There is another shockwave that vibrates through the entire desert. It isn't from Ember's collision with the Shadow Knight. It is his growing red blades that are stopped by the silver scythe of the Lich King right before he can stop it. Ember's wings grow larger, and the black scale and draconic features that only covered parts of his body before begin to expand. His red aura pulses more and more, pumping soul energy into his true form as he flies back around to attempt letting out a wave of red soul energy, flames down at the Shadow Knight. There is another explosion of power as a dark energy slash comes out from the Lich King's scythe from a distance to cancel out Ember's flames. The Shadow Knight continues its increasingly fast-paced march forward into the hordes of ghouls and in the direction of the elites of the Flame Emperor's army that Fisher and Lydia lead away to safety. The black energy that grows around the Lich King is expanding at the same rate as the red energy around Ember. The dragon expands to nearly match the Lich King in size. From nose to tail, he is over 40 meters long. His eyes burn bright crimson in color, and flames erupt all over his body as he expands his red soul energy aura outward to release his full power. A crater of molten rock and sand is instantly formed beneath him, and in the same moment, the Lich King lets its black aura clash with Ember's, raising its scythe above its head again, and letting it pulse with dark energy. The shadowy circle below it expands, while Ember lets a tsunami of soul energy flames down on the Lich King. The entire ground that is covered in darkness erupts upward, making a cylinder of dark energy shoot up toward the sky to meet the violent wave of fire that rains down on it. As these attacks clash, the Shadow Soldier that was able to escape makes it to the middle of the V-shaped battlefield and presses the orange gem into the 0 on its chest. Its black form turns into a burning orange light. Then, a wave of orange soul energy ripples off of it and through the battlefield. The energy begins to flow outward in every direction and toward the remaining troops that have just begun to retreat after Ember's orders. The orange light moves quickly, far too quickly for any of them to outrun on such short notice. The entire battlefield of fallen ghouls is soaked in this orange light, and the fallen Lich King's soldiers become rejuvenated by the influx of new orange energy that creeps into their dead cores. Every fallen ghoul and wraith that lies dead on the ground begins to move again, regenerate, and stand to its feet. New roars, screeches, and movement fills the battlefield with life of the undead. The enormous pillar of black energy collides with Ember's dense red flames. This wave of red fire disintegrates parts of the Black Veil, but the amount of energy that emerges from the shadows below feels as if it is endless. The dark energy surges up into the sky. It expands outward, then disperses. The being beneath the darkness reaches its final battle form, greater form of the Dark God. A 100m long jet black scythe emerges from the darkness, and the white skeletal form beneath the dark cloak is now covered in swirling black energy, with the faint light of orange eyes below it. The shockwave of energy from this final form's evolution process ripples over 50 kilometers deep into the desert, knocking out the elite troops of the Flame Emperor's army over 5 kilometers away, leaving them on the desert floor, foaming at the mouths. My body double that helps the troops escape with Fisher and Lydia is hit by the blast, and barely stays on its feet after the mental pressure of that blow. However, the body double that stayed behind in the center of the newly rejuvenated ghouls has no chi to protect itself from the shockwave at less than 1 kilometer away, and it's killed on the spot by the overwhelming pressure sending memories back to my main body. Monk, Maria, Aerie, and Abby, who are the last to remain on the battlefield, after making sure the weaker troops had a way to escape, are capable of putting up chi and soul energy shields to protect themselves from this violent mental attack. But the energy that hits them is still baffling. This sudden surge of energy slows their travel speed momentarily, but Abby releases pulses of restoration magic to help everyone heal and attempt run faster from the orange wave. However, it is no use. The curse of the Lich King stretches up high into the sky to create an orange wall of energy that seems impossible to run away from. It moves at the same pace that the Shadow Knight approaches. Each of them turns to the wall of light and activates their ranked-up buffs along with their soul energy. But in the face of the overwhelming power that was just unleashed on them, all out of nowhere, these fighters seem like ants in the grand scheme of this battle. They stand in a line, using each other's chi and soul energy to attempt blocking the massive orange wave. But the moment it touches their shielding, the orange energy overpowers it entirely. Their defenses are breached instantly. The orange wave of death begins to fall upon them. The Lich King raises its impossibly large black scythe into the sky and prepares to bring it down on Ember. Ember lets more red energy flood out from his core, about to forcefully release a level of power from within him that is certain to block this attack, but has a high chance of causing irreversible damage to his soul energy core in this life. However, he stops once he senses something approaching at high speeds from far off in the desert. The Lich King sees its facial expression and yells out in a mocking tone, "You still dare to smile in the face of certain demise. You really have changed, haven't you? I will be the first divine beast ever to defeat the Black Dragon. This is the beginning of my new legacy. I will show the world my power." It starts to swing the scythe downward, and Ember erupts into flames, getting ready to block, but replies while continuing to watch the being approach in his senses. "I believe you are right. A new legacy will begin today." The scythe swings downward, and at the same moment the orange light starts to engulf the members of the Flame Emperor's party in the desert below. When all hope feels lost, the sky turns red. A wave of soul energy approaches from Sector 2. The temperature in the desert increases by hundreds of degrees in mere fractions of a second as a figure rockets through the sky at unfathomable speeds. It is covered in a dark crimson aura, holding a black sword, leaving trails of flames behind. Chapter 494. Pledge your loyalty or burn to ash. My voice echoes through the desert, using my screech perk to make my entrance known. Just moments ago, memories of the entire battle flooded into my mind from a body double that was killed in the shockwave following the Lich King's transformation. Even while traveling over a kilometer above the desert, my dark blood-red soul energy aura melts the desert sand below. It looks as if an enormous ball of fire is rocketing through the desert and burning everything in its path. I am fully armored up, using my ranked up buff to create the manifestation of my dark black greater form, while an even larger layer of soul energy surrounds it and manifests an enormous black flaming sword. My eyes are locked on a wave of orange light that is fractions of a second away from engulfing my teammates and turning them into pawns for the Lich King's army. My eyes pulse, and my aura grows as the desert turns to a sea of liquid glass below me. Everything and everyone is engulfed in my soul energy's flames. I position my trajectory downward to aim my blade at the enormous Shadow Knight with a 0 on its chest, stained in an orange light. Then, my wave of fire collides with the overwhelming wall of energy that is the curse of the Lich King. The collision makes another devastating shockwave of energy, almost equivalent to the collisions of Ember and the Lich King just moments ago. The orange wall of energy tries to eat away my blood-red flames, but it does not tear them apart with ease like every other roadblock it manages to instantly phase through. A unique trait of these flames starts to absorb the energy that eats away at it, and just milliseconds after the collision, the massive ball of fire begins dismantling and pushing back the orange-cursed energy. It spreads throughout the impossibly wide and tall wall, like a colony of fire ants attacking its prey, and consuming it faster than it can move forward. My teammates who were moments away from certain doom are consumed by my flames, but the link through my Rising Emperor's domain treats their mass as a part of my own body and passes through them like a warm breeze. The thousands of newly awakened ghouls and wraiths, on the other hand, are incinerated and absorbed into the dark red flames. All of their weapons, broken cores, and charred remains fall into my fire and end up inside my item storage once they're killed. The swirling orange soul energy left behind in the atmosphere does not dissipate. It is eaten up and absorbed by my flames as well. I swing my blade from a downward position, starting at the ground and up to the sky, to release a soul energy attack straight at the Dark Guard with a 0 on its chest. The liquid glass of the desert is parted as my energy rips through it, hundreds of kilometers into the earth, tearing through the Shadow Knight's armor without any resistance at all. I fly right over its head as it is sliced in two, then incinerated by my flames. Level Up X226 Level Up. Notifications ring in my ear, alerting me that I've hit level 1785. But this upward slash that took out the Dark Guard wasn't even the main purpose of my attack. My gaze is still held steady on the Lich King that is wielding an impossibly large scythe, and the instant stat increases from this kill only powers my movements forward even faster. It swings it downward, and across its body at a 45-degree angle, pointed straight at Ember in his newly ranked up, true dragon form. My red soul energy sword collides with this dreadful black scythe less than 10 meters away from Ember, and the earth-shattering collision that ensues can be felt vibrating in the sandy desert over 100 kilometers away. Red and black energy radiates off both of our weapons, as they're not even touching, but their soul energies fight for dominance, at a standstill over 5 meters apart between them. The Lich King is holding its scythe with 2 bony hands swinging downward, engulfed in dark magic and eyes glowing orange. I swing my sword up, using every ounce of new power I've managed to absorb and obtain while awakening. It feels like all of my bones are breaking, and every muscle fiber is tearing. But I don't let up. I continue to push upward and let my flames burn brighter. Red arcs of electricity start to erupt from my flames, as well as enormous tornadoes of wind that keep the fires growing and raging on. Every element in my status is being pushed to its limits and imbued into my soul energy to add to this slash. We hold this position in place for just over half a second, but it feels as if hours are going by in my mind. The explosion that follows pushes both of us backward. The Lich King is sent flying upward and back into the desert while I am thrown down to create a deep crater in the ground. This doesn't hold either of us back from charging up our weapons and immediately going back in at the other for the kill. I jump into the air, holding my enormous manifestation of a dark red flaming sword. Even in my greater form, being over doubled in size again by the soul energy surrounding it. My form is just about 1/73, the size of the Lich King's final form. Ember swoops in as I jump up, allowing me to land on his back to gain more speed while concentrating my power into my blade rather than my footsteps through the air this time. There is another reality-shaking clash of energy, sending ripples of heat, light, and soul energy vibrating through everything nearby. We're both sent flying backward again. However, this time I have Ember to guide my movements and don't have to steady myself. Instead, I charge up another attack without thinking about stabilizing in the air. Ember speaks through our telepathy link while our dark red soul energy begins to merge together. Fashionably late, aren't you? Time to kill this monster. Ember releases a concentrated wave of flames forward at the same time I swing my blade, and both of our attacks collide with the black aura of the incoming scythe. This time, after vibrations rattle the desert, the Lich King's long curved blade is actually pushed backward a few meters before the release of power. With our combined attack, we've got it beat on pure strength, just slightly. However, our opponent notices this too, and more black aura starts to surround its blade and flood from its inner dark form. The monster's voice echoes throughout the desolate flame-covered battlefield as it raises its scythe again. Impossible. A mere mortal and a weak dragon have stood up to me in the form of a dark god. This act shall never be remembered. I shall erase it from history. With you two as my servants, the world shall only know of the immortal Lich King. The Dark One? No, the Dark God. It swings its scythe downward again, but I get an eerie feeling from it once the black aura around it starts to swirl and shift. Halfway through its downward slash, the tip of the scythe disappears into thin air, or, more like, it falls away into the dark aura of shadows. From behind me, a massive black portal opens, and the pointed tip of the monster's blade comes rocketing out. The rest of the curved weapon follows, and I turn my body to block it with my blade at the last moment. Without my full attention being captivated in the charge-up, and a switch in momentum, it overpowers me, and I am sent flying off of Ember's back while blocking the scythe. My soul energy sword still keeps a direct hit, so it never manages to cut through my body. But I am shot flying past the Lich King at close proximity, just in time for it to create another jet black portal and swing its scythe through this one too. I twist my body again, and this time, with enough momentum to clash with it using equal power. My soul energy blade collides with a small portion of the Lich King's scythe that sticks out of a black portal that floats in the air. At the same time, Ember lets out a concentrated beam of fire at the Lich King's main body and manages to burn away a portion of its black cloak and swirling black energy of its greater form underneath to reveal the bright white bone of the monster's lower rib cage. I spot a shimmering orange light inside it and make the split-second deduction that it must have some kind of core or power source. As soon as I come to this conclusion, however, the energy and cloak that Ember burned away reforms and covers up the orange glow again, and I have to block another incoming scythe from the black portals that form all around me. I don't have the momentum to fully protect myself this time, and am sent rocketing into the desert floor to create another deep new canyon in the molten sand below. As I shoot back up to the surface, I watch Ember narrowly avoid the swing of a scythe that appears from behind him, then sends off another fire attack to melt away a small portion of soul energy and reveal that orange light again. I come to the conclusion that I need to switch things up. I activate the perk of my Rising Emperor's Domain, Power Holder, and feel 44 geopoints with stats I am able to steal right now. 6 of them are my ranked-up teammates. 37 of them are all the unconscious elites over 5 kilometers away, and 1 is an unknown new link of loyalty at a very high level. The natural range of my domain has risen exponentially from the level-ups, an increase in energy control, without even thinking for more than a fraction of a second. Like turning on a passive buff, I take 10% of everything they have, and notifications ring in my inner ear while I fly back up at the Lich King. 50-58-4 strengths, 4,950 defense, 58-88 agility, 6,292 speed, 7,220 mental street rank, 14,087,516,777 mana control. A surge of power flows through me. All of my base stats are nearly doubled, and the increase in mana control increases my overall energy control and significantly buffs my soul energy. I sense Ember's soul energy capacity rocket upward too. It feels as if a dam has broken and energy pours out to cover his true form in a layer of fire at a whole new level than it was moments ago. The black scythe from the Lich King appears from Ember's blind spot out of a black portal, and the moment he detects it, there is no time to dodge. He can only turn his talons in the way to block. As he does, the two forces collide with even power, and the glowing orange eyes of the Lich King widen in confusion. His claws wrap around the monster's black scythe, and at the same moment, I swing my soul energy blade upward and aim right for its chest, where I witness the orange glow pouring out just moments prior, with its blade stuck in the grasp of a flaming dragon. And my crimson energy sword pointed at the creature's heart, the Lich King knows exactly what is about to happen. It lets out a blood-curdling scream and a declaration that echoes through everyone's ears. I am the Dark One, the Undead King. I will become the next Demon Lord. You mortals cannot stop me. Impossible. If you dare to defy the natural order of my new world, I will take you down with me. As my energy sword rips through its black cloak, incinerating the dark shielding around its chest area, I dive deep into its rib cage while swinging my sword. An enormous orange gem rests inside it, flowing with soul energy and pumping power all throughout its body. Before I can even bring my sword down on it, it begins to glow brighter and brighter as if it is about to explode. I make tight shielding of soul energy around my head, heart, and vital organs, but leave everything else nearly defenseless, and charge my blade with all of the remaining soul energy I have. A cracking sound ripples through the air as the monster tries to take its blade back from Ember's grasp, but he holds on with bloody talons, tightening more onto the sharp blade. The Lich King sacrifices over 20 meters of its scythe, severing the end part by closing its dark portal. Ember still holds onto the creature's broken portion of blade while releasing a full-powered, highly concentrated beam of fire at its head. At the same time, a new portal is formed right behind me, and the cracked and broken scythe comes through it, pointed right at my back, with the expanding core about to explode in front of me, and the enormous black fractured scythe coming at me from behind. The only possible way I could dodge either of these would be to give up on my attack and run. However, that is not at all what I plan to do. I follow through, pushing my soul energy blade deep into the orange gem at a diagonal angle, predicting that it will explode the moment I break through it. I position my body in the way of its blast to be violently propelled in the direction it does. The scythe swings down right where I was and slices through my left shoulder and left leg. Without the violent orange blast that pushes me to the right side, it would have been a direct hit. However, my main body is propelled far away while the broken gem erupts from a slit that my sword managed to produce and expels its energy at a constant rate from inside. The orange blast melts away my skin at close proximity, but isn't able to breach any of my denser soul energy shielding. While flying backward through the air, I use self-regeneration to grow back my lost limbs and melted flesh, then concentrate on the new black portals that appear to my sides, while I plummet toward the liquid glassy ground. I block every one of the blows with my energy sword. Watching black shards of the scythe as metal get chipped away with every collision it makes, by the time I hit the ground, less than half of its weapon remains. At this point, I am fully regenerated, and I jump back into the violent explosion of orange energy from its core. The Lich King continues to let out a death screech as it tries to obliterate everything in its vicinity. But the aura that comes off of Ember and myself is far too strong to be eaten by its orange soul energy. I grasp my blade tightly, jumping directly through the violent orange aura eruption, while bashing away its final attempts to block me with its shrinking scythe. With my gaze locked onto the orange core gem that is still floating in its chest and releasing power, I swing my blade at it again. This time, with no external threats left to stop me from releasing everything I have into a final attack. My sword plunges into the crack that my previous attack produced, and I allow all of my soul energy to erupt from my blade and engulf what is left of the stone while shattering it to pieces from the inside. My flames stretch outward, engulfing more and more with boundless hunger. The more it absorbs, the stronger my flames become. As I get stronger, the Lich King's energy that attempts to slip away becomes weaker, All of the energy from this orange blast falls into my dark flames, and they engulf the Lich King's entire body. There is no hope for it to escape. The crystal disintegrates, and every drop of the orange soul energy in the surrounding area disappears in an instant to leave nothing but a skeleton. In a black cloak, holding a shattered scythe, the screeches stop, and the waves of energy that threaten to tear the desert in two cease entirely. Ringing notifications sound in my ear, and the remains of the Lich King fall to the molten desert below. Level up X414. Use absorption skill, combat magic, superior dark summoning. Yes, no, use absorption buff. Curse of the Lich King, yes. No, use absorption. Stat 3188, mental street strength. Yes, no, chapter 495. As I scan the battlefield to ensure there are no other enemies nearby, I slowly let my buffs and soul energy aura deactivate and flow back inside my core. I instantly absorb the new skill, combat magic, superior dark summoning, and an additional 3188 mental street strength points. But pause before accepting this new buff. Curse of the Lich King stares at me in bright orange status text, just as it did as a stain on every Dark Guard status I saw it on. It hovers above the pile of bones that falls closer to molten sand below me. I tighten my gaze, then decide not to accept this buff. I open my item storage and let out a sigh to let the remains of this monster fall inside. The black metal shards of its scythe, remains of its dark cloak, the skull of the Lich King that still is covered with swirling black energy labeled Superior Dark Element Stone, 5 dark orbs labeled Archdemon's Core, and a silver ring with a clear gem on it labeled Ring of the Divine, hidden ability fall into my storage. If I have second thoughts, I can decide later. I whisper under my breath. Something doesn't feel quite right about that buff. I don't want to add it to my status without thinking it over and getting a second opinion from Ember as well. Its corpse will stay in suspended animation inside my storage for as long as I'd like. My gaze hovers over the rest of my status, and I see my level has reached 2199. In addition to this, I take a moment to look at my new skill combat magic, Superior Dark Summoning. Underscore 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 combat magic. Superior dark summoning info. Dark magic allows the caster to summon darkness. It is the absence of light, or the absence of magic itself. If dark magic clashes with any pure mana-based attack, it will negate the opponent's attack proportional to the amount of MP the enemy is exerting. An advanced grade hidden ability. The MP necessary to negate attacks thrown by elemental skills by the opponent need to only exert 25% of the attack's MP to negate it. An extreme grade hidden ability. Portals of Shadows can be created within the caster's mana control aura and can allow items or portions of the caster's body to phase through it as long as they stay touching the caster. A superior grade hidden ability. A single opponent killed by the caster may be resurrected in the form of shadows. The remains of this opponent must be sacrificed to the shadows, and only one contract may be created at a time. Once a new contract is created, the old one will disappear. The Shadow Soldier will be reborn at the level it was killed, but may gain XP to level up and increase its mana control naturally. Its experience points will be split evenly with the caster while it is walking in the world of the living. This resurrected form is capable of expressing free will, but their link to the world of the living can be severed by the caster at any time. If the Shadow Summon is killed, its level and mana control will decrease by 10% once it is summoned again. Grade: Superior. Upgrade underscore 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 underscore. My eyes skim through these notes, and I get very excited about the potential of this new power. I'll be able to negate mana-based attacks without using demonic energy, use a new kind of spatial magic, and the appearance of the Dark Guard with a 0 on its chest makes much more sense to me now. That was the Lich King's resurrected summon. After analyzing this new dark magic skill, I reread my newest skill upgrade I was able to do right while my soul energy was awakening. This is the reason I was able to use absorption to have the option to accept a buff in the first place. However, only one of the Lich King's buffs showed up. And after reading it, I soon understand why. Underscore, 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 absorption, mythic grade info. This is a unique skill. Upon dealing the final killing blow to any creature, the caster has the capability to absorb its skills. Absorbed skills will be adapted to fit the caster's biology. A special grade hidden ability, after defeating opponents of considerable strength, there is a chance the caster will be able to absorb 5% of their opponent's highest stat points. This will permanently increase the caster's status. For every 5 levels that the opponent surpasses the caster's own, the probability of triggering this passive ability increases by 1%. A legendary grade hidden ability. Skills acquired using absorption will now increase in grade class up to the current grade of this absorption skill. Therefore, skills acquired using absorption will now increase in grade class up to mythic grade upon casting. Old skills already obtained by the caster can now be upgraded to mythic grade after defeating an opponent with the same skill. After an opponent is defeated, their mana control proficiency MAPB may be absorbed. For all opponents below 80% of the caster's level, 0.1% of Make CP will be absorbed. For all opponents between 80% of the caster's level and the caster's level, 0.25% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents between the caster's level and 120% of the caster's level, 0.5% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents above 120% of the caster's level, 1% of MCP will be absorbed. There is a 5% chance that any opponent above the caster's current level will allow 1 proficiency point, PPP, to be absorbed. A mythic grade hidden ability. If the defeated opponent is above 10% the caster's level, there is a 10% chance the caster can absorb one of the opponent's permanent buffs. Every additional 10%, the opponent's level is higher than the caster's level. An additional 10% probability of their permanent buff being absorbed will apply. If the opponent has more than 1 permanent buff, the most compatible ability will be chosen. Unique buffs' latent abilities may change based on the caster's biology. A mythic grade hidden ability, if an opponent's HP is brought down below 5%, the caster has the capability to absorb a single skill without killing them. Activation time may vary depending on the total mana control difference between opponents. The opponent will permanently lose this skill from their status after it is absorbed. If the enemy has more than 1 skill on their status, it may still be stolen after killing them. Grade, mythic grade upgrade. Underscore, 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 score, underscore, 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 underscore. 2 interesting new mythic grade hidden abilities catch my eye at the bottom of this description sheet. The first is the ability to have a chance of absorbing an enemy's permanent buff. This is what allowed the Curse of the Lich King to show up in my possible absorption options. The last ability stands out to me the most. Now, it is possible for me to steal skills without killing my enemies. I close my status, then take a look at my surroundings. The sun is high in the sky, reflecting off the molten desert around me as far as the naked eye can see. Ember floats downward, shrinking and turning back into his dragon hybrid form, then eventually back into his full human form, with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. The moment I look him in his eyes, I stare deep into a crimson void of soul energy and immediately see the manifestation of an enormous black flaming dragon, many times larger than the form I just witnessed in this battle. Even though he is not using any soul energy, I can sense exactly how much his core will allow him to output if he chooses to go all out, along with the eerie feeling that this well of power is nearly limitless and is just held back by a seal. I murmur to myself as he floats over closer to me. So this is what Abby and Maria saw. I get why they reacted like that now. Ember grins and responds. Yes, I have to say, your soul energy awakening debut was rather impressive too. It is unclear which one of us is the true monster, wouldn't you say? He looks off into the distance too, and the molten sand sloshes around, radiating immense heat. The edges of the 10 kilometers wide sea of glass I created start to crystallize now that my soul energy flames have died down. I ask Ember a question. So, what exactly is the curse of the Lich King? I am able to absorb its buff now, but I haven't yet. It is still floating in my storage undecided. A majority of its soul energy essence is floating inside suspended animation as well. Ember exhales through his nose, chuckling for a moment, then gets serious and shakes his head. It is similar to a lesser version of your Rising Emperor's domain. However, only you are able to give your army power. You cannot take it for yourself. You'll have to strip their status clean of everything if you want them to comply. However, the upside is, it doesn't have to be an agreement between two parties. The buff holder will be the one in control. You can forcibly create contracts. I think about it for a moment, but Ember speaks up again before I do. If it were up to me, I'd say let that buff and the Lich King's remains rot away in your storage for eternity. You don't want any part of that disgrace of a divine beast's legacy stained on your souls. As long as you keep its soul energy essence from dissolving back into the world, it can never begin the rebirth process. He shrugs. But it is up to you. I nod. That was my initial thought as well. I'll pass on absorbing its buff for now and keep its soul energy locked away for safekeeping. Ember chuckles again, but is interrupted by the cracking and hardening of the glassy pool below us. Ice spreads our way, and a bright flash of blue and green light does too. Abby flies through the air with Aerie by his side and all 37 of the fully restored elite fighters. Maria is below them, using her ice-imbued soul energy to freeze and harden the desert floor so it is capable of being walked on again, and not just a molten pit of death. 5 people trail at the rear. Fisher, Lydia, and my one remaining body double are behind the fighters to the right. Then, Monk and an old man in torn white robes with a LV-1602 tag and a link of loyalty to my Rising Emperor's domain floats next to him in the sky. Things begin to click in my mind, vaguely remembering the feeling of a weak life force, deep beneath the mountains become engulfed in my flames during my initial attack. They heard my words, "Pledge your loyalty or burn to ash," as I flew over, and as the orange soul energy burned away from their body, they submitted to the flames and joined my ranks by their own volition. After a quick appraisal, I find that his status is completely wiped clean. There are no items, no skills, and not even the curse of the Lich King buff left over. My mind races for a proper explanation, but can only conclude that it is a unique trait of my soul energy using my buffs and skills in unison to create this effect. It seems I can burn away curses like this under special conditions. To know more, I'll need to conduct further tests in the future. Ember and I float down to greet the rest of the army. I deliberately do not put up a disguise this time, allowing everyone here to see my true appearance. They put their life on the line to give me time and fight an army that numbered nearly 2,000 troops while I was awakening. Getting a bit personal is the least I can do for them in return. Once we all touch down on the icy glass that Maria has summoned, I speak up. We've won. All of us that stand here today make up the strongest force in the entire Dark Continent. I thank you for your service today, and hope that this great battle against the Dark One's army marks the beginning of our reign. Everyone looks up at me, and I scan the crowd, looking at everyone in the eyes individually. This is just the beginning. A great battle has been won to declare dominance over the Dark Continent, but this is far from the true powers that rule this world. We will celebrate our victory, and we will strive to grow stronger. The moving image of a burning flag with a Hunters Association logo on it flashes in my mind as I visualize my next target, slowly formulating a new long-term plan of action. I float back up in the air and begin sifting through my item storage to let many of the items that were absorbed into my soul energy flames fall out. I use telekinesis to let them all float down slowly to everyone below. Your spoils of war. I managed to pick these up before destroying the battlefield. I let about 100 of the highest grade weapons fall out of my storage. These are silver swords, shields, daggers, and unique artifacts that some of the higher grade level 400 to 700 ghouls had on them. The elites take them with thanks, and I move on to the even better loot. Over a dozen wraith cores fall from my storage next into the hands of Lydia and Fisher. Then, 8 purple gems in the shape of spider's eyes fall toward Aerie and Abby. They hum with energy, and each have mental strength and agility buffs that reach 300%. The remains of a shattered silver sword, being what is left over from the first ranked Dark Guard, falls toward Maria. Its shards each have 450% strength buffs and can surely be used in future crafts. None of the other items from the first guard remain. They were all shattered to dust or burned to ash. Ember doesn't care for magic items like these, so Maria is happy to take them for a future craft. Then lastly, I float down to see Monk and the old man by his side. He turns to look me in the eyes, and both of them bow. I nod back and speak to the old man first. Considering our link of loyalty is already created, you have my trust. However, I still have many questions to ask you once we've all recovered from battle. He gives me a weak nod back, replying in a raspy tone. Of course. It is clear he has built up immense fatigue and is having a tough time even standing in front of me now, but is doing so out of respect. I smile, then turn to Monk. Great. This must be even more of a surprise to you than it is to me. It is a pleasure to finally meet your master. Chapter 496. I look off into the distance towards Sector 2, then speak up to Monk again. Let's get back safely and rest. After that, we can talk. Everyone around us divides their loot and begins to chatter amongst themselves. I decide to wrap up my talk before I lose everyone's focus, so I float back up in the air and put on my Flame Emperor's disguise. Now, let's go back to town and bring the good news. I float upward with Ember next to me, and my ranked-up teammates follow close by. We leave the enormous sea of hardened glass behind. The mountain range is completely leveled and melted away. The ravine is filled in, and the entire landscape is forever changed. The sun continues to shine overhead as we return home. A few minutes into the flight back, I decide to eliminate the body double that is with me now and replace it with a new double at my current level 2199. I create a second as well to replace the one that was killed in battle. I have them both fly much faster off ahead of the returning troops to go to the Canyon of Dungeons. One of them is given some gold to head to Vice City, and Solara to get more food and water for the town, while the other one heads off to start upgrading my skills. As it vanishes off into the desert, I start sifting through my item storage to look at my own gear again, and I begin hearing dozens of notifications in my inner ear. Skills are being upgraded to Mythic grade, and elements are all rising to Extreme grade one by one. A grin comes across my face as I take the time in the air while traveling back to begin sifting through my storage and planning out what kind of new gear I'll craft. With my new high-grade materials from defeating the Lich King, the first thing I try to do is remove my Greater Demon's Core from my inventory slot. With all of the new high-ranking gear now, its 50% buff to all of my stats is becoming near obsolete. It is still a great boost, but I am sure in the near future I'll have items that can fit that space better. I attempt merging it with my Archdemon's Core using my crafting skill, but it doesn't show up in the interface. Neither do any of the 5 Archdemon Cores that float in my storage. They can be equipped, but cannot be taken off my item list, nor modified by any other outside items using crafts. It makes sense that a demon would never unequip or alter its core, but feels unreasonable for a human to be locked into the same mechanism if I am not dependent on it to live. I continue to tinker around with it for a while, but come to the conclusion I'll need to do some tests with soul energy and some new mythic grade skills another time. I'll find a way to remove it eventually. I really only need one core to properly use demonic energy. Once I come to that conclusion, I come up with two other crafts that I'd like to try out. The first is a simple one, so I activate it while soaring through the air, taking the remains of the shredded Dark One's cloak and imbue them into my cloak of total darkness, adding all of the remaining ripped fragments of the Lich King's cloak, 604% agility, 399% speed, hidden ability dark attribute, to my blood-bonded cloak does not create a new visual appearance, but it significantly upgrades the cloak's stats and adds a dark attribute to its abilities. Underscore, 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 cloak of total darkness. 10 to 680% mental strength. Sten, 595% agility. 498% speed. 200% per. Says. I, too, Heption blood bonded. Hidden passive ability concealment attribute. Dark attribute. Underscore 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 I feel a urge of power as it is upgraded while I am wearing it. The cloak feels as if it can shift and change with more ease, and my magic power as well as natural perception and movement speed feel a noticeable change. I do a few twists and spins in the air while continuing to lead everyone forward. So Ember comments on it. Already putting the Lich King's gear to good use, huh? Anything else interesting? I nod, thinking about a few other items. I'd like to wait until I am back in the town to craft, but pull out the silver ring with the clear gem on it labeled Ring of the Divine Hidden Ability. I did get this, but no matter how many times I try to appraise it, nothing more than its name comes back. I am not exactly sure what it is. This catches Ember's attention, so he floats closer to me, and I hand him the ring to examine. Ember lets it float in the air in front of him, using an invisible energy that I am unable to sense to make the artifact float in front of his eyes. The longer he looks at it, the more intense his stare gets. Then he finally looks up at me. Yes, this is definitely a divine key. I raise an eyebrow and respond. A what? Divine key? What does it do? Ember shrugs, pulling a silver ring with a red gem on it out from thin air. It appears on his finger, and I see the same exact appraisal reading on it too. Ring of the Divine. Hidden ability now. I am even more confused. It's clear to see on my face. So Ember speaks up again. He hands the silver and clear stone ring back to me while making the silver and red ring disappear back to wherever it came from. Sometimes the divine beasts are called upon. This is the ring that each one carries to answer that call. You shouldn't be able to hold the ring, nor should it even be manifested in this physical world in the hands of a mortal. The conditions in which you killed and sealed away the Lich King's soul energy inside you must have altered with the wish of the divine. Ember smiles and thinks to himself for a few more seconds. Put it on. It won't do anything for you now, but it may bring opportunity if the divine ever cared to call. He thinks to himself again, then speaks up in a more nonchalant tone. It has been tens of lifetimes since anything like that has happened, so I really doubt you'll ever need it. However, there is always a chance. I hold the ring in my hand for a while longer as we soar back to the town. As the construction projects and day-to-day lives of townspeople come into view, I decide to take Ember's advice and place the ring on. We all float down to the nearest entrance of the new apartment building, and my double has already returned with fresh supplies for everyone to go back to their rooms and decompress from the long, hard battle. It is agreed upon that everyone meets back up before the sunset to celebrate and talk with the town. I plan on doing an official announcement, but feel it is more necessary for people to relax and spread what happens by word of mouth for now if they wish. After handing these out, my double gives additional supplies to the man, Dan Stryker, that has set up a small mercenary guild bar right outside the apartment complex on the small street leading the center of town. I give him cooking supplies, high-end drinks, and miscellaneous gear and supplies to throw a celebration for the army volunteers once they've finished washing up and resting. Many of my teammates want to do exactly the same thing. Ari meets back up with Luna. Monk helps his master find a room with a comfortable bed and good food to rest. Lydia and Fisher decompress on their own and socialize with the army recruits, rehashing moments of battle together. Then, Abby, Maria, Ember and I all go back to the Guildhall in the center of the city. Instead of going inside, we all float up onto the roof and overlook the town as word of what happened today slowly spreads amongst the villagers by word of mouth. None of us speak a word to each other. We just enjoy the view as people live their lives, and the sun slowly moves over the horizon. Soon, Aerie and Luna meet us up on top of the roof as well. Then, Monk, Lydia, and Fisher all make their way here too. I share my craftsmanship skill with everyone. And we even sift through all of the B-grade materials down in the bunker to find more gear to maximize their crafting possibilities. Everyone gets major upgrades. Fisher and Lydia both make many concealment cloaks, similar to mine by merging the Wraith's cores and imbuing my conceal skill. They hand them out to everyone here on the roof. Ember and Monk are the only ones that prefer not to take the gift. The others that do will now be able to alter their appearance to whatever they can imagine, even when I am not sharing my concealment skill with them. Aerie and Abby make pendants and rings out of the purple spider eyes. Maria uses the core of the 5th, ranked Dark Guard, to create a set of blood-bonded armor with over 350% defense buffs and high magic resistance to all of the elements. Then, she merges all of the large fragments of the first-ranked Dark Guard sword to create a brand new blood-bonded sword with over 500% strength enhancements. She doesn't imbue the sword with any skills or weaker element stones, hoping that she'll get to fight a strong ice monster in the future for its element stone. While they do this, I make my own new weapon in the same fashion that Maria did, but I have both the weapon's base material, as well as the element I want to imbue. The potential of the craft I am attempting here excites me. I take all of the broken pieces of the Lich King's scythe and stack them on top of each other, using telekinesis to keep them floating in the air. The only reason this blade broke was because the Lich King sacrificed it to pull it from Ember's grasp. Before its base was shattered by its dark portals and structural integrity began to fall apart, this blade withstood attacks directly from my fully powered soul energy attacks. Its fragments all read Lich King's scythe. 519% strength, 444% mental strength. Hidden ability. It still vibrates and longs to be imbued with dark magic again. So much so that when I take the Lich King's dark skull from my inventory, the dark element stone that has merged itself inside this creature's remains still tries to seep its way back into the floating pile of shattered blade. I activate my newest skill, Superior Dark Summoning, and allow black tendrils of energy seep from my hands to meld with the energies that loom around, even imbuing soul energy into this magic. To increase its strength and simulate the kind of magic I'd use during battle, it creeps into the fragments of the blade and mixes with the pure dark elemental energy coming out of the skull. I cut open my wrist to allow far more blood than necessary to pour out, soaking the blades and regenerating my blood to create a foolproof, secure bond. I remember Bry saying the more blood the crafter uses, the more control over the blood-bonded craft the wielder will have. Just 8 ounces has always been enough in the past, but from the sheer size of materials I am using, and the power that seeps out from this dark element skull-shaped stone, I get the feeling using far more is safer. I activate my mythic-grade craftsmanship skill, and the enormous pile of materials begins to glow bright white. First, it expands and flashes. Then it begins to compact and fuse together while floating in the air. It gets smaller and smaller, but the energy density inside of the craft reaches levels even more intense than I imagined. Once the bright white light finally ceases, a long black sword is left in my right hand that is nearly as tall and wide as I am. It immediately calls to be imbued with dark soul energy imbued magic, and I do exactly that because it feels so right. The blade pulses with dark magic, and a jet black aura forms around it. Right at the base of the blade, a black crystal skull channels the power from my hand into the impossibly dense metal. Over 100 m of scythe has been compacted into a 2 m long sword. It the same weight as that scythe and is capable of wielding even more power. Yet, it is all compacted and focused on a very small concentrated point. This is a weapon incapable of holding back. I could never use it in a friendly sparring match. It is a tool built solely for war. Underscore, 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 underscore 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 the Dark Emperor's blade. 729% strength, 66% mental strength. Ha! Weh. 512% speed, 478% agility, 401% defense, blood bonded dark attribute. Hidden ability underscore 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 underscore. I stare at the rotating masterpiece as I channel more and more power into it, and it never hits its cap. It continues to charge further and further with no end in sight. I hold it high above my head, then open a spatial magic portal behind me to let all of the remaining hundreds of silver swords that I managed to absorb from the fallen ghouls on the battlefield earlier fall out. The silver blades of my slain enemies come together, and I use a small amount of fire-imbued soul energy to heat them up enough that they are moldable. As I bring the massive black sword down to my side and sit back, I mold all of these blades into the shape of a throne. Using ice, water, and wind magic, the throne consolidates and shimmers silver from the sun's rays. I sit back against the cool metal made of the weapons of the enemy forces we just utterly destroyed and rest the jet black sword beside me. We've won. All of my teammates that fought in this war stand behind me and appreciate the view for a few minutes. Lights begin to shine in the city below, and the party looks like it is starting all along the street leading from the mercenary pub to the apartments hosting villagers and elite fighters. I stand up from my throne and place my new sword back into my inventory and point down to the crowd forming in the streets. Please, all of you celebrate your hearts out tonight. Let me worry about tomorrow. Just be ready to leave by noon. We'll visit Sector 1 together and bring the good news. Underscore, 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 Ray. Underscore, 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 underscore post chapter. Status update. Underscore, 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 under. What my at? Wesh. Core underscore. Underscore, underscore, underscore. Underscore, 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 co, underscore, 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 status open. Underscore, 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 underscore name. J Soju level. 2,199 horsepower. 11,000 divided by 11,000 MP. 11,000 divided by 11,000. Underscore, 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 8,594 743 sig, 36,181, 10313. 37,728, 62,650, 4,297, T8,594, 21,485, 21,485, 21,485, 21,485, C34,376 equals 277,931 total street ranked speed. 7,452. Yi 8,272. E 11,327. 9,315. 19,003. 37,111. 25,784. 38,154, 3,726, 7,452, 23,250, 18,630, T 18,630, 29,808 equals 257,914 total speed agility, 7,596, 7,596, 8,356, 9,495, 19,826, 45,196, 26,130. Sit, 36,309, 3,798, 7,596, 20965, 18,990. 30384 equals 242,237 total agility defense. 6,245. Sen, 4,621. T, 8,805. 6,870. 14,613. 19,484. 10,304. 24,918. 25,042. 3,123. 6,245. 15,613. 24,980 equals 170,000. 863 total defense mental street strength. 10,406. 15,713. 13,008. 13,632. 36,421. 70761. 9,023. 69,304. 5,203, 10,406, 30, 1,114, 26,015, 26,015, 41,624 equals 408,645 total mental street strength underscore. Underscore, underscore, underscore. Underscore, 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 absorption, mythic grade, swordsmanship, mythic grade, combat magic, extreme fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection. Mythic grade body hardening, mythic grade self-regeneration, mythic grade spatial magic item store. Age, plunderer, mythic grade telekinesis, appraisal special grade, conceal special grade, berserker, mythic grade dungeon walker, legendary grade intimidation, mythic grade dag, germastery, mythic grade stealth, mythic grade bloodlust, mythic grade equivalent exchange, combat magic, extreme wind summoning, seeing eye extreme strength, mythic grade, dual wielding, myth, ick grade telepathy, legendary grade, final breath, mythic grade, combat magic, extreme earth summoning, combat magic extreme mana manipulation, lifesteal, mythic grade, hibernation special grade, bat magic, advanced demonic energy manipulation, combat magic, extreme ice summoning body double, legendary grade lie detector, legendary grade hush, legendary grade craftsmanship, mythic grade ext, me speed mythic grade, combat magic, extreme water summoning screech, mythic grade phantom step, mythic grade flare, mythic grade confusion, mythic grade blast, mythic grade bin, dad, legendary grade bloodweaver, legendary grade poison mist, legendary grade iron fist, mythic grade extreme stamina, mythic grade combat magic, extreme lightning summoning, combat magic superi, or dark summoning, underscore, 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 items, equip, 15 slot, Avenue Aleable Post, second rank up. Current items equipped, Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation, T1 51% mental strength, 111% speed, 100% agility, C 99% strength, 74% defense illusion attribute. The Behemoth, Platinum Amulet. T1 41% defense, 125% strength, 125% mental strength, enchanted boots of extreme speed, 152% speed, enchanted ice serpents pendant, 110% agility, 75% magic. Resistance 95%, ice magic resistance platinum ring of the blue ogre king, 131% mental strength, 125% speed, 125% agility, 110% defense, the Flame Emperor's sword. 1A fire aspect, 421% strength, 350% mental strength, 234% defense, 255% speed, 261% agility berserker. King's armor set, blood bonded, 312% defense cloak of total darkness, 680%. Mental strength, 595% agility, 498% speed, 200% perception blood, bonded hidden passive ability, concealment attribute, dark attribute, enchanted lightweight gauntlets, and 165% defense is 100. And hand, 20% strength hardening attribute, infinite essence of regeneration blood, bonded, 439% strength, 399% defense, defensins, 375% mental strength, 346% speed, 344% agility, hidden ability, the Dark Emperor's Blade. Dead D7, 29% strength, 666% mental strength, 512% speed, 478% agility, 401% defense blood bonded, dark attribute, hidden ability greater demon's core, 50% all stats archdemon. Score, sin, 100% all stats ring of the divine. Hidden ability, final slot, 15 teat, interchangeable. Storm King's dagger set, blood bonded, 312% speed, 299% mental strength, Stead 2 76% agility, 250% strength, 250% defensins, lightning attribute, wind attribute, midnight dagger underscore, 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 skill buffs. Berserker, plus 250% strength plus mental strength, bloodlust, plus 250% speed plus agility plus mental strength, plus 100% perception, extreme strength, plus 250% strength, extreme speed, plus 250% speed. Final breath, tilde plus 400%, all stats exact percent will vary. Conditions and circumstances apply underscore. Underscore, 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 permanent buffs. Rising Emperor's domain hidden ability. Passive. Rising Emperor's greater form, hidden ability active. Red Hydra's Rage's soul bond attribute. Active underscore 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 core underscore. Chapter 4, 97. As the sun sets, more people join the festivities. Many elite fighters are fully rested, and the construction team under Maurice takes a load off from their hard day. This is both the debut opening of the first large bar in town on the main street and a symbol of the beginning of a new civilization that will grow from nothing into a force to be known by the world. I give a short speech and a simplified version of today's events. Once everyone has shown up, but leave them all on a simple note. We are no longer under attack from any nations within the Dark Continent. We shall grow and prosper from the ground up moving forward. Enjoy yourselves tonight. Consider this the beginning of a new era. There are clanks of drinks, cheers, and people go off and enjoy their night. I share a drink with my team, but the passive poison resistance perks of my self-regeneration skill negate its effects instantly. It is clear that the advancement of everyone's mana and chi control lessens the intensity of mind-altering toxins as well. But we do it more as a tradition to celebrate. The night goes on, but all of my main teammates end up right back on that rooftop once the main events calm down. We bring food, drinks, chairs, blankets, and lights up and surround the silver throne I created earlier to have our own private party and talk candidly amongst ourselves. It makes me happy to see the villagers enjoying themselves, and I entertain the fun conversations taking place here on the roof. But there are really only a few things left on my mind. The events of the battle replay in my head. The feeling of awakening and absorbing mana and chi in a trance-like state for months feels like a blur, and the fact that I've achieved the goal I set out to do is still flooding my body with endorphins. However, I want more. The chatter calms down, and we listen to the music that plays from below us in the town while staring up at the night sky and finally taking a moment to relax. Once the golden sun comes up over the desert horizon, I raise a question to Ember, who calmly watches the city lights get drowned out by the rising sun too. What is a demon lord? Ember turns to me with a curious gaze. No one has said a word for nearly an hour, enjoying the view, and this is the first thing that comes out of my mouth, based on his expression, and the perked-up expressions of everyone else around me. I follow up this question with a statement. Well, I heard the Lich King mention he would be the next demon lord. Then, I pull out the 5 archdemon cores from my storage, letting them hover over my left palm while pointing to the dark abyss that is barely visible in the morning light. It seems a lot of people get obsessed with this demonic energy. The Association tried to kill all of us just to get a hold of the remains of demonic energy after a labyrinth was destroyed. The old Sector 4 and Sector 2 leaders were clearly colluding to take the resources of the Abyss for themselves and had no problem trying to kill me to take my core. Now even the Lich King, the most powerful creature here on the Dark Continent, the underground leader of Sector 1. It carried 5 of these cores around too and claimed it will be the next demon lord. So, what does it mean? What is a demon lord? What is a demonic energy? What are demons? Ember lets out a sigh, staring off at the dark clouds of the abyss that are far away from the town near the Canyon of Dungeons. Well, if you really would like to know, I'll tell you. It won't make sense to a lot of your teammates. I can only explain it in terms that you and I have experienced together. That is fine. We can fill them in on the missing details as you explain. It has just been eating away at the back of my mind. I need to know why people want this power so badly. I let the cores fall back into my storage, then listen closely as Ember continues. Well, the reason people want power is an impossible question to answer in itself. Every individual seeks power for their own needs. But to be more specific, why do people want demonic power? There could be a number of answers to this question too. Ancient texts are hard to translate correctly. Sometimes demonic energy, mana, and what some call the God particle, chi, are hard to separate as the powers always shift as new eras come and go. There are always fights over powers that are unknown. If it is not the majority power source on planets, it will always be more valuable even if it is weaker than the main planet's power source. Sometimes, even the power of the divine is mixed into this misinformation. It is hard to know anyone's true motivation without knowing where they came from and what they know. He pauses. However, to stay on topic here, I can tell you why the Lich King in particular wanted to harness this demonic power. Great power comes from claiming the throne of the Demon Lord. Ember eyes the abyss one more time, then focuses his attention back on us. For any of you that have dealt with demonic monsters before, you know they do not exactly use the same energy as humans. The majority of power users on this planet use mana-based magic and a mana-based system. Mana is the most abundant in this environment over every other power source. It has seeped into all life on this planet and naturally found a balance, adapting to the human world. If there was not any mana in your body to begin with, and no mana on this planet to manifest dungeons, the system would not be here to absorb the power around you and grow in the first place. Everyone nods along as Ember continues. Demons come from the demonic realm. You walk through a rift to challenge one of their trials with a rift key once. Their world is mostly abundant with demonic energy, not mana. Their system and progression patterns to grow stronger do not work the same way as you humans. I nod, pulling out the purple, white glowing rift key that I still have that unlocks the next trial for everyone to see and respond. That is right, but I can sometimes see demonic energy in my system text. I have a skill for it, and even demonic artifacts show up in my appraisal skill. I pause and think to myself before speaking again. What about demons that run labyrinths here? They have levels. Most of them don't even use demonic energy at all. They use mana. What is with that? Ember turns to me and grins. That is true. But imagine you were born without an ounce of mana in your body in the demonic realm? You wouldn't awaken the same system you have. Your body and magic would adapt to the environment you are placed in. Once in contact with certain energies, the system will adapt to it too. A great example is soul energy. Its power is not always visible on the system either, but sometimes buffs and skills can be visible on it once mixed with mana or altered to fit an unmodified mana-based system. Ember points to Monk, my case and point here. Even without leveling up or using the mana-based system, you grew stronger using an external energy source for many years before we met. Chi Monk nods and Ember keeps talking. Sure, you were born with mana, but living creatures adapt to their environments. There are many energy sources and ways to control the world around you. Far more than you can comprehend right now. He pauses, then speaks in a more serious tone to all of us. The progression of a demon is simple. It goes from a weak basic hatchling demon to a greater demon that guards a labyrinth. This is considered a very strong form in their race, like humans would look up to an elite fighter, or a B-class ranked up hunter, once it grows strong enough absorbing enough demonic energy. Or, if placed in a mana-based environment, enough mana, it may have the chance to evolve into an archdemon. It gains more skills, awakens a new core, and has the capacity to grow stronger far faster. This is considered a peak-level soldier in the demonic realm. An archdemon's growth rate and possibilities are endless. Ember lets out another sigh. Just like any powerful being, the greed for more power is never satisfied. There is a final progression for a demon, but it requires an enormous amount of energy, physical ability, and time. It isn't exactly a feat one can just unlock from leveling up or absorbing more energy. They have to pass trials and claim the Demon Lord's throne. In doing that, they're able to finally reach their true peak form. He turns to me and looks me in the eyes. Whenever a Demon Lord's throne begins to show itself, it is a sign that there will be a great war during that era. It is really only called the Demon Lord's throne because the highest concentration of energy is usually in the demonic realm. It is not very often one forms on other worlds. Another species is capable of claiming it, reaching their final forms too. But something like this basically never happens. The demons always win. This is why the name of this special rank-up process has been written into history as the Ascension to Demon Lord. Everyone sits in silence, but Ember keeps going on. It isn't uncommon for a new throne to emerge after a past Demon Lord is defeated, or a cataclysmic event triggers energy stores to create a rift. Most of the time, these great challenges happen within the demonic realm, but I've seen them emerge on other worlds too. He turns back to the abyss for a final time. So, when the Lich King said he was on the path to becoming the next Demon Lord, he meant he was building an army and becoming stronger to one day challenge all of the demons and other beings that may show up to claim the throne. I turned to him with wide eyes and a fast-moving heart full of excitement. So, what you were saying is the Lich King wasn't even strong enough yet to take that throne. Ember shakes his head. Not even close. What I am saying is, there are other beings watching this throne awaken too. Demons, demonic monsters, and creatures from other worlds are always watching. I am sure you've seen for yourself. Many lurk in the abyss, waiting for it to awaken so they can challenge it themselves. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The fight for the throne has already begun. If the association is really that strict about demonic energy, odds are there are members in that organization that hope to reach this throne too. My mind races at all of these possibilities, reshaping potential plans for the future based on what Ember has told me, but not setting anything in stone before I know exactly what I'd be getting myself into. So, how strong do I have to be to take this throne? And how far away is it from awakening? Ember shrugs. Who knows? A week, 6 months, 10 years. The progression could speed up or slow down at any time. Throne awakenings are unpredictable. The trials are never the same either. Whenever it does happen, it isn't up to you. Your best bet is to keep training and getting stronger as usual for now. You may feel like you are on top of the world right now, but I assure you, if you want to find true power, you've just scratched the surface of what is possible. The sun fully rises, and no more questions are asked. Ember's words sounded like they were initially meant as a warning to all of us. But the more we listened and think about his words now, they feel more like a wake-up call, or even a motivational speech. It is great to celebrate, but this is not the end. There is still far more work to do to reach the top. This sentiment sinks into everyone, and the town below finally falls asleep and stops partying as the morning comes. I make sure to give my doubles plans for the day while everyone goes and rests for a few hours, and I tell them to meet me back here at noon. Even I do the same, checking out a luxury suite at the top of the apartment complex that was specifically built for me. Many of my teammates have their own suites all made on the same floor. Monk goes to check on his master, but he has fallen into a deep sleep after making it back here and has not woken up since. The suites have large beds, nice views, and basic needs all figured out, but they aren't as classy as some of the Vice, Solaran, or Valor City high-rises I've been to. However, they're very nice for such short notice and limited building materials. I take a hot shower and get ready for the day ahead. A few hours pass, and we all meet back up on the rooftop, feeling refreshed and ready to face the world. Fisher, Lydia, Monk, Aerie, Abby, Maria, Ember, and I all stand in a circle. I hand out transportation crystals to those who don't have any, while those that do pull them out from their item boxes. It is time to get back to business. Let's break the news to Lith and see how things are going in Sector 1. In a flash of white light, crushing the crystals in our hands, we're all transported into the white-walled lobby of the Galehart Tower. Chapter 498. We materialize inside the lobby of the Galehart Tower, and I immediately ask the two lobby men to tell me where Lith is, even though I already know the answer. He should be in his office. The elevator dings and opens, but no one is inside it. I turn and walk inside. All of my teammates follow. Then the fast-moving elevator moves us up dozens of floors in a matter of seconds before letting out a ding and opening up to show the visual of Lith's high-rise office. The moment I lay eyes on him, the man's appraisal-blocking artifacts are meaningless to me now. I see his LV, 824 rating clear as day now, his extreme wind element too. Even all of the high-grade mental strength boosting artifacts cannot be hidden from the soul energy coursing through my eyes. Even the mana shielding in this building that I assumed to be impenetrable before can easily be looked through like glass windows. My conceptions about this being a completely secure building were completely wrong. The Dark One was most likely spying on us this entire time. I sense many other buildings nearby, but 3 other large towers stand out the most to me in the center of the city, previously protected by the Dark One's royal guards. The shielding on them is nearly identical in thickness to the Galehart Tower. However, they're almost twice as tall, while smaller office buildings surround these towers and have workers similar to the setup Lith has here, just on a smaller scale. There is a clear distinction between those buildings and the 3 that are completely abandoned without a single guard or living soul inside them. One of them seems to be filled to the brim with many unique magic items, possibly replacement gear for soldiers in its army. Another has dozens of sectioned-off containment rooms, and it is hard to visualize exactly what is inside because of the many denser layers of shielding inside masking these very odd energy readings. Then lastly, there is a building that feels entirely empty, other than a small opening at the lobby base that seems to go underground. As my perception skills go wild, trying to pick up all of the readings in my environment, Lith stands up from his desk and interrupts my scans by speaking loudly with an annoyed expression on his face. 5 of my isolation pods. You took them a few days ago, didn't you? I saw it all on the surveillance footage once I was done with my session, yet haven't heard back from you since. those were rare gifts from the old Sector 2 leader. You know, they aren't easy to come by. You could have just used them here. I'd like a good explanation on why you've... The Dark One is dead. I killed it. We destroyed its entire army. Every Dark Guard, ghoul, wraith, and follower under its spell. As these words leave my lips, I grin and walk over to Lith while placing out a hand. I finished my portion of our agreement a little ahead of schedule. We had to take some of your resources when we were in a pinch for time. He stares at my outreached hand, and the look of annoyance on his face turns to one of shock. You really did? I smile and nod, staring him in the eyes with a serious look. There is only silence in the room for a moment before he places a hand over his desk and stands up to shake mine. Well, in that case, I did say I would give you whatever resources were necessary to become strong enough. I just never imagined you'd act so soon. We release our handshake, and I smile. What is done is done. However, I have a few more conditions I'd like to add moving forward. Because with the Dark One's army taken care of, the people standing before you right now make up the top fighters of the strongest army in the entire Dark Continent. There is a pause of silence in the room as the reality of the situation sinks in. Then, I say it out loud. We're taking over. Lith's face turns pale, but he doesn't move a muscle, speaking back in a steady tone, masking his fear. My connections, my resources. I am far more powerful than just physical strength. I think you should reconsider your... I interject before he completely misunderstands my point. Hey, I never said we're getting rid of you. Nothing like that at all. Color floods back into his face as I continue. I want you to be the face of Valor City. I need you to take over the arena, continue all of the high-end trade deals, and retake over the lost royal guards to make sure this place is secure. I look in his eyes and speak up again. Consider my team the new Dark One's army overlooking this city as a final measure of security, but with a far less strict agenda and more perks. I want things to prosper here as much as you. Our trade deals shall run just as normal. You will keep your discount for items bought for Sector 1. Plus, I wish to see your promise to continue linking me with all of the other sectors and regions on the mainland stay the same. Lith nods, thinking over my words, then replies, That is fair. It is really all I asked for initially, and I assumed if you ever became strong enough to defeat the Dark One, there would be no reason to keep me in power, or even alive for that matter. However, negotiating with a human is far easier than a monster. He lets out a sigh and sits back in his chair. Then I reply again. Well, probably. But don't be so sure about that. I have one last condition, and there is no negotiating on this point. Lith's eyebrows raise. What is it? I need you to pledge your loyalty to me. You may run this city how you wish, and independently organize trade deals within Sector 1 or in private auctions if you wish. But my word is final. I need you to trust me and follow me as your leader as I establish dominance over the entire Dark Continent. He clasps his hands, thinking about this for almost a full 30 seconds. Then I feel a link of loyalty being created and a notification on my Rising Emperor's Domain interface adding Lith to the list while he speaks. All right, if that is all, I pledge my loyalty to you as the new leader of the Dark Continent. He nods and places out his hand, and we shake on it. I acknowledge his words and actions. Great, it is settled. We're back in business. I completely change my tone from one of seriousness to one of more nonchalance. Now, I assume you've had enough time to reach out and send associates to the neighboring lands to get initial orders for the trade deals. Let me see what you've got. Lith looks a bit startled at my sudden shift in composure. Then, he speaks up again in a relieved yet confused tone while reaching beneath his desk to pull out a stack of papers and an item box. Well, yes, I have a few order confirmations, actually. Hold on. First, is there some soul pact, or signature, or contract you want me to sign? Just verbally agreeing to your terms seems a bit too easy. How do you even believe me? I shrug. It is one of my buffs. I trust you. You are part of the team now. Just don't change your mind about me and we'll be fine. I'll know if you do. I eye the papers on his desk. Let me see the terms. Who agreed for the initial orders? Are they similar to the estimates you gave out to me a few weeks back? Lith nods and pushes the papers forward while handing me the item box too. Pretty similar, but there are some differences. If you look there, I managed to secure pre-orders from 6 separate buyers. Well, 4 buyers that aren't including my initial basic item order here for Sector 1 and Chester's order from Sector 4. I nod, sifting through the papers as Lith continues. There was a large order from Sector 3, mostly E&D class gear for their hunters in smaller cities, and enhancement potions for the workers on the vast farmland. It is nearly identical to their past orders with the old Sector 2 leader. It seems they don't mind at all who is selling gear. They just want materials to continue business as usual. Lith points to another stack of pages. This one is the Vice Regent's order. It is a fraction of what they used to buy, so it seems they're testing the waters of a new supplier here. But getting our foot in the door is always better than nothing. Then he shakes his head. No one from the Apex region wanted anything to do with a new unknown source from the Dark Continent, so there were no takers there. However, both the Bedrock and Talton region placed in orders at similar sizes as the Vice region. Out of the 8 great regions, they hardly ever partake in trade with foreign countries. It seems a new seat of power in Sector 2 has opened up more opportunities. Lith points to the item box, and I look inside. About 45 platinum and miscellaneous currencies fill the small spatial magic box. There is some platinum bars, mostly gold coins, piles of silver, and even bronze inside too. Lith speaks up and pushes all of the order forms over as I count it. That is 25% of the final amount. It's what I charged for pre-orders. Fulfill all of the orders on this list within 30 days, and another 135 platinum bars are coming your way. I eye over the lists, then place them into my item storage, along with the item box full of money he just handed me. It'll be doable. I'll have a team ready to fulfill these. Where do I fulfill them to exactly? Can I set up some personal contacts here? Lith nods, placing a few transport crystals with labels of dates, times, and locations on them onto his desk. Meeting points have already been assigned for each pickup. If you would like to come along with me once we make the deliveries on the first order, I believe that would be a great way to introduce you. However, I am happy to maintain these contacts and have my people conduct the deliveries for you. It is a fair exchange for the discount on goods you are selling to me. I'll make a great profit by reselling them in Valor City and the surrounding trade cities. I nod again, allowing Lith to securely place each of the delivery, dated and marked crystals back into his desk. Possibly, I'd still like to meet with the people I am directly trading with at least once. We'll talk over these details again after the 30 days are up. I'll have my craftsmen begin work after we leave Valor City today. I am impressed with your connections and ability to make these deals happen, Lith. Good job. I turn around and point to the elevator. Anyway, now that the technical business is out of the way, let's go do something fun. I want to go check out the 3 newly abandoned towers in this Royal Coin district. I wonder what the Dark One was hiding here. Chapter 499. Ember speaks up after my final words to Lith. Yes, that is a good idea. He points directly at one of the white mana-shielded walls of the penthouse suite. To me, however, it looks as if he is pointing to the building with the multiple layers of denser shielding and compartments inside it. That building in particular, I think we should check it out. He opens a telepathy link between us and continues. I sense leftover residue of the Lich King's soul energy. Both Abby and Maria look in the same direction with soul energy circulating inside their eyes, invisible to everyone else in the room that has not awakened this level of energy cultivation. Abby is more fixated on another tower, the one filled with weapons and gear, while Maria stares down at the empty tower with a single hole in its lobby leading underground. After a moment of silence, Lith answers my initial claim by walking over to the elevator and opening its door with a ding. I don't see why not. This will be the first time in months I've been outside in the center of the city. I am interested to see how things are too. We all get into the elevator and take it down to 1 floor above the lobby. The door slides open with a ding, and a very similar-looking rectangular door is visible on the other side of the room. Lith presses a small silver device, and it opens up, revealing a containment room about twice the size of the elevator we just left. Once we're all inside, the door shuts us out of the building and puts up a dense layer of mana shielding. A final door opens on the other side of this room, and it leads to the outside world. The midday sun shines in as we all walk outside into the Royal Coin District of Valor City. Our footsteps on the smooth black stone streets echo throughout the silent city. Not a single soul is outside with us. There are just under 20 office buildings, with similar blocked-off mana shielding setups like the Galeheart Tower. But none of them are as large or as well maintained. They're all business owners or trade associates that work in reselling goods and services in this city, or Sector 1, or even other regions, but have set up their base of operations here for tax purposes. Each and every one has a transport platform in their building, meaning all of these businesses are either monitored or working in conjunction with the association in some way. Even Lith in the Galeheart Tower, at one point, had to make a deal to get a transport platform installed. However, the three largest buildings in this city, the ones that look newly built and have the highest graded mana shielding on them, surprisingly do not have a single teleport platform inside. The association was not in control of the Dark One's actions at all, and this makes me even more curious about this scene. We all walk out into the street, and the white door shuts behind us. While walking through the streets, the emptiness and silence is pretty eerie. It makes things especially strange with my advanced perception abilities, and I can hear and sense people in the Platinum, Gold, and Silver District not so far away, going about their daily lives, shopping, and having fun in the city. We walk past buildings full of workers that have no idea the entity they're hiding from indoors is dead and gone. Everyone looks around this area in awe before we make it to the front of the first large building previously owned by the Dark One. The outside of the building is tinted a dark shade of gray, nearly black, but the humming coming off of it shows that this is just the outer layer of metals that hold that mana shielding in place. There are no control panels or simple ways I see to get in, so I just raise my right hand and allow dark red soul energy to seep out and form a large rectangle on the building's wall where the single door to enter is locked. Then melt through the A-grade mana shielding with ease, incinerating that portion of the wall and letting the remains fall into my item storage. There is a burst of energy where the shielding is broken off, but my soul energy absorbs all of that excess blast automatically. So none of my party is even close to being caught in the crossfire. Once the reactions die down, I deactivate my soul energy, and we walk through the rectangular opening in the base of the building like nothing out of the ordinary has happened. My teammates all follow without reacting much either, but Lith walks through the makeshift doors with wide eyes, as he didn't know it was even possible to break through shielding this thick with such ease. The lobby we walk into is dark, but once I step into the center of the room, a series of automatic lighting fixtures begin to turn on. Starting at the bottom floor that we stand on, then moving upward one by one, up over 100 individual stories. The walls are all dark gray, similar to the outer layer of shielding that surrounds the outside of the building. However, the floors are made of what looks like clear glass. Even the spiraling staircase upward that only follows the outer walls is clear glass as well. Standing at the bottom of the building here, I can see up to the top floor just by looking up. And on display, mounted on every wall, there are thousands of weapons, shields, potions, artifacts, and even full suits of armor. Everyone looks around at the gear in awe, and we even begin climbing the stairs up. However, all I am doing is conducting detailed scans of all these items. The majority of gear here is really only C and B grade items, while the few pieces of gear near the top of the tower nears a grade. But none of it is even close to the drops I managed to get after killing the ranked up Dark Guards. There are about 20 suits of full appraisal blocking armor at the top of the tower, and these are really the only items that fully pique my interest. As we walk up, I use telekinesis to grab a few interesting items that catch my eye. They're mostly high-grade B-class items and unique-looking gems, but nothing that I can confidently merge with a grade material or mythic grade skills without something going horribly wrong, like creating a cursed item. I don't bother to take 99% of the gear into my item storage because it is just more common grade gear, making a comment under my breath. You would think someone like the Lich King would have some A-grade weapons or even higher, right? It must be hiding the good stuff somewhere else. Lith responds to my murmurs. Do you know how rare it is to find monsters, or even hunters at that level? I turned back to him with a shrug. I don't know. It is pretty common in big labyrinths. Plus, we're talking about the criminal overlord of an entire continent, not just some random guy. Lith laughs. You really are an interesting one, aren't you? You are aware that the Association only has 4 registered or ranked hunters in the entirety of the 8 great regions? There are less than 100 registered or rankers in the entire world. This is the pinnacle of power we're talking about. High-grade items above C and B grade don't exist in great numbers. There isn't enough mana in this world to even maintain the mass creation of items, like the ones you are after. He points to all of the gear on the walls, as we continue climbing upward with near 100% stat-boosting perks and elements imbued into them, along with essence stones and range gems and potions. Each one of these treasures is enough to be the main prize at the end of a grand-scale auction. The winnings would be enough to set a normal family up for the rest of their lives. I cross my arms, turning to everyone, and nod as we get up to the top floor. Well, I took everything I want. Once we make our way back down, if you want any of this gear for personal use, feel free to take it. I turn to Lydia and Fisher. You two gather up enough gear to give everyone in the recruits' army enough solid weapons and armor for 10 battles like the one we just fought. Plus, let's plan for enough gear for the army to grow as well. So 10 times that number again. They both nod and I watch Abby, Ember, Aerie, Monk, and Maria as they act pretty uninterested about most of the gear in this tower too. I turn to Lith. Once they've stripped this place of everything of value to us, travel to some of these high-end auctions and slowly sell off the remaining gear. Keep 50% of the sales and reinvest it into higher security for Valor City. The other 50% I want for myself. He agrees to my terms, happily, as we make it to the top floor, and the 2 rows of black suits of armor come into full view, 20 in total. Full appraisal blocking armor set. Unbonded is the label on all of them. I immediately open my item storage and allow 10 full armor sets to fall inside. None of the other gear I've ever seen has had this unbonded rating on them. It is the first clue I'll have toward recreating or at least understanding gear like this in the future. Then, I speak up to Lith again. Those other 10, I need you to put your elite troops in them to guard this inner portion of Valor City as well as the arena. We need to keep up appearances. We will be the only ones to know the Dark One is dead. The corner of Lith's mouth turns up. Very well, I'll make sure it is done. He walks around the sets of armor and examines them further while my teammates all make the slow walk downstairs, placing about half of the gear on the walls into their item storages for personal use or for the future army of recruits to use. Soon after, Lith places the black armor and leftover gear on the walls into his own item box, and we leave the strip tower just as quickly as we entered through the small hole in its lobby. The shell of a fortress is left behind as we walk through the silent streets again, approaching the second tower. This is the one that even at this up-close range, I am unable to completely scan what is inside. Ember warned me while in the Galeheart Tower that he sensed dormant soul energy from the Lich King here, and now that I am this close to it, I sense its presence too. However, all that it is dormant. I feel no threat, just the afterimage of energy. So, I break through the front door in the same manner, slicing a rectangular hole through its dense mana-shielded walls. Once we enter this building, an automatic light turns on in the empty black lobby, just like the last. However, there is a black ceiling above us and an elevator at the back of the room that leads upward to bring us into the incredibly high-grade shielded floors above. Now that I can scan the full building from inside, I am starting to piece together what is here using my soul energy senses. But it still doesn't seem real. The elevator door opens at the back of the room by pressing a small button on the wall next to it, and the panel inside leads us to any floor we wish. I click on floor 59, as it is the highest floor in this building that has extra shielding on it. Every floor above this one is empty, just like a normal building, but with only one layer of mana shielding, like every other office building in this district. As the elevator door dings open, a second wall of shielding automatically opens to reveal the true nature of this floor, and the final veil of disguise is lifted. I immediately activate my soul energy aura to counteract the orange wave of light that flows toward us. The energy is captured, incinerated, and its remains are locked away in the depths of my item storage. The moment it is absorbed by my aura, this energy that flows out is nowhere near the strength of the aura that was used directly from the Lich King itself when it was fighting me. The sight before me as the mist clears confirms exactly what I saw in my mind's eye when I entered this building. It is the reason I chose to come to this floor in particular, but still doesn't make what I am seeing any less shocking. There are 3 large glass tanks of orange liquid, with a single human floating inside each of them. They are fighters from the Valor City Fight Arena, who I recognize very well. The visual from a few days ago of them being consumed by the curse of the Lich King, carried out by the 5th-ranked Dark Guard beneath the fight arena, is still very fresh in my mind. Max, Sia, and Ace float before us in a state of suspended animation, with their status sheets wiped completely blank, soaked to the bone with remnants of the Lich King's orange soul energy. Below me on the other floors, floating in orange pools of soul energy just like them, there are hundreds of other high-level hunters and fighters held captive by the Dark One. Chapter 500. The 3 legacy fighters who introduced me to the rules of the arena when I first entered Valor City float before me now, unmoving while dark orange soul energy courses through their bodies. Maria points at them and speaks up. Hey, it is them! We had dinner with them together that one night. The legacy fighters at the arena. They were underground the first time we ran from the 5th-ranked Dark Guard. Is this where they were taken? What is going on here? Abby Monk and Lith stare at the pod with surprised expressions, as they are very familiar with these 3 individuals as well. My soul energy expands to start filling the room and trapping away more of the soul energy that lingers and pours out of the pods. I continue to step forward until I am faced right up against the glass of the middle tank of liquid with Ace, the swordsman, floating with his eyes closed, wearing the exact same gear as he did on the day of their capture. However, all of the magic power has been drained from them, and it seems as if it is just a plain metal sword by his side and clothing and armor with no enchantments at all. I speak up. They're alive, but not for long. I can feel that their vitality is directly linked with the remaining soul energy in the room. The moment we opened this door, the seal to the outside world was broken. As I began absorbing their remaining borrowed lifeline, the timer for their elimination sped up very quickly. With no orders to follow, and their commander deceased, the only thing they can do is wait for the soul energy around them to naturally disperse. There is no telling how long a process like this would take, and I am not entirely sure it is possible. Their bones and organs are soaked with dense orange soul energy. We stand in silence as my red aura creeps around the back of the room too, soaking up every bit of orange mist, only leaving the dense stores that are left inside the 3 fighters remaining. Monk speaks up next. What if you attempt to wash away their curse, like you did with my master? I nod, allowing the red energy to creep up over the tops of the tanks and down into the water. That is exactly my plan. I'll give them the same choice. The red energy fills the entire room now, devouring the surrounding orange energy that is inside the tubs now. Creeping closer to the 3 bodies inside, I let a wave of telepathy hit the fighters, while the dark red flames ignite underwater and surround their bodies entirely. The same statement that echoed throughout the heads of all of the Dark One's troops echoes through their minds. Pledge your loyalty, or burn to ash. My soul energy seeps into their bodies, and dense red flames fill the entire room as the highest amount of soul energy that needs to be dispersed is directly attacked. Everyone here attached to my link is unaffected by my flames. It takes a full 10 seconds for my fire to die down, and all of the water and glass from the tubs to shatter and disintegrate as well. Every drop of orange soul energy that infected these fighters' vitals, bones, and inner parts of their soul are burned away. I feel 3 brand new links of loyalty connect with me. And when the red soul energy flames dissipate, the only thing left behind is the 3 fighters looking up at all of us in awe, like they just woke up from a long slumber. Max, the shield, makes eye contact with me and smiles with light lips before collapsing onto the ground. Sia, the Earth user who now has had this power stripped away from her, manages to let out a faint whisper. It is you, the Flame Emperor, then collapses as well. Ace falls to one knee, keeping himself awake longer than any of the others, You saved us. Whoever you people really are, we are indebted to you. His eyes scan the room, recognizing Monk, Maria, and Abby after me, then bows his head. He falls forward and passes out onto the floor after this too, and the room falls silent once again. I nod with a satisfied look on my face. It worked. Lith speaks up, staring at the sight before him in awe. What worked? What did you just do? I definitely recognize those three. I speak up again. I need you to get some rooms ready. Whether that is in the Galeheart Tower or in the Gold District of Valor City. I don't have enough infrastructure for this many new people back in Sector 2 just yet. I think to myself while nodding, and Lith agrees to sort out the arrangements. Lith uses a teleport crystal to quickly get back to his tower and get some of his royal guards on payroll to come and help. At the same time, I use the elevator to go down to the 58th floor to find 2 more tubs of orange liquid and 2 more fighters that I've never seen before. Without wasting time, I use the same method of focusing a telepathy wave into their heads to give them an ultimatum. Then, purge the orange soul energy from their bodies. To my surprise, it works again. Both fighters fall to the floor and have a brief moment of consciousness before falling asleep on the floor. I move down floors again, repeating the process with the 3 more tubs on the 57. A little overconfident in my abilities. I assume this test will go just like all of the others. But once given a choice, only 2 of the 3 captured fighters create links of loyalty with me. The final member is burned to ash along with the Lich King's soul energy that courses through his body. As we travel downward floor to floor, this becomes a more common occurrence. About 20% of the unconscious fighters, when given a chance to live under my rule, or die with the soul energy they are bonded with, choose the latter. To me, if they do not accept my terms, they are nothing more than pawns of the Lich King's army. Everyone in these pods is between level 400 and 750. They are clearly a special group chosen by the Dark One for experiments, possibly to be turned into wraiths, or even to be trained up to level 1000 and turned into Dark Guards. The Lich King's true motives with this tower are unknown to me. They are all very strong, but have nothing on their status sheets. Once we make it all the way down to the bottom of the tower on floor 193, new links of loyalty have been added to my Rising Emperor's domain, and they are all at a similar level as the 3 squad leaders in my army, and at a similar mana control as the elite soldiers. As we do, Lith and some of his hired guards come in and out of the past floors and bring the passed out fighters back to the Galeheart Tower to rest in their private facilities. The extras are brought to various smaller hotels in the Gold District with close connections to the Galeheart Mercenary Guild. Lith recognizes almost every one of the fighters on the top 30 floors or so as past arena contestants that mysteriously stopped showing up over the last few months. Some are from the midday events, while others were even top-ranked legacy fighters before Ace, Max, Sia, and Monk took the stage. Many people on the lower floors are unrecognizable to both of us, and are most likely just random adventurers and hunters that were kidnapped in the Dark Continent as the Lich King has been expanding his domain over the years. I've managed to save over 80% of them from rotting away inside this tower for eternity. If they choose to join my ranks when they wake up, the size of my army just grew a significant amount in both strength and numbers. However, based on how long Monk's master has been sleeping, there is no estimate on how long this slumber will actually last. Once they're all taken care of, we leave this tower and walk through the empty streets again to enter the 3rd and final tower. After I cut open the wall at its base, just like the past 2, we walk inside and the sight we see is very interesting. The lights flicker on automatically, like all of the other buildings. There are many, many floors above, just like the building we just left. However, there is no elevator in the lobby that leads up to them. And using all of my perception senses, I am positive that none of these higher floors have anything stored on them. Other than the ground level floor we stand on, this massive tower is an empty mana-shielded shell. At the back of the lobby, there is a large metal box with blue holograms hovering over it connected to intricate-looking interfaces. It is split into 3 sections, silver, gold, and platinum, with numbers ticking away on each of them. Lith's eyes open wide at the sight of this machinery. but my vision is more focused on the single square opening in the center of the room that has a ladder leading hundreds of meters down into the ground. Lith speaks out while walking over to the machine. This is the machine that tracks all of the wristbands in the city. It may seem like a small device, but this small box controls and keeps the balance of power in this city. It tracks all transactions between wristbands, collects the midnight tax, and is linked to the citywide surveillance network. As he says this, my focus is swayed quite a bit, but the faint pure white chi reading that comes from down below us captures most of my attention. I reply, "Well, there is no use in ruining a good thing. Make sure that Control Box stays safe. We'll keep the midnight tax ongoing and continue blocking off areas of the city to monetary tiered restrictions. It may even be safer to bring this device into the Galeheart Tower for more protection. Leaving it out in the open here could be risky." My gaze turns back to the enormous hole in the ground. Everyone else on my team senses there is something down in the darkness as well. Fisher and Lydia even peer over the edge. Monk speaks up. "I think I know exactly what is down there. We have one beneath the monastery, but it isn't nearly as massive." His words linger, and I begin to build a visual in my mind of the cave system below the city that is connected to this long open entrance, using my soul energy senses. The silence is broken by Ember's comment next. "I think I know too." This explains how the Dark One and all of its guards managed to get so much stronger while it was here in the city. Everyone is mesmerized by the faint waves of chi flowing up from the darkness and very curious about Monk and Ember's words. I jump into the small square hole and begin floating down, deep underground, to see for myself what exactly is below this final tower. Chapter 501. The further I float down into the square-shaped hole, the more prominent the upward flow of chi becomes. The temperature grows slowly as I continue to fall hundreds of meters underground, watching the ladder fly by on my right side, and begin seeing a faint white glow beneath me. The black stone that makes up the walls begin to change in composition, shifting from just regular dark stone to the same jet black material the monastery in the Platinum District is made of. I allow a finger to touch the stone to my left as I float further down, and my system flickers as my touch glosses over layers of the mana, negating stone. The interesting thing I find when I do this is my soul energy is not negated at all. Even though it is technically half-part mana, the fusion of this energy with chi has created a new source of power that is not negated by the black stone. As I fall further down, the mana-negating material grows more and more abundant until nearly 100% of the rock surrounding me consists of this stone. My feet gently hit the bottom of the incredibly long shaft, to the point where I can't even see the surface. My body is flooded with dense chi, nearly 20 times as dense as the chi inside the monastery, but still nowhere near the levels that the chi density reached inside the isolation pods when we saturated and destroyed them to push their limits. Still, as I take a step forward, I can feel immense amounts of chi flow through me. It feels as if just standing in here could fill my core up to full in a few hours with minimal effort if it were empty. The steel ladder stops right at the ground level, where my feet have landed, and the thin shaft has opened up to a medium-sized cave opening. There are jagged black rocks on the walls, floor, and ceiling, but the faint white glow that fills the cave makes my vision extra clear. There are small areas where white flowers grow inside the rocks, and as I walk forward and turn the first corner in this cave, I see the source of all this chi. Dozens of long white crystals emerge from the black rock. More and more of the delicate white flowers grow near these gems, and as I use my soul energy to stare deep into the crystal stones, I can sense thousands of chi pills worth of energy inside each one. They each slowly disperse warm energy into the air at a constant rate, but for some reason, it feels as if the source of this energy is not dwindling, even though the rate at which they let the stored energy flows out is rather extreme. I take steps closer to the nearest cluster of crystals, and at the same time, sense my teammates floating down to follow me. I stare at the crystals in wonder, waving my hands around in the air to push the densest form of energy around that comes directly off the crystals, even bringing my fingers close enough to the point where I am about to touch one of the white treasures. Monk's voice rings out, and his head pops around the corner before I do. "Wait." Just wait. Do you know what you are about to do? I pause and pull my hand back, turning to him as Ember follows behind him, and the sound of the others falling down the narrow hole sound in my ear. Number? I guess not. I don't know exactly what these are, but I can make a good guess. Monk nods while walking over, and based on his tone and expression, touching the crystals isn't a good idea. I feel no danger coming off of them. If anything, it feels like I'd be able to absorb its power even faster. However, listening to whatever he has to say will most likely be a better move. These are chi fragments, the leftover energy source of the originators. Once fragments are touched by human hands like ours, the eternal flow of power will cease. He turns his head to the back of the cave and points to a portion of the wall where about 6 clear crystals jut out from the stone. They look just like worthless glass and don't have any more power coming out from them. That is what happens when a fragment is drained by a selfish and impatient entity. My guess is those ruined fragments are the product of the Dark One's greed. His gaze turns to the other 30-plus fragments of still glowing crystals and smiles with a glow in his eyes. If left untouched, it is said that one can gather the chi radiation for an eternity. Its power is limitless if left in its natural resting place. We have 2 medium-sized crystals beneath the monastery. We have been using its power for decades without their supplies wavering at all. Ember walks over to join the conversation. It is true. Disrupting a fragment will expel all of its energy at once. It would not be of any use to us now. Leaving them in their natural state and cultivating or capturing their excess energy would be a far more productive method. I look around the open cave area as my other teammates all arrive, and Monk re-explains his points to them so they don't accidentally touch anything they shouldn't. I take a stroll around and come to a conclusion. Good. This area needs to be well guarded. It will only be accessed by us for closed-door cultivation as needed, as well as chi pill manufacturing. I turn to Monk, considering there are far over 10 times the amount of crystals here as there are in your fortress. Does this mean you'll be able to secure 10 times as much usable chi without diminishing the source? He nods. That is exactly right. I cross my arms and smile while breathing in even more of the dense chi in the air. Perfect. Everyone else does the same, taking in the beautiful sight and letting the natural chi flow through our bodies with its calming after effects. The cave area isn't too large, so it is easy to search every bit of it and locate all of the crystals and log their locations before we leave. The way back up is a bit faster because we just use soul energy and chi to push ourselves up rather than limiting the fall speed on the way down. Once we're all back in the lobby, Lith is still mesmerized by the control box at the back of the room. I speak as I come back up and he turns. All right, we have a new plan here. There is no question about it. I need that control box moved to the Galeheart Tower, and this building needs to be renovated and double mana shielded to give no one access other than the people in this room here. There are delicate resources down there that need to be dealt with by the correct parties. I don't want any of your men inside there either. No one enters this building but us. That is a very serious order. Lith nods and I continue. The other 2 towers, I do not care what happens to them. Strip them down from top to bottom to reuse the shielding, build more Galeheart infrastructure in them, do whatever you want. However, this tower is all mine. As everyone comes up from below, he feels the seriousness of the matter instantly and replies, Of course, the shielding on those 2 buildings is worth a fortune. We'll make sure to secure this building to your liking and give you the only key inside. We can even make some of the floors above this one more presentable and accessible. Consider it your private fortress in Valor City. I give a thumbs up while using earth magic bonded with red soul energy to cover the square opening in the center of the building, then respond, Perfect? Some extra renovations would be excellent. But no one is allowed in this lobby during construction, unless you are watching to make sure no one tinkers with the sealed-off underground path. He nods. Understood. Great. My business here today is done. I'll be getting started on those 6 large foreign trade deal orders now. This was a very productive visit. We all walk outside, and I continue seeing Lith's men start their jobs as instructed, transporting people from the 2nd tower, and start sorting loot from the 1st tower. Then soon after begin dismantling the emptied-out towers for their raw mana shielding materials. Their teamwork and professionalism is impressive. Lith has been building this team for many years, but it is still something I aspire to turn my workforce back in Sector 2 into soon. We make it back to the Galeheart Tower and give our goodbyes again before using the elevator down to the Red Ogre Dungeon and using my Dungeon Walker skill to make it back to the Canyon of Dungeons. As we're making it back to the town, Maria speaks up. You know, we need to get one of those teleport platforms like Lith has. It'll be a lot easier to get around, and to have guests without you having to be our personal chauffeur. I laugh a bit and reply, totally agree. I am going to get these trade deals sorted today, and hopefully get our transportation problem fixed too. Soon, we'll be able to travel anywhere in the world and have transport crystals to come right back here. I'll consult the person that knows how to get it done tonight. Everyone overhears this conversation and is excited for this change. We make it back and go our separate ways for the day. Lydia and Fisher meet up with the army recruits and enjoy the rest of the day off together. One of my doubles stays with them, and I plan to start their new training regime tomorrow. Monk goes back to check on his master. Abby and Maria set off to explore the town a bit and take the night off. Aerie speaks before he turns away from the group to meet up with Luna, who has been looking over the town while we were gone. I hope to set out with Luna tomorrow to Sector 4. We want to begin our investigation into the Abyss, to find what happened to the lost remains of our village. I give him a handshake and a grin. Of course, thank you for waiting. Your help in the war was needed. I'll give you 2 a ride first thing in the morning if that is where you wish to go. I hope you find what you are looking for. He shakes my hand back, then him and Luna go off to enjoy their night as well. I am left standing with Ember as we walk toward the construction team workers, finishing up building a new street of small empty shops on the opposite side of town. I relay my goals of creating even more housing, roads to nearby smaller villages, all over Sector 2, and nearby sectors to expand trade. A reconstruction of the center guild hall in the city to make it more presentable and professional, and even a small prison system to reform people like the 21 workers that have been slaving away under the spell of a suggestion elixir. I'd like for them in to pay for their wrongdoings and come out as regular citizens after they've faced their time rather than being branded as bad forever. This will be an important function of society once more people come to live here. No one is perfect. There will be people that make mistakes, but there will always be consequences equal to those mistakes in the form of punishments as well. After this brief explanation of the town's future, he agrees to come up with an even larger order of materials by tomorrow to fulfill for him as soon as possible for expansion. Ember and I float back over to the Canyon of Dungeons as the sun starts to set for the day. I use my concealments, skill, and items to change my appearance. Then we dungeon walk to the Black Market Dungeon Hub beneath Vice City, with an item storage full of multi-nation trade deal papers and 6 fragments of luminite ready to be used in a series of rare crafts. Ember and I walk toward the entrance of Bry's workshop. Chapter 502. Once we approach the entrance underground, I am happy to see 3 large men standing outside the heavy metal door that leads to the underside of her workshop. After a quick inspection and appraisal, I can see all of them are between level 300 and 400. This is nearing elite levels, and is surely the top-of-the-line security one can get in a place like this. There is no way any common thieves, or even professionals who have surpassed C-class, could infiltrate this security without causing quite the commotion. I use my telepathy skill to send a message to Bry, 3 floors above me, to let her know I am here, but step up to the security guards in the same instant to test them and see if they'll do their jobs. Ember and I stand before them with 0 detectable mana radiating off of our bodies, and I speak up. I have a meeting with Bree. I'd appreciate it if you'd let us pass. Using my conceal skill, mixed with the hidden attributes of my cloak, and new silver essence of infinite regeneration, I have it shape-shift into a perfect replica of a D-class association, Hunter's ID with a picture of the face that I am using to conceal myself right now. There is my ID. You can see, I am just a normal hunter. I have some rare items farmed from the new dungeons out in the forest. I point to Ember and smile. My partner here is unregistered, but you can just consider him my security. We work as a team here. The guard takes a step forward and snatches the ID out of my hand while the other 2 guards step in front of the large locked door. He eyes us up and down, then looks over the card before shoving it back in my face. Move along. I don't really care what you have to sell. You are not in Miss Brianna's meeting schedule today. I suggest you don't show your face around here again unless you have official business. I smile inwardly as I take the ID back. They're certainly up to par with my initial expectations. But I want to try one more thing before Bree gets all the way downstairs to stop my fun. I pull out a handful of gold coins in one hand and an earth element, stone farmed from the 38th floor of the labyrinth in my other, creating mana shielding around it to make sure the excess earth magic flying off of it isn't too extreme. Come on here. Just a small token of my appreciation to let me pass. I want to sell this stone to your boss. There is no one else in the city that will give me a better price. His eyes widen for a moment at the sheer amount of gold in my hand and the rarity of the stone I am holding, but his iron will doesn't budge. He replies as the door behind him opens. It is still a no. There will be no customers allowed inside unless they are on Miss Brianna's invite list. This is not negotiable. A familiar voice calls from behind them as Bri stares past the 3 guards straight at me with an amused look on her face. Let them through, boys. I can fit them in before my important meeting tonight. These 2 were just testing you. You passed, she sighs, and the 3 guards move aside with confusion while Ember and I walk through them. I put the Earthstone back in my pocket, which leads to my item storage, and flick 3 gold coins in the air behind me before placing the rest back in my storage too. They land in the hands of the guards as the door closes behind us. Bri gives them a nod and turns with a smile. Keep up the good work! The door shuts and we start walking upstairs to her office. I allow my appearance to shift back to its normal, undisguised state as we do. Nice to see you again so soon, Bree. This is Ember. We'll be working together from now on. Bri turns to both of us, then shakes Ember's hand, trying to get a read on him as we walk up to the top floor. I don't know what is more intriguing. The fact that I can't sense even a drop of power coming off you, even when you are using your magic, or this mysterious new friend you've brought to see me with the same energy readings. What happened while you were away? We make it up to her office, and I put up a hush barrier while she illuminates the room? Well, quite a lot actually, but I'll keep the summary short. We defeated the leader of Sector 1 and are actively expanding to take over the Dark Continent. I surpassed level 2000, and on top of that, secured 6 guaranteed trade deals with down payments that I need fulfilled in the next 30 days. I reach into my item storage and pull out the stack of papers to place it down on her desk. Next to those papers, I give a list of all the available dungeons we have access to in the canyon in Sector 2 with their loot drops labeled next to them. Her eyes turn to the papers, and she walks around her desk to sit down and sift through them while Ember and I make ourselves comfortable on the soft seating arrangements in the room. Well, it seems you really have managed to get a lot done. Straight to business, it is like usual. We'll have to make things quick here. Like I said when you arrived, I really do have an important meeting I can't miss coming up tonight. Bri doesn't say a word after that, flipping through the pages for almost a full minute in silence, writing things down on another paper next to the order forms, then hands me back a list of all of the item drops necessary from each dungeon down to the exact quality necessary. We can do it! The dungeons on this list can be farmed to craft exactly what you need. If you start getting us these materials by the end of this week, 21 days will be a tight schedule, but we can get it done. I'll be paying my craftsmen the normal going rate, and I place 22 platinum bars and 50 gold coins down on her desk. Pay your workers. Whatever will keep them happy and working fast. Use the rest to reinforce your security even further and hire more workers out. Another workshop with extra space for expansion here might be worthwhile. I can only imagine these orders getting larger over time. Bree stares at the bars of precious metal on her desk and nods. That will be more than enough. She writes down more notes on papers as I think to myself. The money I've placed on her desk is half of the down payment I received from my orders. While I could easily pay Bri 10% of this amount, and she'd be able to pay her workers handsomely already, I believe investing in her business-savvy mind and expansion of size and speed of production in the future will be very valuable. I plan on using the other half of the 25% down payment from the orders to put up bids for the exact amount of resources needed back in the guild hall in Sector 2. I'll price it out perfectly so that hunters can get paid for farming materials in the dungeons based on how high the demand for the items I need are, and it will quickly fuel more growth in the economy. I may be able to farm everything myself using my body doubles in just a few days, but building up trust with more people in the town and building out a system that can grow more in the future is more essential to me than pure profit and saving time at the moment. Even when it is all said and done, the payout for the remaining 75% of the goods, 135 platinum, will be my profit cut. Paying my new workers and citizens well to get the ball rolling is a perfect plan. Considering this, I am happy with these results and take the list of raw materials she needs with a smile. I'll have item boxes full of these goods being sent over to you on a daily basis, starting very soon. Placing the item list into my inventory and allowing Bri to keep the copies of the orders that must be fulfilled. She places them in her desk with the piles of money large enough to build and pay for labor in 10 workshops, just like this one right now if she needed. I speak again. Now, I'd like to come up with a solution to our communication and transportation issue as well. Do you have a containment case that I could place some items in? I have a few raw materials I want to show you. They're pretty volatile and delicate, making it hard to show you what I have out in the open without ruining the product. They're very small, so a mini containment case is fine. It just needs to be able to contain A-grade items. Bri nods, sifting through her desk and pulling out a small cylindrical jar that looks like it is completely glass other than the silver top and bottom. It hums loudly like mana shielding, but gives off energy readings like an item box once she hands it over to me. It interprets my intentions like an extension of myself once I touch it and imbue it with a tiny bit of mana. The top slides open, and I place a palm on top to open a spatial magic portal and allow a single fragment of luminite to fall out. The instant it does, I close the silver top and hear a clink as it hits the bottom of the cylindrical containment contraption. I stare at it for a moment, picturing the crystals disintegrating into thin air every time they were left out in the open desert when I farmed them. However, this one fragment doesn't change at all. It just sits in the containment jar and glows bright white. With a grin, I place my hand over it again and release the other 5 fragments into the containment artifact. Some of them break apart into smaller pieces before the silver top closes, and others were already starting to shatter from falling through the air when I first caught them back in Sector 2. Once the silver top closes, 6 collapsed dungeons worth of material sit inside, glowing white and sparkling inside, in suspended animation, lighting up an empty portion of Bri's desk once I set it down in front of her. She whispers to herself, "Luminite. You actually managed to find some." There is a moment of silence. You want to make your own teleport platform, don't you? She looks up to me and the bright stone reflects off her eyes to make them sparkle even more as I reply, "Yes, that is exactly what I am trying to do." Bri picks up the containment case and looks closer at them, nodding her head and standing up to begin pacing around the room with excitement. I've contemplated many ways to make this work if the time ever came. I think with the amount you have here, there will be enough to make a single craft. We're going to need to construct a base platform first to imbue the materials. Then, we'll need a few million MP worth of mana crystals to support the energy needed as a catalyst for the craft. She walks over to a small arrangement of artifacts on her back wall and turns a dagger 180 degrees. It clicks, and a compartment in the wall opens up to reveal a small bookcase with less than a dozen old books inside it. She takes one out, and the wall converts back to its original state while the dagger clicks back into place in the display. She opens the book to a page that displays a very detailed drawing of the craft, with messages sketched out that look just like my mythic-grade craftsmanship interface. It is written in ink, making it clear that there is not another exact copy of this anywhere. Whoever made this book definitely had the same skill that I do, and the way to merge all of these items together becomes clear. As the book and luminite is placed on a coffee table in the center of the room with all 3 of us staring at it, Ember speaks up for the first time while eyeing the book. There is one small problem you may want to consider before beginning the craft. Teleportation magic like this works differently than a skill or ability on one's status. It performs more like a dungeon would. He points to a line in the book and keeps explaining. This kind of teleportation magic always comes back to a certain place on a map, not an object or living being. The platform we'll create is what stabilizes the luminite and mana input, but once the transport location is set, it won't be moved no matter where you position the physical platform. You are basically creating a geo-locked dungeon respawn point. Like when you kill a boss in a dungeon, you are always sent back to the same place. We all flip through the few pages that outline this craft in further detail, and Ember is completely right. I speak up. Well, in that case, let's take a trip to Sector 2. I know just the place to make this craft. I close the book while Ember sits back. Bree looks hesitant for the first time at my words. Then her gaze shifts to a clock on the opposite wall. She walks over to her desk again before replying. Well, I'd love to come, but I have an important checkup meeting. She gulps. It is with the association. I can't miss this. I remember back to when we first arrived, and she said she had an important meeting right after ours. The fact that it is with the association, and her change in demeanor, make me want to question her intentions. But I am hit with a wave of telepathy from Ember before I speak up to ask. She is telling the truth? A very powerful association worker is on their way here now. He moves his gaze in the direction that he senses this person. I push my enemy detection skill outward to see what he is talking about, scanning the streets until I find the match about a full kilometer away, walking through the lower income housing toward our exact location. Her words begin to make much more sense. A ranked hunter at LV.1391, with a series of confusing readings on his status rush into my mind's eye. I look Bri in the eyes and ask her a question. Your meeting later today, is it with your brother? Chapter 503, it is. Why is he here? Bree looks around the room in a startled manner, spreading out her aura, but it doesn't reach as far as mine. So I reply by pointing at the wall nearest to the street. Not yet. We still have a few minutes before he arrives. Why is this such a big deal? I've seen him meet with you here before, and it wasn't an issue to have me in the room, she replies. This isn't just a casual sibling meetup. Rodrigo is coming to do the association's monthly log checkup. I advise you leave right now if you'd like to remain dead in their eyes. He'll be bringing a recording device with him. This meeting is meant to be unannounced, but he gives me a heads up when the dates get closer. I open a spatial magic portal in response, letting the luminite in containment and book outlining its intended use into my item storage while standing to my feet. In that case, I hope you don't mind if I borrow this. She nods and turns to her desk to begin organizing things and making sure no evidence of us meeting is left behind. I continue to scan the A-rank hunter walking our way and decide to examine the odd readings on his status again, while I still have an opportunity to look at them. The first thing I check are his skills. If I remember correctly, he had light magic just like Bree, as well as a unique skill. Underscore, 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 respawn. I combat magic, advanced light summoning, underscore, 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 underscore at his level. He definitely has enough PP to upgrade these skills, but hasn't had the chance to do so, it seems. There are miscellaneous 100 to 200% stat boosting items on him, and a large blue diamond-shaped recording crystal. Just like the ones Lith gave me floats around him in a slow-moving circle as he walks through the streets. At the bottom of his active item readings, I see that he still is bonded with 4 demon cores just like I remember. However, when looking at their readings, one looks a bit out of place. Underscore, 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 Archdemon's Core, plus 150% all stats. Greater Demon's Core, plus 50%. All stats. Greater Demon's Core, plus 50%. All stats. Greater Demon's Core, plus 50%. All stats underscore 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 his archdemon's core feels slightly more dense than my own, and the stat reading on it reads like it has been combined with a greater demon's core. There is no better explanation for its additional 50% stat buff and increased density. This would be the most intriguing reading if my eye didn't catch his buffs sheet too. Underscore, 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 End of the Illusionist. Ultimate attack form of the Light Warrior. The Sunday God's Curse. Mark underscore 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 underscore. His first two buffs look like interesting ranked up buffs, granted for reaching level 500 and 1000, but the third buff on his status looks very familiar. My eyes widen while reading it, so much so that I walk closer to the wall nearest to the street and expand my perception's range further to get a perfect visual of him, and my suspicions come true. As the A-rank hunter walks through the streets, an invisible golden collar rests around his neck. It looks just like the collar I saw around the lightning wolf on the 40th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth. His strength reading seems similar too. Rodrigo doesn't have any chi or soul energy inside his body, but looks as if he is able to manipulate this golden energy with this buff. The Sunday God's Curse mark. So many connections and theories begin to fly around in my mind, but I calmly take a deep breath and step back toward the couches and speak up. Actually, I think we'll stay and watch this meeting of yours. I turn to Ember and share my stealth skill with him, and we both disappear into thin air for a few seconds and reappear on the far side of the room, leaning against the wall. You won't even know we're here. I just want to know what the association is up to these days. It is nothing personal. Bry lets out a sigh and sits down at her desk, letting the room fall dark to its natural state that she leaves it in before visitors arrive, then replies. I sense his presence getting closer now too. Do as you wish. There may be a point in our meeting where the surveillance is cut. Would you like to meet him again, for old time's sake? I am sure Rodrigo will keep another secret for me. I pause, thinking about this question for a moment before answering, but eventually do. Yes, I'd like to have a word with him. Give me a signal once it is safe to appear unmonitored. I'll decide then if I feel it is worth showing my face. She nods, and I smile. Ember and I disappear using stealth to watch from a back wall as another 2 minutes pass and footsteps start to echo up the stairs. A man with olive skin just like Bree's white eyes, like a demon, dark hair, and the graceful walk of a dancer walks forward through the room. A bright golden soul energy collar shines with intense light only visible to those with chi senses. White light magic shines off both his and Bry's body in unison as the room lights up. A faint blue glow illuminates from the recording crystal that circles around him and takes a moving picture and audio of everything in the room. I can see its mana radiation seeping through everything in a 10-meter radius, but it is clear that this is just a high C grade, possibly low B grade item. There is no possible way it can detect me and Ember where we stand. Rodrigo takes a seat and speaks up. Good to see you again, Bree. I am here for our monthly check-in. He pulls a list out from an item box on his waist and begins to ask a series of questions in a robotic manner, not even waiting for his sister's response to his greeting. The questions range from how her normal business is going, to if there are any reports of association members that have tried to contact her, or any partners in the black market, and wanting an update on a special order for one of the association's events in another region coming up in a few days. Rodrigo expands on that final point. I picked up the goods in the lobby on my way up. The higher-ups thank you for the prompt response after the disappearance of the Sector 2 leader. However, this past week the Vice region has made contact with another source that is said to produce just as much as the previous trade boss out there in the Dark Continent. If all goes well on that deal, I believe the Apex region will jump on next month's orders. That still doesn't give us enough time to prepare for the 8 nations coming together for the annual B-class exams. We're going to need some help from a few trusted freelance craftsmen, contractors like yourself. Rodrigo hands a few more papers over to Bree and explains the terms, and basically doesn't allow her to say no. It is good money. 300 gold for a few weeks of work. That comes from the higher-ups, so I need a verbal confirmation you can get it done. Bree reluctantly nods and takes the papers. It is fine. I can get it done. Rodrigo continues asking her generic questions from the list in his hand. and by the end of it, they both look tired and saddened by the situation they're both in. I still don't know all the details of their arrangement, but from what I can assume just looking at this situation, one of the higher-ups has a tight soul energy leash around Rodrigo's neck and is using this as blackmail to keep everyone in line. Someone capable of controlling an A-rank hunter like this, but also has roots so deep that monsters in the Vice City Labyrinth are even inflicted by its curse mark must have immense power. This is a meticulous person. There is much more to this than I can see on the surface. Even the Vice Region's director, Brutus, doesn't seem to be the true leader pulling the strings to all of this. He wears a golden ring with similar soul energy to Rodrigo's collar, but they are both just pawns in someone else's game. I am sure there are missing pieces to this puzzle that I have yet to see. I stand in full stealth mode, observing the rest of the conversation, trying to pick apart any extra details he will drop, and wait for Bree's signal or get a visual that the surveillance has ended. But the time doesn't come. The interrogation continues until the sun goes down, and Rodrigo points to the blue glowing gem that slowly spins around him. Oh, now would you look at the time? The recording space is almost up. I need to get this meeting file back to headquarters as soon as possible. He stands up from his seat and shakes Bry's hand. She replies in an artificially happy tone. Of course. It is always nice to see you, brother. You too, sister. I'll see you next month. They smile, and the A-rank hunter turns to leave, while the blue gem that spins around him loses altitude and stops glowing as bright with mana as before. As soon as he makes it to the stairs, the gem falls into his palm and stops emitting waves of mana. He grins and places the crystal into the item box, then turns around to let out a long sigh that turns into a groan of distaste. His face relaxes and he speaks. About damn time. I swear they keep making those recordings longer and longer. Finally, we can talk without my boss looking over my shoulder after every word. He sprawls out on the couches in the middle of the room, and I see Bree lighten up a lot, too. All right. Anything goes now. No more wires. We can say whatever we want for about 30 minutes before I need to actually get going back. Bree's serious business expression fades, and that of a concerned and compassionate older sister comes over her as she stands from her desk. She walks over to sit down next to him, and he speaks up again while she gets comfortable. You got a lot stronger since the last time I was here. Did you finally find a way to rank up as well? I heard Brutus has the labyrinth on lockdown recently. Only elites in B class are allowed to enter these days. She smiles back. Yes, I managed to rank up. And well, maybe you'd be interested in meeting the one that helped me do it. Her gaze turns to the back wall where Ember and I disappeared before, and I take this as a cue to finally make my presence known. Chapter 504. We both reappear from the back wall, and I take a few steps forward before Rodrigo turns his head to lock eyes with me. He doesn't say a word as I walk closer and expand my hush's barrier throughout the room to make sure only the ears inside can listen. His expression is one of confusion. I've changed quite a lot since the last time we met, both physically and mentally. In his eyes, I may have just been a passerby, another random client of his sister's who happened to also be an association hunter that died in a dangerous mission to the Dark Continent a while back. There is a very low chance he'd even remember who I am if I still looked and gave off the same energy readings as I did the last time we met. Despite this, his eyes widen once I get close enough. It is you. Was it Jay Wright? One of this year's new elites. I was told you died. You are that hunter that collapsed the labyrinth under my nose during the last C-class exams. I never did get a replacement core for that. He eyes me with a stern glare, and I can't help but let out a chuckle if that is all he remembers me for. It seems like a lifetime ago that happened, but I guess to him it hasn't been quite as long. I reply, yes, it is me. As I reply, I can't help looking at the bright golden collar around his neck, watching the soul energy swirl around him at a constant rate and occasionally crackle. I put out a hand to shake his. I assume now that the recording devices are off. Everything said in this room will be kept between us, right? I don't want the association knowing I still exist. He shifts his gaze to Bree, and she gives him a nod. He turns back to me and shakes my hand. Sure, it seems the secret of you being alive is connected to Bry somehow. So, it is in my best interest not to say a word. He makes a twisting motion on his lips and throws away an imaginary key. I won't say a word. Green energy comes off his body, only visible to my lie detector skill, telling me he is being truthful. But I still have one concern. What about your curse mark? Do I have to worry about this so-called sun god learning of my existence, even if you are trying to keep my presence unknown? He releases my hand from his grip, and I can hear his heart skip a beat, even though he keeps a calm outer demeanor. Rodrigo squints, then starts to scan me up and down. How do you even know about this? I feel his mana aura go right through both of us, but without soul energy, he won't be able to detect anything at all. He speaks up again, and his hands start to glow white with light magic. Someone must have set you up to ask that question. How do you know about that? Tell me, Bree yells out. Rodrigo. Stop it. These are my guests. I trust Jay. Please answer any questions you can to help him. He pauses in place, but keeps his fists glowing, and rightfully so. No, the curse mark doesn't relay any messages or truths to its owner. It works like a sharp knife to the inflicted one's neck. Either the person wearing it obeys, or they die. Your words are safe. Don't worry. I reply in a calm tone while both Ember and I sit down on a couch on the opposite side of the room. Good. That may not have been the right way to reintroduce myself back from the dead, but it is the only way I could think of breaking the ice. Let's just say, while I was said to be dead in the Dark Continent, I got around and learned quite a few things. I point to myself. I am not the weak class hunter you used to know. If anything, you are the weak one now. I cross my arms and sit back, letting tendrils of dark red soul energy seep from my body. In a physically manifested form, the pure mana in soul energy like this can be sensed, but its true power isn't able to be registered unless one has the chi-based perception that I do. This is clear by Rodrigo's eyes tracking the energy and his aura getting far thicker to try to make sense of this red light. His expression shows that he doesn't believe me. Yeah, right? I know you somehow helped my sister rank up, but there is no way you managed to get stronger than me in a month. It is physically impossible. He chuckles to himself, thinking that my line about him being the weak one was a joke. I could release a pure mana-imbued aura to show him how strong I really am, but the fact that he thinks I am still a weakling seems to be making him a lot more at ease and talkative. So, I decide to let him believe this and speak up again. I have a unique ability that can take that curse off your status. I believe you'll be free of that golden collar if you wish. I just want the name, location, and level of this Sunday god in return. Rodrigo watches the red energy float around me in a slow swirling circle and waits a few seconds to reply. Whatever this cursed energy is, it is similar to the kind I am able to wield. However, it is impossible to stack up to the Sunday god's golden power. I've tried everything I can to get this curse off for years. Even millions of MP concentrated into singular attacks do not affect it at all. He sighs. Even if you really could take this curse off of me, Mr. Freeman is not a man I can easily escape from. No, he is not a man any mere mortal could dream to disobey. Ridding me of this curse mark will not set me free. It will only put a target on my back and everyone I've been in contact with. His gaze turns to Bry. At his words, I slowly begin to retract the red soul energy to think about what he has said. The name sounds just like a man Lith warned me about the last time I mentioned the association to him. As the energy seeps back into my body, I reply. So then, Mr. Freeman, this is the man pulling all the strings. Who is he? Rodrigo doesn't reply for a few seconds. You really want to know? I nod, leaning in closer. Even knowing this information could put you in far more danger. Are you sure? I nod again. I am already dead to them. They can't possibly want to kill me more, he sighs. Well, it is not really a secret. If you search through the old public records, a good amount of information can be found. Most people just don't know where to look. He is the oldest and most powerful registered class hunter across all 8 regions and throughout all 4 sectors. Mr. Freeman is the regional director of the Apex region. However, all 7 other directors fall in line to his demands. He is the unspoken leader of the association on this side of the world. My thoughts go racing for a moment as I try to conceptualize what Rodrigo is saying to me right now. So he calls all the shots. Does this mean your orders today to come out here and do monthly check-ins are his doing? Rodrigo nods. Of course. My main orders come from the Apex director. But I am a bit of a special case. I report to all of the regional directors, actually. The Vice region is one of many stops. I report and clean up large dungeon breaks, manage labyrinth stability, and take care of a good amount of the C-class exam proctoring. If it were up to me, I'd be fighting monsters and getting stronger by any means necessary. But my free time is rather limited these days. I nod and ask another question in response. That means the regional directors get orders directly from him too? He nods again. And I think back to the time I saw Brutus for a split second after testing out that cursed element stone on a dungeon out in the forest. The directors don't have curse marks, though. They wear rings. Rodrigo nods again, smiling, and responds, This is true. You are very well informed. The 7 directors from the Vice, Bedrock, Talton, Viridian, Silka, Raya, and Phantom region are all gifted with rings that work just like Mr. Freeman's power. They're all capable of controlling the high-ranked hunters with the curse. I think for a moment longer before responding. Why doesn't he just give them curse marks too? Rodrigo laughs. He doesn't have to. Perception of power and freedom is everything in this world. The only way to get access to resources, to become even close to, as strong as the Apex region's leader, would be to take the helping hand of the association. Those that have talent and are able to gain strength are branded with a curse. He points to himself, implying that he is one of those few. Those without any hope of ever gaining enough power on their own to overthrow his rule are given the opportunity to wield his power as a loyal servant. Rodrigo scoffs. None of the regional directors are even close to a rank. They are granted wealth and power by the association and can be replaced at the snap of a finger by another power-leveled nobleman or businessman at any time. The corruption in this organization stems far deeper than anyone knows. He looks at me, then at Bree, then back to me with a sigh and a saddened stare. I appreciate the thought. You may have survived a few weeks on your own in the Dark Continent and think you've learned the secrets of the world. But I've thought of ways to free myself from this organization for many years. I am one of the strongest registered hunters in the entire association. If anyone could manage a way out, it would be me. He lets out a sigh of defeat, but I respond. I think you still underestimate me. I may seem weak and naive to you still, but I assure you I would not run headfirst into a fight. I don't believe I have any chance of winning. I pause for a moment. Is there any way you could get me to the Apex region? I just want to get a single glance at this man. It would be enough for me to know what I am working with. Rodrigo laughs again. Impossible. The Apex region's director only shows his face to a rank hunters and other regional directors in board meetings. The public hasn't seen his face in decades. This is why his name has been forgotten in time. Only those that care to look through the old records or very influential business figures remember him from his contributions in the Great War. Rodrigo stops talking and looks up to the ceiling as if he is remembering something important, then continues. Well, actually, there is one way you could lay your eyes on him if you really wanted to. However, it is basically a death sentence. More green light flows off of him from my lie detector skill as I can tell every word he is speaking to me is the full truth. I grin and respond. Now we're getting somewhere. Where can I see this man for myself? He turns to look me in the eyes and responds, Well, a select few contestants that rank exceptionally on the B-class exams are put on an accelerated progression track, kind of like the elites of the elites. Only a handful are chosen out of all of the applicants from all 8 regions every year. These members have the privilege, or rather, death sentence of training under Mr. Freeman himself to get the chance of becoming an A-rank hunter or dying for the association while striving to become one of these chosen few. I turn to Ember and open a telepathy link. What do you think about Mr. Freeman? He said he was in the Great War. That was 50 years ago. You were alive then, right? Was there a Sunday god? Do you recognize this golden soul energy? Are we dealing with another divine beast? Ember turns to Rodrigo and looks at his neck for a moment, but shakes his head and responds to my question through our link. None of these names are familiar to me. There isn't even a guarantee that these two are the same person. This figure must have gone by something else back in that era. Its soul energy is not one of the divine beasts, however. It is familiar. There is a long pause, but Ember speaks again. If this is your next target, I believe we should assess this threat for ourselves. If this is really the only chance we have of organically meeting the figure in question, I say, let's do it. I nod and smile inwardly. Then I turn to Rodrigo and reply. Great. It is about a month away, right? That should be enough time to prepare. I'd like to apply to become a B-class hunter. I am sure you can fit in a few new last-minute applicants into this year's exam. Chapter 505. No way. Are you crazy? You want me to sign your death sentence. You already narrowly escaped it by a hair once. There is no point in going back to the association if you don't have to. He eyes me and Ember up and down. Plus, are you guys even ranked up? One of the requirements for entering that exam is hitting level 500, based on the near non-existent mana readings I feel coming off you. I think you'd be killed off in the first combat round of the exams. He shakes his head with disapproval, but I reply with a shrug. I didn't ask if you thought I was strong enough. I just want you to get me into the exams. He looks at me again and hesitates before responding. No, there is still no way. Even if you have a death wish, don't drag me into it. They'd most definitely recognize you and see through any appraisal blocking items you own. The instant they realize who you are, and I am the one who recommended you, my head is on the line here too. There will be multiple A-rank proctors. It is impossible. He stops mid-sentence as I use my conceal skill along with my cloak to change my outfit, face, and even allow a small aura of mana similar to that of a level 500 hunter to make the disguise even better. Nothing is impossible. His mouth is left open as his aura goes through me, trying to piece together what just happened and see through my disguise while Bree lets out a chuckle. She interjects. I can get them new hunter IDs this week. I am sure there are a few C-Class Association workers that went missing over the last few weeks out in one of the other regions. It won't be too hard to borrow a few identities for the exams. Rodrigo nods and murmurs to himself, You are right. It is possible. He continues looking at Ember and me for a few seconds, sending wave after wave of mana through us, but his expression only gets more confused. What is this? I can't see through it. What kind of concealment item is this? It even suppressed your mana control before. He pauses, then shakes his head, snapping himself out of confusion. No way. It is still a no. Just because you've managed to block my eyes with some A-grade item doesn't mean you'll be able to fool all the proctors. He shakes his head again, and I believe him this time. It is true. I may be able to conceal myself from those at a lower level than me, and those that do not use any chi-based power, but the holder of this Sunday God's curse mark will be able to see my true form. I am almost sure of it. A telepathy link opens between Ember and me as I continue to ponder this point. Even more so than me, if he were to come to the exams with me, a dragon in human form would stick out far more than just a hunter with soul energy. He speaks through the link. If you are worried about our presence being seen by other soul energy users, I believe I am strong enough now to make an artifact capable of hiding us from those wandering eyes. However, it will take time. A lot of it. I raise an eyebrow, wondering what kind of artifact Ember has in mind that can block a soul energy user's perception. Will the month leading up to the exam be enough? I am not sure, but if this is the only chance we have, I will make it work. I smirk and nod, cutting the link and speaking out loud again to Rodrigo. Fine. If you don't believe me, how about we spar? If I win, you'll get us a spot in the upcoming B-class exams. If I lose, we'll get out of your hair and stop causing you any trouble. He grins on the spot and starts to laugh out loud. Now we're talking. This is all it'll take to get you to give up on this. Deal. How about I take both of you on, just to give you a fighting chance? If either one of you can manage to stay upright for a full minute while fighting me, I'll get you both into the exams. How about that? I smirk and stand to my feet, putting out a hand for him to shake. Let's do it. Right now. There is a dungeon right downstairs in the black market. He shakes my hand and turns his head to the clock on the wall. Sounds good to me. I have to get leaving soon anyway. Might as well show you what the true power of an A-ranked association hunter looks like before I go. All four of us stand from the couches and walk toward the spiral stairs, heading down into the black market to walk toward the small underground dungeon hub to not be recognized. Bry hands out small concealment rings, and we don't talk much on the way over. But the moment we hop into one of the less crowded lower grade dungeons and find a flat, untouched area of grassland in the back of one of them, the rings come off. On our way through the dungeon, we agree to the terms of our fight. A 60-second sparring match. If either Ember or I are still standing by the end of it, we win. If anyone surrenders, the other party wins. Either party is allowed to use any gear or weapons they wish. Rodrigo decides not to use any. So Ember and I decide to hold off on weapons too, but I mention that I'll most likely be testing out a sword later in this battle. Bree stands far away on top of a steep hill to watch. Holding a small digital stopwatch, the fight will begin once the first punch is thrown. Rodrigo faces off against myself, and Ember, speaking up while placing his fists in front of him. Don't hold back. I want you to aim to kill. I have a unique skill that allows me to respawn in the exact same form and place I last slept twice per waking cycle. Not that you'll land a finger on me, but I thought I might as well let you know because I don't want you to limit yourselves. At these words, I do remember him sharing an item with a similar effect during the C-class exams. He gave out a charm for everyone to wear that allowed them to respawn after death with their body and memory intact. It is a very overpowered skill. With something like this, the fearlessness he has going into battle is exactly what an A-ranked fighter needs. No wonder he rose the ranks in the association so far, and it makes sense why someone would want a tight leash on him. However, just like all mana-based skills, if a hunter does not have access to the system, or their MP is too low, it cannot be activated. So, his offer to go all out would make sense for the perception of the weak hunter I am showing him. But if I really went all out, it wouldn't end well. I am sure of it. Ember looks at me, and I shrug, putting my hands up and speaking to him through our link. Go easy, and not just instantly send him back to his respawn. Let's win this. But at least do it by surviving the full minute to run some tests and see what kind of fighter he is. Ember laughs out loud, severing the link and putting his fists up too. I'll try my best. We both lunge forward, and the clock in Bree's hand starts to count down from 60. Rodrigo runs forward too with bright white glowing fists and blinding speed. I see the air ripple behind him as he doesn't wait at all to activate his first ranked-up buff hand of the Illusionist. Dozens of copies of him start to trail behind his original body and spread out as we get closer to each other, creating a mirage, like effect of us being surrounded by lifelike images of him. It would be very confusing if I couldn't see straight through it with the soul energy floating through my eyes. Both Ember and I still play along and dodge and weave through all of the punches of the illusions until we make our way close enough to his real body. Rodrigo doesn't hold back at all. His fully charged light magic fist comes rocketing toward me, and I move my right arm in the way to block. An echoing crack sounds through the dungeon as my forearm stops his fist in place. The shockwave dissipates all of his illusions, and he jumps backward with wide eyes and a smile. You blocked my punch. Not too bad, actually. I underestimated you. How about your friend? He runs at Ember to my right side and throws a similar punch, only to have the same echoing shockwave of rippling light magic flow through the dungeon. He comes at us with even more speed and power next, throwing multiple punches and kicks per S-econ while we block them effortlessly, and follow his patterns while the 1-minute clock ticks down. Bree's voice calls out from high up on the hill. 50 seconds left. At this, Rodrigo's punches and kicks get faster, and the mana imbued into them are far more extreme. His power is impressive, and his baseline mana control is on par, if not even higher, than Fisher and Lydia's. He is a legit fighter that could take out 39th floor labyrinth monsters with mana alone. The demon cores significantly increase his stats, but the items he wears could be optimized more. Ember and I increase our own power output the further he pushes his. 40 seconds. Bree yells. His speed and power reach heights that are nearing his max. and he starts to get agitated. Impossible. How are you keeping up with me still? Your speed, power, your mana control, it is rising. He starts activating his Hand of the Illusionist mid-stride, sending out dozens of copies as we're about to attack again, and we ignore them, weaving through the copies to finally land hits of our own on Rodrigo. The punch I throw would easily have broken through the hard outer shell of the sandworms on the 38th floor, and possibly even killed an elite Minotaur on the 39th. However, he takes it head-on and is pushed backward by the blast of his mana shielding breaking. 30 more seconds. Halfway there, Bry calls out as the dust and debris clear. Fine, I'll show you my ranked-up form. You two are strong, stronger than I assumed. You would actually stand a good chance in surviving the B-class exams, but I won't risk my own life on that gamble. His body glows white and grows about 2.5x in size into an armored warrior made of pure light magic. It holds 2 long white blades of light in each hand and gives off a pure white aura. It is definitely his second ranked-up buff, ultimate attack form of the Light Warrior, but I don't intend for him to use this for long. We run forward at its form, and I coat my arms in far denser mana than I was using before. Ember does the same, and we begin trading blows back and forth with the enormous White Knight. Its energy blades collide with our shielded arms, and we punch back, sending the light magic user backward to his utter surprise. Only 20 seconds remain. Bree's voice echoes through the battlefield. At this warning, Rodrigo gets serious and takes a moment to step back and combines the white light magic swords into one thick blade. He holds an enormous glowing white sword in the air that hums with mana and makes everything around us ripple and wave. The air itself looks like it is about to melt. It twists and turns, and the figure is surrounded by a flash of blinding white light. At the same time, nearly 100 more blinding flashes of light fill the dungeon as the illusion of more knights fills my vision. I stop in my tracks and turn to Ember while pulling my new Dark Emperor's blade out from my inventory. Let me handle this one. I believe the fight will be over shortly. I want to test out my new weapon. There is more than enough targets to try it on here. It feels extremely heavy in my hands. Its mass is still equal to the 100M Long Lich King's scythe it was crafted from. Black waves of dark magic ooze out from the sword meant for war. One of the most interesting traits of dark magic is its ability to negate all mana-based attacks. I imbue more dark magic into the blade, using my superior dark summoning skill, and it gushes more and more with the black energy. Mana from the dungeon floor beneath my feet is being ripped away and sucked into the blade the longer I hold it. I lunge forward as Ember steps back. Every illusion of the Light Warrior I pass is engulfed by the darkness of my sword. One by one, they're all swallowed away into a void of darkness as I creep closer to the real body of my attacker. He swings his sword my way, and all I do is raise my black blade to block. I don't even attempt to swing this weapon. The instant the light sword gets within range of mine, I feel its attack power growing weaker. Mana is being drained from my own body to power this special effect, but it is negligible compared to the amount I can plunder from the dungeon below me. Rodrigo is caught in my trap. His weakening white blade against my mana-eating black sword stands no chance. 10 seconds. 10 seconds left. Bree yells as the entire white manifested sword is sucked away into my blade, and the outer shell of the white armor starts to fall into it too. My eyes widen as I feel the black blade's hunger for power and energy grow by the second. It drains more mana from me the longer I hold it, and eats away all of the mana fueling Rodrigo's attacks the longer he is near the blade. All I did was block his strike, and these are the catastrophic aftereffects. Excitement grows inside me as I watch the entire white suit of armor sink into my weapon and disappear, dismantling his ranked-up buff in seconds and leaving Rodrigo without a drop of MP remaining. Standing right next to the black sword, without any magic to take, the blade turns its attention to the dungeon itself and continues using power being channeled through my body. The floor around me indents as dungeon mass begins to drain away from the orb of darkness that starts to surround me. I feel the immense power growing more and more, and realize this is just the beginning. If I gave it enough energy, this entire dungeon could be negated and collapsed. At this realization of its true power, I open my item storage and try to let go of the sword to let it fall inside. However, my hands stay tightly grasped around the handle, like an invisible wave of gravity is holding them in place to siphon more power through me into the sword. I don't hesitate to slice both of my hands off at the wrists, right above my gauntlets using a string of dense mana, and let the blade fall into my item storage. It is an eerie power. The longer I hold that blade, I have a feeling the harder it will be to let go of it. Its sentient nature feels similar to my Flame Emperor's sword the first time I tried to control it, but wasn't strong enough to do so yet. This time, it feels a bit more ominous. The growing black aura dissipates the moment my sword disappears, and I regenerate my hands while retrieving my rings and gauntlets back from my item storage. Rodrigo jumps backward while absorbing mana in the atmosphere, while putting his shielding back up and stares at me with a dazed expression. What the hell was that? It is clear I legitimately caught him off guard for a moment. He knows it too. If I was really aiming to kill, that would have been the time to do so. I shrug, and a voice rings out from the hilltop. 5 more seconds before I can respond. It is as if a serious switch has been turned on and the air pressure in the battlefield changes. Rodrigo's mana has almost fully restored itself now after that unexpected event, and a golden glow shimmers in his eyes. You got lucky, but lost your chance. It doesn't matter. Whatever that was, no fancy enchanted items will save you from this. I didn't want to use this, but it is my only hope at taking both of you out before the time is up. The golden soul energy around his neck begins to expand, and his eyes glow golden as the power spreads over his whole body, and he lunges forward at me. His eyes dart back and forth from me to Ember, already calculating his next move to end the battle here and now. I smile and let dark red tendrils of energy flood out from my core to cover my arms and block his incoming golden shimmering punch. The impact of his fist on my forearm sends both of our soul energies flying through the air in an explosive collision. I am thoroughly surprised by the power of his blow. Even when using a fairly dense level of soul energy, I am thrown backward through the air. However, so is he at about the same speed. Both of our faces show expressions of mild shock. I assumed his power would be similar to the 6th or 5th ranked Dark Guards. However, there are small fragments of golden light left behind in my soul energy, even 30 meters away after being blown back from that blast. It eats away at my chi and mana stores. But there isn't much residue left on me, so I overpower it quickly. The same goes for Rodrigo. Dark red soul energy is left behind in his aura after he is hit by the blast. And even though it is strong, the overwhelming amount of golden energy that floods out from him manages to disintegrate the residue I left behind. If I were to gauge his strength now just based on our first exchange of punches, his soul energy is similar to the 2nd-ranked Dark Guard, maybe even stronger. We both look down at the contact points in awe at the other's strength. Then a final yell comes from on top of the hill watching over the battle. That is it. Time is up. The winners by timeout are Jay and Ember. No more fighting, you three. The spar is over. Chapter 506. As Bry yells out that the match is over, another voice responds while a beam of golden light erupts into the sky. Double or nothing. 10 more seconds. What do you say, Jay? Take me on alone. I wasn't aware the power you wield is cursed energy, too. Rodrigo turns his head toward me with sharp eyes and his whole body glowing gold. By cursed energy, he must mean soul energy. It seems the association calls it something different. I respond with my fists raised, covering them in red soul energy and shielding the rest of my body with a layer thick enough to block any of his blows if needed. What is in it for me? I already won our bet. Taking you on now would only be a risk. Truthfully, I want to fight him to see how powerful he actually is. I am certain I can win, but I might as well get more out of this if I can. He responds. What do you want? Same rules. 10 more seconds fighting. If I win, you are not getting an invite to the exams. If you win, you'll get... I interject as I think of something that I desire. Let me make 20 respawn items using your skill as a catalyst. If I win, you let me make them. I smirk as his expression changes to annoyance. I am property of the association. I can't be giving out their resources like that without authorization. I cross my arms. So you are saying you'll lose? I shrug and start to turn away, but he calls out, Fine, I'll let you make one respawn item. It may take a few tries, but I am confident Bry can craft one with enough of my blood. The only condition is you cannot sell it. The item has to be worn by you alone. I continue turning and shake my head. Not worth it. If you are so worried about it being illegal, then one is just as bad as 20. I'll just take my invite to the B-class exams. No need to fight more. He grits his teeth, and I see the golden light around him grow even denser. 5. I'll give you 5. I turn around. Make it 15, and I want to give them to my close allies. I don't like this rule that only I can wear them. He pauses and looks me in the eyes as red aura seeps from my fists at the same rate the golden light radiates from his body. 10 crafts? You and your allies only. I can be killed for a stunt like this, you know. I grin. Deal. Bree starts the clock again on the top of the hill, but Rodrigo doesn't wait for her words to start. He lunges forward at me with everything he has. Our punches and kicks fly. The soul energy collisions make the physical dungeon mass vibrate and echo. All of the hunters within a few kilometers doing their normal farming can definitely sense there is something happening deep in the dungeon, even without any chi-based perception. I block every one of Rodrigo's incoming punches and kicks. They feel almost 50% stronger than the one he threw at me at the end of our last fight. And I can tell he is really giving this his all by his instant heavy breathing and sweat dripping down his forehead. Tens of meters of dungeon mass are stripped away with every blow, and I have to actively use strong soul energy to block each of his strikes. My base stats are many times higher than his own just because of the level gap in my high-grade gear, but I still activate my stat boosting buffs to keep up with him, and not miss hits to take any unnecessary damage. After 42 blocks in a row in less than 5 seconds, and a massive crater in the grassland dungeon being formed, I whisper out loud while dodging his incoming golden punch with ease and hitting him back with a blow 3 times as powerful as the strongest one he has thrown at me so far, just to give him a taste of what I can do. You are not a bad fighter. Let's see if you can take a hit. It makes contact with his stomach, and I see his eyes roll back in his head for a moment, as his golden soul energy is pierced right through. Rodrigo is rocketed backward over 100 meters, ripping through the remaining dirt in the crater we fight in. However, before his momentum stops, he regains consciousness and activates his ranked-up buff with soul energy imbued into it as well. A 5-meter-tall golden knight digs its feet into the dungeon floor and rockets back toward me. I use the same power from the attack I just threw and let it soak my entire body with red aura. I take the ranked-up soul energy imbued light warrior on in my base form, just using basic soul energy shielding, going blow for blow with it. Now, the vibrations and energy waves coming off of Rodrigo are of a similar caliber to the destruction brought about by one of the first ranked Dark Guards in their split form, minus the base stats and lack of high-grade items, limiting his pure strength and speed. Rodrigo is among one of the strongest beings I've ever laid eyes on. I wasn't expecting the fight to go this far, but with less than 2 seconds left on the timer that Bree holds, I am sure he has finally reached his limit. I jump forward and let out even more of my soul energy, doubling my power again, cloaking my fists in soul energy so dark and dense it looks black. I am impressed, Rodrigo. You were right. Rank hunters are strong, but I am stronger? In a flash of red, my fist makes contact with the outer golden glow of the soul energy imbued ranked up buff and shatters it instantly. A wave of blood-red light pushes Rodrigo back and disintegrates his armor, while also obliterating a cylindrical path through the dungeon mass that he is blown back into. Bree's voice yells out, "Time! That is time! Time is up! Guys, stop fighting!" At her words, I instantly stop expelling aura and cease firing off my attack. Despite this, Rodrigo is still rocketed backward a few hundred meters into a nearby rock wall, and it is obliterated into fragments of stone. The dungeon is left in silence for a moment as I power all the way down, and Ember breaks the tension. "Nice one, Jay. That guy was pretty strong. The curse mark he bears is far stronger than the Lich King's was." Ember nods his head, and I agree, wiping a small bead of sweat from my own forehead. "You were right. Rodrigo is a formidable fighter. I might have lost if I tried to challenge him before the war. Bry comes walking down the hill toward us, and at the same time, a white glowing figure comes floating out of the rubble and floats over. Rodrigo is beat up, covered in burns and bruises, and knows he is lost. But there is a satisfied expression on his face as he touches down in front of me. You win. I believe you really do know what you are getting yourself into now. You definitely won't die at the exams with power like that. Well, not to another applicant at least. Thank you for showing me I am not just getting you into this exam to create another slave for the association to throw around. Jay, maybe you will be the one to set us free. He smirks, then catches a green potion I toss to him. It is the first mythic grade self-regeneration potion I've ever made, and he drinks it without questioning it to be anything other than a standard HP potion. Instantly, the burns and bruises all over his body disappear, his heavy breathing stops, and all of his fatigue completely fades away the moment the green liquid touches his lips. I put out a hand to shake his after he is healed and reply, "Glad to see you think I won't die. What a nice way to phrase things." I roll my eyes and chuckle. "Now, to get what we bet for, let me get those crafts." He nods and responds, "Sure, I'll drop off some blood for Bry to use late this week. One thing you should know, if someone wearing one of those charms is killed with the energy of a curse mark, they don't respawn. It only works from pure mana-based attacks." I raise an eyebrow at his statement, but don't hesitate to pull 10 item drops from floor 31 to 39 in the labyrinth, ranging from fangs to scales to horns, and craft them all into rings, amulets, and charms while imbuing the respawn skill into them while I am still making contact with Rodrigo's hand. It only takes an instant, and his eyes widen with shock when I let the items fall into my storage less than a second later and release my grip. You have my word. No one from the association will ever get their hands on these. Now, you hold up your second part of the bet. Get me and Ember a spot in the upcoming exams. He stares down at the place where the 10 items disappeared into my storage and replies, but not to my statement. What do you mean done? Imbuing skills into items is a gamble. Every time Bry does it, it usually takes dozens of tries and liters of blood before she can even get one right. What kind of ability do you have? Bry interjects, "Brother, that is not for you to worry about. Jay's crafting ability far surpasses my own." I add to her remark, "It may even surpass the old Sector 2 leader soon if you'd believe it. I heard there is new management with exceptional talent accepting new trade deals in the Dark Continent." Gears begin turning in his head as he realizes who this new hidden contact for trade deals that many regions have just started doing trade with is, and puts together even more connections that his sister must be helping with the high order volume too. He speaks up in a much more professional tone now. "Right. With the recent dungeon surges, the expansion of the Abyss, and fall of leadership in the Dark Continent, it seems there may be a lot of change happening in this world. However, do not underestimate the association just based on my performance. I may be strong, but there are stronger enemies with much deeper ties of loyalty to the association than me." He points to his golden, glowing collar. "This is not the only thing that keeps us in line. If you are truly going to challenge them, take your time and calculate every move you make." He lets out a sigh, and I nod. Then silence falls among us all. Bry speaks next. "Don't you think you should be getting back about now?" Rodrigo nods and turns to the direction of the dungeon exit. "Yes, it is about time. I should be off now. I'll make contact with you again next week. I assume by then you will have the fake ID names for these two. I'll have them registered as last-minute applicants." He turns to me and Ember. "This was fun. Thank you for opening my eyes. I still don't like any part of this, but a bet's a bet. You have my word. I'll get you in. You better get even stronger than you already are. Whatever you are planning to do in the exams, don't leave any part of it to chance." We both nod, and Rodrigo flies off toward the dungeon exit to go back to the association and hand in the blue recording crystal of his meeting with Bryember, speaks up once he is gone. "Well then, now that that is out of the way, how about we start on making that teleport platform?" Bry nods. My schedule is definitely clear now. I place a hand on both her and Ember's shoulders. "Good to hear. I'll bring us to the craft site now." We should have everything we need to create the platform here. Dungeon, walk us into the Canyon of Dungeons? Bry, I'd like to show you the home base I am building in Sector 2. This is where the first teleport platform will be created. We step out of the dungeon exit and walk up the stone walkway to see the setting red-orange sun shining down rays onto a long path leading to the town being built in the distance. Welcome to the Crimson City, Chapter 507. We make our way into the underground bunker, and I point to an open section of white flooring on the side of the room nearest the stairs. The portion of the room with loot and materials can be sectioned off with a movable wall if need be. I'd like to build the first teleport platform right here. I put the luminite and old book from my item storage in the center of the room, letting them float in the air with telekinesis and sift through the pages until the design we were looking at before comes up. Bree, Ember, and I sit around the items and discuss the information while I pull out piles of mana crystals that equal millions of MP necessary for the craft. On top of this, a very sturdy high-grade platform is needed to use as the imbuement item. Bry says she has some material back in her workshop that would be sufficient, or we could salvage some of the shielding from the room here, or even merge some of the B-class items in the crates near the back wall to create a platform for this craft. However, I have an even better idea for a base material that is higher grade and sturdy enough for this craft. How about we use some of the scrapped shielding from the 2 buildings in Sector 1 that are being taken apart right now? I am sure that would be more than enough to use for this platform, and many others to come. I use telepathy to call one of my body doubles in the nearby area to come down, and in a matter of seconds, it comes walking down the stairs. Ember replies, "That is a good idea. It will be quite an efficient material for this craft. We won't need much. Just a 5x5 meter solid cut should be more than enough." I nod and turn to my double while throwing it a transport crystal to the Galeheart Tower. You heard him. We need some A-grade shielding to complete this craft, and bring some extra so I have some on hand. I am sure Lith won't mind. Ember grins. There is one thing I think he will mind, though, and it is something I need if we're going to make that 30-day deadline for the B-class exams. I raise an eyebrow as he continues. I need you to grab that last isolation pod for me. The concealment items I need to produce will take far longer than a month to accomplish. I've been doing the math in my head, and I'll need at least 10 times that at a bare minimum. The only way I see it being possible is with an isolation pod. He turns to me and uses telepathy. Or we can go scour some far-off dungeons and search for a new Void Creeper rift, but finding another one nearby on this world is unlikely. I nod and speak to my double. Yeah, that works. Let's try not to destroy this one. It is the only one left that I know of, and I still don't know how to craft those things. Convince Lith to let us use it. We won't charge this one up to 50 times, just 10 times or so at most. My double nods and heads off in a flash of white light. We continue to set up for the craft and double-check the instructions for a few minutes. Then, Bry asks a simple question. So, how exactly did you get your hands on this luminite in the first place? I doubt it was from an auction. You must have actually found a way to mine it from a collapsing dungeon. Or, is there some other way? I smile. There is no other way I know of. I managed to create a far more stable version of the element stone bomb I set off in the forest outside Vice City with you. There is a way to gently collapse a dungeon. If you are quick enough, the raw materials that drop into thin air once it disappears are these crystals. I point to the jar with fragments of white gems inside. She nods and smiles. So you are saying that there is the potential to make more? How much? Could I purchase some from you? I laugh. Sure, you can buy some in the future if you'd like, but I was planning to make a platform for you free of cost in your workshop just to make it easier to travel. Plus, an office here so you can have multiple bases of operation. I point up to the ceiling and briefly outline the build plans and future for this guild hall to her. Then, as soon as we're both on the same page, my body double comes back with a smile on his face and an inventory full of a grade shielding. You'll have enough for 10. No, maybe 100 of these platforms with the hall Lith gave me. Those buildings are loaded with materials. I open my item storage, and my double opens his, and he transfers all of the items over, including an isolation pod with about 6 times dilation still left in it. My double goes back outside to continue surveying the desert. I pull out just enough shielding for the craft and place the isolation pods near the back wall of the bunker. Great. Now, let's get this craft completed, with a carefully cut humming sheet of shielding in front of me, 3.3 million MP worth of mana crystals surrounding it, and a containment case of luminite hovering above it. I activate my mythic grade crafting skill. I share this skill with Bry and Ember, so they can watch it happen with intricate detail in real time. The entire shielding segment is selected as the base. 2.6 million MP of the total mana is selected as a catalyst plus fuel, and just over 60% of the luminite inside the containment case is selected within the glass contraption. I press accept on the craft option that links up exactly with the book, and a bright white light fills the entire room. A release of energy from the millions of MP being used flows through all of our bodies, and the metal-coated mana shielding melts into a form that is close to liquid, as it bends and shapes into a circular platform about 4 meters in diameter, over half of the mass within the containment contraption. Holding luminite disappears and merges with the bright lit craft. It takes over 3 full seconds before the light fades, and a raised circular platform, a small pile of leftover mana crystals, and a jar of about 1/3 of the luminite we started with are all that remain. The corners of my lips curve up when my appraisal and all-seeing eye skills read out what is in front of me. Underscore, 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 instant teleportation platform, grade. Oh, owner. J Soju current, bonded teleport crystals in circulation. 0 info. This is a unique item that can only be modified by its owner. Using bonded teleport crystals, any living being and the direct mass they are making contact with will be instantly transported to this platform. Crafter's note. None, underscore, 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 I smile while using my crafting skill again on the remaining luminite. E and mana crystals sitting on top of the platform and select the next option to make bonded crystals linked solely with this platform. There is another flash of light, and all of the white and pink crystals before me merge together to make a large pile of small white gems. I step forward and pick one up. Teleport crystal then. I look back at the platform's stats and see there is a change in one of its settings. Current bonded teleport crystals in circulation, 361. It worked. I pick up a handful of the white glossy gems and toss a few to Ember, then a few to Bree as well, letting the rest all fall into my item storage. Come on, let's test this out. Bree's eyes are wide with a mixture of pure excitement and disbelief. Yes, let's do it. Ember nods. I already believe it'll work, but very well, let's test it. We leave the underground bunker and fly a few kilometers away into the desert, and all crush a crystal in our hands. Instantly, a flash of white light brings us back to the underground bunker. And when I check the internal setting of the platform, the live bonded crystal count changes. Current bonded teleport crystals in circulation, 358. Interesting. We try it again, using the crystals inside a dungeon, then again all the way thousands of kilometers away in Vice City. Current bonded teleport crystals in circulation, 352 no matter where we teleport from. We're always sent back here instantly. Well, it is a success. The first teleport platform works. Now, it is time to farm some rogue dungeons to make more. The 3 of us talk over the trade details in the bunker a little longer, and I let Bry know that it will take a bit of time to farm up more luminite to create her next platform. However, it will be ready by the time the first shipment of raw materials for her craftsmen come in. The only concern is finding a secure place to put hers. We may need to create a secret room beneath her bottom floor. Inspection and monthly recorded check-ins from the association cannot pick up on the fact that she has one of these. After discussing these details, I bring her back to the Black Market Dungeon Hub and leave her with another handful of teleport crystals. Come back anytime. I may not always be in town, but my doubles will most likely always be here to greet you. Sounds good. I'll see you again very soon. She leaves, walking through the underground market back to her workshop. Ember and I use the underground dungeon hub as a teleport point to make our way back to the Vice City Labyrinth to collect a single firestone from the 39th floor. Then Dungeon walk to a faraway dungeon over 200 kilometers away in the desert. It is the last D-grade dungeon that my Doubles and Ember were using to collect mana previously when we were charging up pods before the war. This time, I use my own Mythic Grade Plunderer skill to imbue the stone, and I am able to create a containment item that stores just about 7 billion MP all by myself. Ember and I stand back as the stone sucks up the dungeon's mass until it hits its fill. Looks like I can farm these myself. We crush teleport crystals and make it back to the underground bunker. I use this stone to add to the semi-used isolation pod from the Galeheart Tower, bringing it to over 11 times dilation, roughly the limit to where it won't cause long-term damage to the machine. Ember looks at me with a confident smile as he steps inside. 300 days should be enough if I push it. I will come out once my creations are complete. I wish you luck on your ventures while I work. Only disturb me if it is a matter of life or death. I nod. Very well. I'll make sure this civilization is unrecognizable, and we are much stronger once you emerge. Whatever it is you are creating, best of luck. Ember types on the keypad, entering 30 days at an 11.54 x dilation. The door shuts, and I call for a body double to come and be on full-time guard duty of this pod. After it arrives, I head off to the Canyon of Dungeons as the sun fully disappears and the night sky comes. I dungeon walk into the labyrinth to begin a solo farming session. Chapter 508. I start by clearing out the rest of floor 39, dungeon walking from monster to drain their MACP, and opening up spatial magic portals to store their corpses in my storage. Instead of leaving their bodies to dissolve in random places throughout the floor, having to wait up to a full minute for some, I see it as more time efficient to keep their corpses on me and have them all dissolve together after I am done with farming for the day. I clear out every floor from 38 to 30 next with fast strikes, dungeon walking to every new monster and killing them before they even know I've arrived. A few 100 million MP worth of mana control is absorbed, and over 1,000 monsters' bodies are stored in my storage before coming back up to floor 39 to catch the one mutant minotaur that respawns right on schedule. I repeat this routine for a few hours, piling up corpses in my storage, collecting over 1 billion MACP total, and holding 7 near-a-grade firestones in my item storage. Before I decide to change things up, I let the massive pile of corpses dissolve before me on the 39th floor, collecting close to 1 million MP worth of pink mana crystals and over 1,000 high B-grade crafting materials. Then, I let them all fall into my storage while activating my soul energy, letting a visible red aura leak out from my core, the same output as the aura I was using while fighting Rodrigo at his maximum strength in his ranked-up form. I pull out my Flame Emperor's sword, because the dark blade I tested earlier seems to still be very unpredictable and hard to control. I whisper under my breath, while dungeon walking up 2 floors. This should be enough to fend off whatever is on the 41st floor. It'll be a good change of pace instead of just farming the lower ones all night. The last few times I attempted fighting the monster on this floor, I never even managed to get a look at it. Its status never even showed up in my mind's eye. The only thing I know about this floor is that it is a dark cave system, with a fast-moving monster that uses slashing attacks and conceals its presence very well. The instant I teleport into the darkness, I hear the sound of humming energy and barely audible fast-moving steps on the rocky ground approaching. In less than 1/10 of a second, a sharp blade-like surface comes rocketing toward my midsection. I smile as the dark green bug-like claw collides with my soul energy shielding and bursts into an eruption of energy. There is an angry hiss that echoes through the cave, and I see the shadowy outline of a 4-meter-tall mantis creature circling me in the dark, ducking in and out of crevices in the cave while eyeing me down and waiting to send off its next attack. My inspect and appraisal skills finally pick up on a few of this monster's readings. underscore 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 elf 1522 active items none active skills stealth mythic grade buffs silent breath eyes of the night the Sunday god's curse mark underscore 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 unders core underscore 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 a mythic grade stealth skill. Huh, just like mine. My eyes lock onto the barely visible golden collar around its neck, being partially blocked out by its stealth skill. It is only visible now because of my all-seeing eye, new advanced perception, overall higher state of mana control, and of course, my unique soul energy senses. Despite this, the dark green mantis lunges forward again and throws a claw covered in golden light beneath its stealth veil. It must not be used to its opponents being able to see its movements, because when I swing my sword up to block its strike covered in my own soul energy, and the two masses collide, the creature immediately uses the momentum from my blow to be shot backward and scurry away into the cave again. It boosts its stealth skill further and lurks in the darkness. My eyes track it around the dungeon as it does. This creature is using only its own mana control to activate its stealth skill, and it is clear to see that there is a large difference between the Sunday God's warriors and the now defeated Lich Kings. The stronger troops in the Lich King's army heavily relied on their own raw power during battles, only using the orange soul energy as a last resort. This is because the power being shared at those higher ranks did not make such a monumental difference than their own mana control and soul energy. When I look at this creature, and when I relate its fighting style to Rodrigo's, I see the attack power they throw is heavily reliant on the borrowed energy of the curse mark they bear. Their curse mark soul energy allowance at level 1300 to 1500 is rivaling to that of a level 2000 to 2500 in the Dark One's army. It is an interesting sight to behold, but I am still not sure what to think of it. My first theory is that the Lich King spread its borrowed power among many troops, so it weakened its individual power shared to each recipient. However, I've dealt with borrowed soul energy before, like the Red Hydra's buff. It was only shared between a handful of people and was far weaker than the Lich King's. This just goes to show that there are too many variables at play to conclude anything concrete about this discovery yet. The mana control and base stats of this mantis monster are still lagging behind the immense power that is held in its borrowed soul energy. That is why I can easily still see its golden glow through its stealth skill, and also why it can block one of my mid-powered sword swings with its golden light despite being a far lower level than I am. This makes the strength shown in my spar with Rodrigo's fight make a lot more sense. However, as the mantis lunges forward at me again, I change up my stance and look the monster right in the eyes. I might as well end this battle now. There is no point in dragging it on. You are not much of a talker anyway. It's dark green armored mantis. Claw comes rocketing toward my blind spot covered in a golden glow while I let my warning echo through the cave. At the last minute before impact, I let my soul energy pulse and release my full power while still in my base form. A wave of red light illuminates the entire cave system while I turn my body and sword to throw a slash against its claw. The golden light around it burns away, and its outer green shell shatters while my soul energy blade cuts off the entire right third of its upper body in a single strike. The rest of its form is covered in soul energy flames, and it is blasted off in the opposite direction from the impact of my release. Instead of letting it scurry off into the caves again, I follow with my eyes locked on it, releasing another attack at its other side that is charging up a last-ditch effort high-powered golden attack. I cut its long, sharp left arm off at the shoulder joint before it can even get a strike off on me, and the residue from my first attack begins to eat away at the golden collar around its neck. A loud hiss sounds out as I get close to stop it from running any further, slicing both of its legs off at the knees. It falls and tumbles, rolling to the floor while golden energy seeps from its body, attempting to protect its remaining vitals as a survival instinct. However, the damage is already done. My soul energy that covers this monster's areas where it was hit spreads further, eating away the golden glow and burning the bug alive as it struggles to get up off the hard rocky cave floor. I raise my sword above my head to give it a finishing blow and put this dying floor boss out of its misery. But a notification shows up in blue text above the monster once it falls below 5% HP. Red light flows through the system notification, making the blue text look purple in some places. Almost like my soul energy is combining with the system here. Use absorption skill, stealth, mythic grade. Yes. No, the hissing sounds coming from the creature gets louder as it knows its end is near, but I can't help but hesitate for multiple reasons looking down at this odd red and blue text mixture. The first reason I am confused is the fact that I already have a stealth skill on my status, and it is already mythic grade 2. This is the first time I've let an enemy get down to below 5% HP to activate my new mythic grade absorption special perk that allows me to steal one available skill from an enemy before they die. However, it shouldn't allow me to absorb a skill I already own. The system is never wrong, but this still doesn't make sense. If I hit yes, nothing should happen. I guess there is no harm in trying. I select yes, and a bright white-blue light engulfs the remains of the monster, and my dark red soul energy creates a sphere around this flashing light. I feel multiple skills like craftsmanship, mana manipulation, spatial magic, and a variety of others activating subconsciously through my soul energy link, while the dark red energy shifts in size and color. While many mythic grade skills work together in a fashion I didn't know was possible, it feels similar to how I removed cursed soul energy from Monk's Master and the fighters being used as test subjects in the Dark One's tower, but fairly different, because instead of flat-out destroying energy, I am trying to preserve it. The hot mixture of soul energy shrinks in on itself until the blue and white flashes have ceased. At the same time, I feel something fall into my item storage through the spatial magic bonded to my soul energy. In my mind's eye, as soon as this energy disappears into suspended animation, I see the status of the monster in front of me change. Its stealth skill vanishes from its status, and its veil of perception, blocking protection, disappears. Its green outer shell is clear as day while I bring my sword down, shattering it, and slicing its head and body in two to finish it off. Another absorption notification rings in my ear as it allows me to take its MCP, but no levels were gained from defeating this boss. At the same time, the cave begins to fill with natural light, and my reign of fiery terror throughout the caves becomes visible. I see the molten rock and trails of fire left behind me. The remains of the mantis corpse dissolve after about 45 seconds, and all that is left behind is a long green claw with a plus 252% agility stat boost, and a large mana crystal. As I collect these items, my mind shifts back to the energy that fell into my status right after I activated my absorption perk, and I let it float out and hover over my hand. The item before me is a clear orb about the size of a marble. Inside of it, there is swirling blue and white light and threads of dense mana making grid-like system patterns so many times over, down to such a microscopic level. Not even my all-seeing eye can see its entire intricate design. However, it shows the item information, and my eyes are locked on this text for a full minute, while the labyrinth's natural transport magic brings me up to floor 42. Underscore, 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 skill, orb, grade, skill, stealth, mythic grade item type, consumable info. This skill orb is a unique item. It allows the user to permanently absorb a new skill and add it to their status. Only one skill orb per person can be consumed. Any additional attempts will result in a failed absorption. Underscore, 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 underscore. My vision flashes white, and I let the blue orb fall into my item storage. While I respawn on the next floor, a very odd environment spawns in front of me. There are rolling hills, but the ground is made of a smooth white material that grips my feet like rubber. There is no wildlife, and the sky is light gray, almost the same shade as the floor. I hear a murderous roar echo from beyond one of the rolling synthetic-looking white hills. But My mind is still racing on the fact that I now have the ability to absorb and imbue skills from enemies into a physical consumable. I need to see if this is replicable. If so, I can hand select a new skill for each of my allies. The Flame Emperor's army could grow far stronger. I grip my sword and burst into dark red flames again, spreading out my perceptions and getting ready to take on whatever climbs the hill to challenge me on the 42nd floor. This farming session just got a lot more interesting. Chapter 509. The monstrous roar that echoes from the back of the 42nd floor boss room reveals its form soon after I hear it. At first, when teleporting into this white-floored room, my all-seeing eye picked up the presence of a man, standing just as tall as me with a golden collar around his neck. However, it immediately evolved into its monster form when I arrived. It jumps up and over the nearest white hill to come into my vision, and its 6-meter-tall, light blue-skinned, muscular body contrasts greatly with the gray sky. It has 3 golden glowing eyes on its forehead, with a large matching collar around its neck, too. It wears silver armor on its chest and feet, and carries 2 long swords that shimmer the same metallic shine. Its gaze locks with mine, and it speeds forward as I scan its status. Underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore LV.2091. Active items. Enchanted silver sword, set T, 411% strength, 300 speed, 288% agility enchanted silver, chestplate, 391% defense, 322% strength. Enchanted silver boots, 348% speed. 340% agility active skills, swordsmanship. Mythic grade, dual wielding, legendary grade buffs. Overseer's vision energy, enhancement of the ultimate swordsman, the Sunday God's curse mark, underscore, 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 underscore. It seems like every floor above the 40th has been raising levels by about 500 each new boss. It is a considerable amount. I feel an aura of mana control fill the dungeon, and a denser layer of blue mana covers its body and swords. Both of its ranked up buffs activate, and the graceful movements of its steps and blade are the handiwork of this monster's mythic grade swordsmanship at work. A thick golden aura leaks from its eyes and covers its arms and 2 blades while it comes at me. I activate my own mythic grade swordsmanship skill and channel my soul energy into defenses while activating my own ranked up buff to grow in size, and create a dark red greater energy form almost twice as large as the monster before me. I lunge forward too, and both of us follow the instinctive thread of our skill's energy attacks. My sword collides with one of his, blocking it and sending it flying backward, then twisting my body to block his second blade coming from the opposite side. Blue and golden energy disperse into the air as the 3-eyed swordsman calculates the perfect counter to my block. In my greater form, I have the edge on it in all of my stats. However, I could tell that if I fought it in my base form while it was activating its buffs, I would have had trouble fending off the attack I just blocked. My gaze locks on the monster's weak points. I need to focus on defeating this monster, not just testing out new skills and moves like I did on the 41st floor. Its shoulders, knees, and neck are unprotected from armor, but it holds its dual swords in a peculiar stance that blocks these weak spots while in a resting position. It even manages to guard these points while my sword was deflecting it during our last exchange. The focused golden soul energy in its blades was nearly as dense as mine, but it seemed like it was using the majority of it only on its weapons. My soul energy covered my blades as well as my entire greater energy form, spreading out its density greatly. The blue-skinned swordsman comes running back in with trails of golden mist behind its swords, and I block both attacks individually just like before, but lunge in to counter as it is moving away this time, aiming for its upper shoulder, but get to witness a fast spinning motion from his upper body to block the attack too. What I find interesting about this exchange is that a small amount of its soul energy transfers from its unused blade in this block to cover its shoulder on the off chance that my attack makes it through. It is working with a limited amount of this high-level power just as I assumed. This gives me the go-ahead to allocate my own soul energy accordingly on the next exchange. I am confident in my ability to outmaneuver this monster in my greater form, so I channel over 50% of my soul energy directly into my blades and send my next attack just like the last. Upon contact, both the golden and blue light that envelops its silver swords are eaten away, and the hard silver enchanted metal begins to melt and bend as my blade pushes through them. Instead of having graceful spins and counters each time, the creature's golden eyes pulse, and it jumps backward while holding up both damaged swords in the same unique defensive stance. I don't regroup my thoughts or step back at all. I jump in again after it, slashing away at its defenses and continuously melting and incinerating through its borrowed golden energy. This monster isn't weak, but I've found its weakness. I am carefully positioning each strike, using all of my perception and buffs on full capacity. I even feel my body tiring as I ruthlessly beat my opponent down. This swordsman is not capable of stopping me. My fiery red and black sword finally breaks one of its silver weapons into pieces, landing my first blow through its right shoulder. 3 exchanges later, and its other sword is shattered to pieces and melted into nothing from my strikes, and I land more hits on its shoulders, knees, and neck area where its golden collar rests. The monster is overwhelmed as I push it back, burning large black and red marks and slashes through the floor of this boss room while imbuing more and more of my corrosive soul energy into each slash I manage to make on the three-eyed swordsman. It seeps into its veins, burning it from the inside, and turning the blue mana that covers its body into red flames while the golden light in its eyes dims. I'd go straight for a headshot right now if my only aim for this battle was to kill it. Another 30 seconds of burning it from the inside, and cheap shots in its weak spots go by. I even slice its arms and legs clean off, pinning it to the ground under my greater form's boot before I finally see purple-red notifications. Select one option swordsmanship, mythic grade, dual-wielding, legendary grade. I choose swordsmanship, and a more familiar window pops up. Use absorption skill, swordsmanship, mythic grade, yes, no. Once I hit yes, the same flash of white and blue system, colored light, covers the monster's body. Then, my soul energy and subconscious activation of skills commences as well. The instant I feel a skill orb enter my item storage, I let my flames engulf the monster entirely and burn its flesh to ash. A notification to absorb its max AP is presented, and a mana crystal, as well as its chestplate and boots are left behind as loot. I happily accept and place them into my inventory with the mythic grade swordsmanship skill orb while being transported to the next floor while still in my greater form. Might as well keep going while I am on a roll here. As the white transfer magic light brings me to the 43rd floor, I take in the rocky mountain landscape of brown dirt, green trees, and gray stone cliffsides. The instant I try to gauge where I am, I have to lunge out of the way to dodge dozens of incoming rocks and trees, sharpened into spears covered in dense golden soul energy. Some of the projectiles narrowly miss me by less than a meter on each side, and as I weave through the barrage, I have to use my sword to block a few attacks that would have hit me straight on otherwise. The soul energy shielding around all of these attacks is exactly even with my own. The best I can do is deflect them by changing their direction slightly, but it feels as if there is an external gravitational pull on them, making them shoot toward me in a curving path. After making my way through the bulk of the barrage, I don't manage to dodge them all. My soul energy shielding, along with body hardening, is torn through in the side of my stomach and lower left leg. It leaves golden flakes of soul energy behind, but also makes immense bloody gashes on my real body. As I escape into the sky, they hit the ground where I stood moments ago and blast a massive crater in the soft ground. I look toward where the attacks came from while flying through the air, healing my wounds with self-regeneration, and locking onto a status reading of a being far above me on a mountain peak, almost a full kilometer away. A large humanoid creature, wearing armor made of stone, stares down at me from up on its high cliff. Its face looks like a rhinoceros, with a large pointed black horn coming off its nose and a smaller one above it. Its skin is light brown, almost orange, and it carries a staff with a pointed blade at the top of it radiating golden light. The monster's eyes are jet black and sharp, locked on me without wavering at all. A curse mark forms a dense golden collar around its neck, and it raises its staff, sending off over 50 massive fragments of rock, trees, and dungeon mass flying my way, all covered in golden energy while my gaze scans its status. Underscore, 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 LV.2699 active items. Blade of the Mountain Hermit, 589% mental strength, 400 strength, enchanted charm of protection, 310% mental strength, 300% defense, 250% speed, 220% agility, 180% strength enhanced stone chestplate, 367% defense, 311% strength active skills, telekinesis, mythic grade, body hardening, mythic grade buffs, Rhino's focus. Target lock Mountain Hermit is ultimate defense. The Sunday God's curse mark, underscore, 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 as soon as I do. A downpour of more dungeon mass covered in soul energy comes raining on top of me. Now, as I weave through the violent attacks, the feeling of the nearby targets turning in midair and changing their direction to follow me make much more sense. It must be a combination of its mythic grade telekinesis skill and its first ranked up buff that seems to have some kind of homing mechanism. I let my aura of soul energy expand and use my mythic grade plunderer skill to take control of the dungeon around me, draining some of the mana from the soul energy that rains down on me. But there are still far too many, and its borrowed golden power is too strong for me to deflect and dodge every incoming projectile. I am hit 4 more times in the legs and sides and have to heal while I travel upward to take away the high ground advantage that the beast atop the highest mountain in this dungeon stands. Its aura radiates throughout the entire boss room, meaning as much as I run, I'll never be outside of its range. The aura it gives off gets stronger the closer I get to it, but with its primary offensive ability being long range, I don't have much of a choice other than attempt to close the gap between us. I, for one, don't have my telekinesis skill upgraded at all. There are no natural dungeons that spawn monsters with this exact ability. Its skill is multiple ranks higher than mine. If we were to battle solely using this trait from long range, it would surely win. If I get up close, I have many more skills in my arsenal that will be effective against it no matter how tough its mythic grade body hardening or ultimate defensive ranked up buff may be. Letting my body glow with a constant state of self-regeneration, I fly forward into the danger zone. The bulk of my soul energy covers my vitals and is imbued into my sword to directly deflect the dungeon mass that is thrown toward me with no possible way of changing its course. I use some telekinesis of my own, but it hardly does anything to change the rigid flight pattern of sharpened trees and boulders. Pulsing golden shockwaves come off the mountain, while its natural resources are stripped away to send larger and more frequent attacks my way. The relentless attacks are painful, and the damage it does to my body parts, where I can't stop them, only increases the closer I get. I try many strategies to make my travel over more efficient. Once halfway there, less than 500 meters away, I come up with a few ways to slow its attacks. The first is sending off waves of intimidation and confusion. My pulses don't immobilize it, as we're very close in mana control power, but they do catch the creature off guard the first few times I throw them out. The second is using stealth. When I disappear, a large amount of the stones being sent toward me continue off in a straight line as the boss is most likely manually maneuvering them. However, a few still follow me like heat-seeking missiles. So this must be a feature of its target lock buff that I can't avoid even while invisible. As I get within 300 meters range, the strength and frequency of attacks it throws at me become overwhelming, while the damage done to my physical body can be healed almost instantly, and I never go below 80% of my total HP. I still have to concentrate entirely on every attack I counter and be diligent and patient while continuing to assess its skills and abilities. This is a serious floor boss. It is definitely the strongest and most intelligent labyrinth monster I've ever fought. It is tasked to protect this floor and not let any challengers pass, and it intends to do exactly that without question. It gets straight to the point. There are no useless, flashy displays of power, arrogant speeches, or any signs of it letting up to allow me to get in closer for any reason. It just stands high up on the mountain with its staff in hand, blocking me from getting near with minimal effort. If I can figure out a way to defeat it, I don't think I'll be challenging the floor boss above this one before I do some more soul energy training. I've climbed up this labyrinth far enough to find my limit again, without power and reflexes over double my own. There is no way any opponent could ever get in this close to it without high-grade regenerative abilities. Even so, I've hardly closed the distance, and still haven't gotten to see its defensive buff or close-range battle tactics with that staff at close range yet. I've seen everything it can do using this attack pattern. I need to switch things up and run a quick test using an entirely different strategy. With this in mind, I activate stealth again, deflecting its homing missiles, and whisper to myself, Dungeon Walker. Less than 1/10 of a second goes by as I calculate and execute my surprise assault. I spawn in less than 5 meters away from the creature's back, plunging my red soul energy-soaked blade forward. Using mythic-grade Plunderer, Confusion, and Intimidation on full blast, I shock the creature's system while activating Lifesteal at close range to drain its health and make it my own. I feel the soothing, warm energy of HP and MP entering my body while I send a slash full of soul energy and murderous intent toward the beast. As soon as it leaves my blade, the sharp eyes of the mountain hermit is beast form turn around to catch a glimpse of me in its peripherals. It looks calm and unfazed, activating its second ranked-up buff. A glossy diamond-textured armor shielding covers its body as my close-range soul energy attack collides with its back. Chapter 510. The energy blade that leaves my sword collides with the diamond armor, and at the same moment, I dungeon walk far away, over 1 kilometer back to where I spawned into this boss room. I do this for 2 reasons. The first is completely instinctive. There is no reason for me to stay up close any longer than I have to when I am facing an opponent with unknown tactics. At close range, the second is that the ground beneath my feet turned into hundreds of needle-shaped spears all covered in golden light the moment the monster's eyes met mine. It used telekinesis to shoot them upward, and if I stayed any longer, they would have all collided with my soul energy barrier as well. There is an explosion of red and golden light in the distance as these attacks collide. The concentrated slash makes it through the mountain hermit's outer layer of golden shielding and even cracks its diamond armor. But, to my surprise, it doesn't make it all the way through before my attack dissipates into the air and is eaten up by the golden energy that seeps out from the monster's core. As collateral damage, the entire top quarter of the mountain is decimated by the extreme release of power. Hundreds of meters of dungeon mass are destroyed and sent flying into the air, being melted and incinerated into pure mana. My opponent stands on top of the rubble, reforming its diamond armor, and letting the golden light around it reform as if nothing has happened at all. I had the advantage on every front during that attack. The element of surprise, using my full power, and even making the environment for my strike optimal, all it managed to do was drain about 10% of its HP using Lifesteal, while mildly irritating it by damaging its ultimate ranked-up defense form. Other than this, I am back to square one. Rocks and trees, coated in golden light rain from the sky again, as the horned creature raises its staff high up on the mountain and stares down at me with an unfazed expression in its dark eyes. This doesn't stop me from dodging the incoming attacks by a hair, then activating stealth and dungeon, walking in mid-swing to attack it again. With an expanding aura of Lifesteal, Plunderer, Intimidation, and Confusion all infused with soul energy radiating out from my core, I send another attack off at the beast. Its life energy is drained away, taking another 8% of its HP before I release the red slash from my sword. Just like before, its head immediately turns to its blind spot. But this time, it swings its weapon coated with golden energy back at my sword slash. I dungeon walk away from the danger zone as the silver-bladed edge of its battle staff takes my attack on at point-blank range. From the bottom of the mountain, 2 clashing auras of energy erupt again. I expect the remaining top of the mountain to be blown to bits, just like last time, but something different happens. There is a loud roar and pulse of golden light through the entire boss room as the mountain hermit dispels my attack, making the 2 energies explode in the air with equal force. I dungeon walk to another portion of the room to escape the incoming raining debris controlled by telekinesis, teleporting around the dungeon a few times before attempting my close-range attack again. This time, before I can even release the entire energy attack from my sword, the monster's uniquely shaped weapon comes rocketing my way and collides with the edge of my flaming blade. My mental attacks seem to not affect it at all anymore, and my lifesteal hardly drained away more than 5% more HP this time around. Its reaction time is only getting faster, and I can't break through its ranked-up defenses no matter how hard I try without increasing my base mana and chi control, or bringing allies to this boss room to borrow theirs using my ranked-up buff. The longer I drag this battle out, the fewer chances I'll have to catch it off guard. As our blades collide and a murderous wave of soul energy ripples out from both of our bodies, I decide to attempt to use another one of my unique skills. I dungeon walk to its left shoulder, not even attempting to win our sword exchange, and place a hand covered in a large amount of my soul energy onto its diamond-coated muscles. Instantly, the monster turns its gaze again, swinging the sharp tip of its staff my way. But I whisper under my breath while activating a skill and feeling immense pain fill my body as I do. Equivalent exchange. Bright white light covers both of our bodies as I sacrifice 80% of my total HP in a single shared attack. Equivalent exchange is a skill I stole from another hunter back during the C-class exams. I don't often use it because to damage opponents with it, I have to severely injure myself as well. It is risky, painful, and needs skin-to-skin contact to activate. This monster has more HP than me, but this should bring its total remaining health down very low. My hopes being close to 5% remaining, and give me enough remaining health to the point where, if I am hit with debris at an expected rate while fleeing, I'll still have health left over while I heal. I let out a scream, and it synchronizes with the mountain hermit's roar as life energy in the form of HP on both of our statuses is drained away. The moment I feel it happening, I activate my Dungeon Walker skill and teleport to the furthest point away from the source as I can. Golden needles of dungeon mass come up from the ground and rip through my feet and legs as I do, but this is within my expectations. The flashes of light cease as I instantly activate my self-regeneration skills to heal my wounds and drink mythic grade regen potions to bring my own HP back up to full, while dungeon walking around the outer ring of the boss room, hundreds of meters away each blip every few tenths of a second. My attack worked. I can hear the agony, anger, and drops of fear in the mountain hermit. It roars as it mercilessly attacks me all throughout the dungeon, using its telekinesis skill to the absolute limit. A golden orb of light grows on top of the mountain, and mass from the boss room dungeon is being ripped to shreds and used to fuel its attacks. The mountain range turns to unrecognizable piles of rubble as I teleport through its violent display of raw mental strength and soul energy. A few times, I get in close enough to attempt to see if any system text shows up for me to steal its skills, but it never does. However, there is blood gushing from its diamond body, showing signs that my equivalent exchange did severe damage. Its ultimate defense move won't regenerate the next time it is damaged, and its soul energy is unpredictably pulsing and wavering as it reaches its output limit. This is borrowed power after all. It is not endlessly able to regenerate. If it is used too rashly, the end of the supply will come eventually. Even so, it isn't withering away. If anything, the candle is burning even brighter before it goes out. I need to be even more careful now than ever. But I am sure this is the end if I can string the fight on a little longer. In between my dungeon walks and continuous dodges of attacks, I send out dark and dense crescents of soul energy toward the creature whenever I get close enough in range. It doesn't hesitate to block them over and over, but the rate of its attacks slows every time it has to block. This gives me enough time to dungeon walk even closer in and activate my lifesteal skill. Every few attacks I throw, I manage to break through its growing golden aura and drain another 1 to 2% HP. It realizes what is happening, but can do nothing to stop it other than pushing its soul energy limit even further. The density of its golden aura looks and feels to me just like the time I witnessed Maria use up all of her red Hydra's buff before she awakened her own soul energy. It is going to go all out. Whatever is about to come out of this creature is not something I want to be in the way of. As it reaches its limit, I manage one last ranged lifesteal attack, and see a series of blue text boxes pop up over its head. Select one option: telekinesis. Mythic grade, body hardening. Mythic grade at the same time, the golden aura that surrounds the monster in a dome shape instantly collapses in on itself and condenses entirely into its weapon, channeled into the short blade at its tip. My eyes open wide as all of the controlled mass in the dungeon falls to the floor, and all of the power it has remaining comes out in a single golden energy/rocketing straight toward me. I dungeon walk away to the far side of the dungeon to escape its path. But the moment I do, the highly concentrated light changes direction and curves toward me at speeds that are only increasing. I dodge it and teleport around the boss room multiple times, but it only gets closer and faster. Mythic grade telekinesis allows this monster to alter and manipulate its own energy attacks with impressive accuracy. I want this skill so I can do the same. The thought of dungeon walking away and leaving this boss room entirely crosses my mind. That would certainly lead me to safety, but would only give this monster more time to prepare for my return. This last resort attack would gain even more power, and even worse, the boss could find a way to heal before I steal its skills or land the final blow. I need to figure out something here and now, so I stop in place and think of a new strategy. Let's end this. I begin dungeon walking around in a less erratic, more predictable pattern, but still add in random jumps here and there. I have it get used to my slower dodging patterns, making it seem like I am getting tired and my reaction time is slowing. Instead of trying to fully avoid the crescent of golden light, I begin to let it gain on me each time, as if I am the one in trouble here. While doing so, I keep a close eye on the monster atop what is left of the mountain it stood on before, and keep my vision locked on the blue text that still hovers above its head. I lead the golden crescent closer and closer to the mountain, allowing it to gain even more control over its movements while pretending to slow my own. Once less than 50 meters in front of it, I set out to finish it. I activate all of my mental attacks again, activating confusion, intimidation, flash to send bright lights in the air, blast and screech to create explosions and loud noises, then phantom step imbued with soul energy to create fake copies of my greater form appear in front of it. At the same time, I activate stealth with my real body and dungeon walk behind it while clicking on the status notifications before me, choosing to absorb mythic grade body hardening and watching the white, blue, and red lights surround its body. I am less than 5 meters away from its back. Throughout all of the confusion, the monster is caught off guard momentarily and only aims for the immediate threats in front of it, slicing through the phantom images that have jumped off in opposite directions out from the white blasts. Meanwhile, red soul energy surrounds its diamond body, while the majority of its offensive soul energy is trapped in its attack. No needles or projectiles come at me, and I have time to concentrate. Before it realizes what has happened, it is too late. I feel a skill orb fall into my storage and see the golden blade of light coming straight for me. I wait until the last second to dungeon walk away again, and the highly charged soul energy collides with the monster's own diamond armor. It cracks, just like it did when I attacked it before, but this time shatters open, leaving a large gap in its armor as golden energy and diamond flakes explode into the air as the attack dissipates, creating an opening that I couldn't physically manage to do myself. I quickly dungeon walk back in at this opportunity and shove my blade through the opening in its defenses, releasing a wave of soul energy imbued fire into the monster's heart from within, burning away all of its remaining golden energy. It begins to shrink back into its human form before my eyes, and I hear it speak words for the first time since I entered this floor. After so many years, I am free. Thank you. The golden collar around its neck fully dissolves as my red soul energy engulfs it entirely. Dinging sounds out in my inner ear. Level up X72. Use absorption skill, telekinesis, mythic grade. Yes, no, subsorption mech P. 577904310. Yes, no. I press yes, accepting everything, upgrading my telekinesis skill, and watch my level rise to 2271. Adrenaline is pumping through my veins, and my aura is burning so hot that the mountain beneath my feet is melting away every second. I stay powered up in my ranked up form. I take a few deep breaths to conceptualize this whole situation. I allow the half-human, half-rhinoceros corpse that hasn't reverted fully back to its lesser form fall into my item storage before it dissolves. Its final words are confusing. There is even a faint smile across its face as it falls inside, despite the massive bloody hole in its chest. Just like I did with the lightning wolf on the 40th floor, I want to stall the transportation magic and activation of the 44th floor until later. I barely got away with that victory. It was stronger than me on all fronts. Every stat point was higher. I am sure it had me beat on pure numbers alone. Its ranked-up defenses were only destroyed by its own final attack. Even its borrowed soul energy was basically on par with mine. I defeated this monster with strategy and my abundance of skills and fight knowledge. This was only possible because I had time to prepare these moves. Moving up a floor to fight something 500 levels higher won't be easy. Just based on what I've fought so far, it could be stronger than the Lich King I fought just the other day. I stare out at the decimated mountain range after this battle, then teleport back to the lower floors of the dungeon to continue farming for the night and think over the fights I've been in today to assess what my next moves will be. While these thoughts settle in my mind, I continue to farm firestones every 30 minutes on the dot. During my downtime, I test out my new telekinesis skill upgrade too, mastering the same technique I saw on floor 43, manipulating the movement and speed of my energy blade attacks. The image of the floor boss monster's calm smile and final words replay in my head as I train. While getting used to this ability, I also set off to use my new absorption perk to collect skill orbs from all kinds of monsters on the various floors of the labyrinth. Dungeons from Vice City, Solara, my hometown, and even the Canyon of Dungeons too. It seems this process is very replicable from the fights I've had so far. There are a lot more tests I'd like to do, so once the sun comes up and I can find people that will be able to take these skill orb consumables, I believe my army will grow far stronger.